1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello and welcome to the 2024 coverage of Weasel Moot, the annual diplomacy tournament in Chicago. It seems most of the American diplomacy commentators we have on DBN have been playing or have been at the tournament as TD or have been busy elsewise. So there's a bit of a European takeover today. I am Robert Schuppe and I'm your host for today. And I have gathered all the Brits I could find in the DBN family so we Europeans can talk a little bit of smack about the Americans playing a tournament. So I have a wonderful cast of commentators for today, and the first one actually won his World DipCon title 2016 at that very tournament, Weasel Moot in Chicago. I'm very happy to welcome him back after a bit of a hiatus. Haven't seen him on DBN for a little while. Welcome, Mr. Chris Brandt. Hello, Chris. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you, Robert?
Then we have another player also from Britain, even though Chris is sort of halfway Canadian by the time, I suppose. We have another Brit, Michalis Kamaritis, who won a North American DipCon championship 2 years ago, 1 year ago. We can ask him. Michalis, when did you show these Americans how Europeans play on their home soil?
That was just last year, Robert.
Oh, okay. Well, then I misremembered. And the last one is another World DipCon champion. And he actually just won another tournament by becoming the UK national champion just recently. Mr. Dan Lester. Welcome, Dan. Oh, you brought some jewelry. Good for you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Oh, what's this?
Yeah.
A recently minted UK national trophy. Fancy bringing that with me to something like this.
Yeah, you take it everywhere, don't you, Dan?
No, we just
utterly done.
We just caught him while he was polishing it because, well, it has to be done on a daily basis. Well, I'm wonderful. It's wonderful to have you all here, and I'm very much looking forward to this coverage of the Weasel Moot Diplomacy Championship. This tournament was held yesterday and the last round is still going on today, so we will catch up to that today. We'll cover 8 games of diplomacy in total. And yeah, as I said before, Chris, you won your big title, your world championship in 2016, and actually by sort of refreshing your memory a little bit with the World Diplomacy Database, we found out that you also were there in 2012 when there was another World DipCon hosted in Chicago. Can you tell us a little bit about the area, how the players play there? How's the tournament like? What's the experience there?
I mean, the Weasels are one of the best organized and longest running local hobbies of anywhere in North America. They've got a very good group of people there. Jim O'Kelly, I think, was involved with founding the Weasels. He sort of stepped to one side, but what he managed to do is actually create an organization there. So they've got some longevity. Very often you see when a particular organizer disappears off for whatever reason, the local hobby dies as a result. And that hasn't happened with the Weasels, which is very impressive. There's a great group of people there. They have regular games in a bar, I think, in an evening. So there's and they keep track of standings and all this kind of stuff. So there's very strong local hobby. They get to play a lot, which is obviously a huge advantage over a lot of other people. And Chicago is a great host for a tournament. Like if you get the chance to go to Chicago to play in a tournament organized by the Weasels, definitely take advantage of it, because it's a great city to visit. The Weasels are wonderful hosts. They'll make you feel very, very welcome, and then they'll stab you. So.
Well, it seems you were able to deal with that in 2016, so good for you. And I mean, yeah, I think it's fair to say that DBN probably wouldn't be there if it weren't for the Windy City Weasels, as Brandon Fogel, Brian Pravel, Zach Moore, all of them are parts, have been part of that club, or actually still are in some way. I think if you're once a Weasel, you're always a Weasel, and you will always open to Armenia, no matter where you are and if you have left the city already. Let's talk a little bit about the tournament. What do we have at hand here? We will have a 3-round tournament we are analyzing. There is no drop round, so every single score counts, no top board either. So whoever just gathered the most points will win the tournament. Last year's champion is Adam Silverman, another member of the DBN family. And it is scored by the Open Tribute scoring system, which was developed in Chicago. Michalis, you have played a bunch in VDL. Do you maybe wear a shirt that has something to do with that? I mean, yeah.
As you insist on asking.
There it is. There it is. He's not just a North American champion. He's also a VDL champion. Wow. So good for you. But that means that you clearly have understood something about Open Tribute scoring. Can you tell us, like, what it is about? What are the incentives? How do you maybe adapt your play when you're playing under this particular scoring system compared to anything else?
So Open Tribute is a scoring system that was designed by Brandon Fogel and a couple other Weasels. I believe Chris Kelly was also involved in it, to push a certain style of play. They very much wanted to incentivize people to stab for the board top. And so the board top is king in this system, probably more than in just about any other system that's regularly played, because the points that you get in Open Tribute is 10 times the amount of centers you own if you're the board topper, and very little if you're not the board topper. So the board top is king. If you have a 2-way split top, it's not great, but it is still a bit more than if you hadn't topped. Anything less than or anything more than that in terms of the amount of people sharing the top, and it's as if there was no top at all. So it induces a certain style of play where you look to top the board by any means necessary. Whether your top is by 1 center or by 6 isn't actually as important as the fact that you top in the first place. So you quite often see a lot of jockeying, especially at the end of a game, where maybe 2 sides of the board are coming together and maybe there's 1 or 2 people on each side of the board that have a chance at the top, and things can suddenly change pretty drastically depending how they see their path to getting that lone top can be.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So if you guys out there are watching and at some point during the coverage are thinking, well, I should get back to a face-to-face tournament, or, well, I should maybe try it out for the first time, there will be plenty of opportunities soon in actually all different parts, all kinds of parts of the world. Dan, you just have arrived from the last tournament 2 weeks ago. I think you won the UK championship.
Yeah.
Last week. So I tend to say 2, and then it's actually 1, whether that's a year or a week or a day, or I don't know. Tell us a bit about that. Like, what is the experience of a face-to-face tournament? Let's say somebody's watching who is mainly playing online, maybe they've just picked up the game recently. What's different? What's the spirit of a face-to-face tournament compared to extended deadline, or maybe also virtual play via Discord?
Well, Robert, listen, I am going to advocate for face-to-face diplomacy as the premier way to play diplomacy all days of the week and twice on a Sunday like today. It's the pure distillation of what the game is meant to be about. And if you think about a comparison, there's online poker and then there's face-to-face poker. And I think all of the different elements come into play. You're watching people, you're watching their body language, you're having human interactions, you can look in their eyes, you can look at their hands. Are they shaking? Are they physically confident? And you can use all of those personal skills that I think you do in virtual to a degree, but it's a more controlled environment. And I can look across the room and I can see who's talking to whom, and you can use those analytical skills as well as those personal skills. I think the time element's really important as well in face-to-face. You do have shorter deadlines. Even in a long deadline game, you feel the pressure. You have to physically write your orders down. And you're saying, Daniel, you're supposed to be advocating for it, not make it sound like a stressful experience. But let me tell you, I don't think that the hobby across the world has been in as healthy a position as this to embrace and accommodate new players walking into a tournament for the first time for decades. I think there was a time when these felt like gaming clubs to a degree, and you would go to tournaments and you would very often see the same people there that were there last year. And, new players were walking into an environment where perhaps, people knew each other well and they would ally, and, they were seen quite often as kind of, fresh meat. And I have heard that expression used many, many years ago. But today it's quite the opposite. It's every tournament we're going to now, very welcoming, very geared up to include new people, and board draws and things like that. You will very quickly have people explain to you what previous relationships are on the board to give you that opportunity to break into those. And I got to tell you, the number of people who always ally with each other is a very, very small number. And the number of people in the hobby who always attack each other is quite a high number. So I don't know if we'll be seeing some of that play out in Chicago in this event. But if you come along for the first time, what people are looking for is a new ally and a new friend. And I can't tell you how many friends I've made through this hobby. And I'm sure that you do that online and postal, but face-to-face is a great opportunity to meet them and travel the world if you can afford it.
Well, absolutely. Speaking of that, there are a few tournaments coming up, and I was just gonna give them a shout out. So, for example, next weekend, 12th and 13th, we have the Asia Pacific Diplomacy Championship run by Andrew Goff in Melbourne. Then I myself have the distinct pleasure of hosting a tournament called Hechtstechen, which is, the name is just designed to make English native speakers to feel uncomfortable when they have to pronounce it. In Dresden, Germany, we will have a nice time there as well with a very international crowd. That same weekend, there's also an event in the US, in Bloomington, Illinois. We have the FlatCon Gaming Convention, and many more to come. You can find a full schedule if you head over to diplobn.com/schedule. Over there, you will find all kinds of events, face-to-face events. All of the ones I just pointed out are face-to-face. But if you can't travel, and maybe just a week beforehand is a little too short unless you're very close to it, you can always make Dan very sad and just play virtually. For example, there is a wonderful opportunity to do that with a Tour of Britain, one of the regular virtual leagues, having another game day on October 12th next weekend as well. And then many more to follow, VDL, 7 Years War, you name it. There's lots of things going on the Diplostrat server. So yeah, check it out. Come play with us. And actually, as Dan has pointed out, I think the community is much more welcoming and much less stabby than many people expect when they think about the game. Whenever I tell people that I spend a weekend hanging out with diplomacy players, they're like, oh, must have been awful, these must all have been people who've been lying to you all day. And I said, like, well, yeah, on the boards, sure, but apart from that, usually a great time, lots of socializing going on at the side of face-to-face tournaments. So very much recommend that. Okay, with that, having gotten that out of the way, let's get to the actual tournament we are covering today, to Weasel Moot. And I will now show you in a second a few of the players who have been competing this week and who are still competing. These are the top players ranked by last year's DBNI standings. So we see quite a list of names. The turnout hasn't been as big as it has been in some previous years, but as we can see here, it is quite an elite field. Very good players. And I will put our hosts right here on the spot and make you all pick a name. Who's your pick to click for today? And we'll start with Chris, because you're on the very top of our screen right here. Who do you think will take it away?
I was looking through the list of players. There's a lot of people who could win this tournament. There's a lot of players who've played a lot of face-to-face, and a lot of people who've won stuff in the past. You'd be hard-pressed not to pick Seren as a good candidate for this one. I don't think she's played much very recently, but she's a very, very strong player. She wins a good proportion of the tournaments she attends. Also worth mentioning, though, Adam Silverman, I believe, is defending champion. He's not on this list, but there's definitely an incentive to defend his title here. There's the Weasel who won last year. So
for sure.
I think as I'm get the first pick, I'm going to go for Seren.
Good choice, yeah. And I think Seren is a wonderful example of somebody who made the transition from getting started online and virtually, and then really excelled basically as soon as she hit the face-to-face circuit. I think it. There weren't very many tournaments she needed to adapt, and won. I think she won actually Weasel Moot 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure that it was one of the face-to-face tournaments she actually won. So always a good pick. Mikalis, as one of your fellow Brits is taken already, who do you think has the best chance of winning it apart from Seren?
Well, Chris has already mentioned him, but Adam Silverman has showed up to a few events in the past couple of years. He doesn't travel a huge amount, but he travels to a few, and he's won an awful lot of those events that he has shown up to recently. He won this very tournament last year, which goes in addition to a Dipcon he won before. I believe he won Carnage at some point recently. I believe he's also won Liberty Cup this year. So Adam Silverman is on a pretty hot streak from tournaments that he attends at the moment. So I'm going to stick with him and say he's going to defend his title.
Sounds good. So up to Dan. Dan, do you have any secret pick? I mean, we quickly went through the names who are not on this list, but playing. Maybe you know somebody we don't know, or will you also go with one of the more well-known names we have seen a lot on DBN?
So look, Ed Sullivan's on the list, right? This is a well-known player in the group. I've managed to play with him one time. I tried to persuade him to do something in spring 1901, and he didn't. He didn't do it. He said, "I don't trust you, Dan Lester," and then he didn't do it. And I ended up stuck in a very boring and only moderately effective Western triple as a result. So, Ed, I can't pick you because of that. I literally cannot. So I'm going to go with my man. I'm going to go with the man of the hour. I think he's kind of like destined for greatness. This is like, S tier diplomacy player. Brandon Vogel, precise, analytical, very keen in the diplomatic phase, sharp as attack. He's going to win this tournament. Full stop.
How much did he pay you to say that?
I can only speak as I find, regardless. I can only speak as I find.
Well, that is something we will find out later. Maybe he just paid him in dots in advance. So the next tournament, whenever we will cover a game between Dan and Brandon, when we see Dan, do really, really well. Well, we know why that's the case.
Things that won't be happening. But I tell you what, if I'm allowed a dark horse, and I think I am allowed a dark horse, I noticed that Ben Kelman's stats are not great on this list. Not a big top share amount, quite a large number of eliminations. This guy, he's a good diplomat, right? He's a positive diplomat. He makes you feel great when you're playing with him. I like that style. I like the way that he plays. I think at some point this guy's going to break out, right? It's going to, it's just going to start happening for him. So dark horse, Ben Kelman.
Ben has also been really strong virtually this year. Has really stepped up his game and is doing very, very well in VDL. So it'd be nice to see him cross the line today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's somebody who's destined to win something, because I agree. I've played quite a few virtual games with him in the past, and he's not only very fun to play, but also a very good player. So yeah, I'm sure he will make that big jump at some point. Maybe today, we will see. Okay, well, I will hold you guys to your picks, Seren, Adam, and Brandon, and a little bit of maybe Ben as a dark horse. And now we will go and head over to board one of round one. We will give Mikalis a little bit of a break for now, and we'll see you in a bit of time. We will rotate through our commentators, so each of you can also get a little bit of a break. See you in maybe 20 minutes or so, or 30. Let's see how long we take, Mikalis, and talk to you soon. And now the three of us, we can look at the players of round one, board one. We have in Austria Stephen Hogue from Lexington, Kentucky. In England, Christian Brown from Peoria, Illinois. In France, Timothy Crosby, who is sort of a way distant Weasel. I think he's playing with them very regularly, but he's from Interlaken, Florida. Then we have David Harshberger playing Germany. He's from Lakeview, Ohio. Italy is Emmett Wainwright from Denver. We have then 2 local Weasels in Chris Kelly playing in Russia, and Brandon Fogel, Dan, your man. We have him on your board in Turkey right here. What comes to mind when you guys see this setup? Is there any like matchup you will be watching out for, especially anything like that?
It's interesting there's a lot of Weasels on this board. So it's going to feel a little bit like a local game with a couple of extra people thrown in, which, the Weasels, I don't see that being a big factor in terms of, I don't think there's any sort of, I'm not aware of any sort of long-running feuds or people who are likely to ally as a matter of course, just because they're, they always do. It's going to be interesting. Brandon in Turkey, probably not his favorite power, but if they don't kill him quickly, then he's definitely going to get something out of this game. And Tim Crosby in France, Tim's a very strong player, and France is reckoned to be the hardest country to get kicked out of. So I could see Tim doing well out of this game.
Robert, can I ask you, how long are the games? What's the date deadline?
Until everybody draws or there is a solo. Time unlimited.
Right.
And
so
apart from round 3. Round 3 is time limited, but round 1 and 2 can go on forever.
So this board is being played yesterday morning, and then there's another game in the afternoon. Okay.
Sort of in the evening, yeah. I think they started like at 6 p.m. or something like that. So they had quite some time. I think they had like 9 hours until round 2 started or something like that.
So everyone's fresh as a daisy. They're ready to go. They're filled with optimism, and they're thinking, I can go as long as I need to go here. And there's 4 or 5 players on this board that will be thinking, if this is my big one, I'm going to stick with it. There isn't anyone's going to push me off this, and I can take as long as I like. And there'll be maybe 2 or 3 players on this thinking, maybe I can get this one wrapped up, get some points on the board, get something to eat, chill out, and be ready for tonight. Because round 2, like anyone who has not played an American face-to-face diplomacy tournament like this before, this is a grueling endurance game. Okay, you better have had your sleep the night before. You better bring your oat bars. You better not drink too many beers too quickly, because my word, if someone decides they're going to run, you're stuck with it. You are stuck with this game. And woe betide you if you end up with someone with bad breath as your ally, because my God, what an evening and what a day you're in for. So that's what I got my eye out for here. If some people get a good start, will they cling on? Will they be trying to really keep going with that open tribute system that really, really benefits the person who's in the lead? Because ultimately, as a UK European player, a system that we know well like that, it's called C-Diplo. In C-Diplo, if you're ahead when time runs out, you win. Right? Simple as that. And time can run out in C-Diplo normally in 1907, right? So this is very different. Excited to see what's going to happen.
So let's get to it, I'd say, because I'm very excited too. We're going to split you up in West and East. Chris, how about you take the West for now? And Dan, you can take the East. And after a while, we can maybe change that around so none of you gets too bored when they have to commentate on Brandon's game all the time, which is a sad thing to do. How about this? We have some spring orders. Let's go. Chris, kick us off with the West. What do we see here?
The thing that stands out straight away is that Paris order. Is that Paris to Marseille? And
it's Paris to Marseille, yes.
Yeah, that presumably is a misorder. It looks like it was supposed to go to Burgundy with support from Marseille. So that's it'd be interesting to see what that leads to. But other people are. One of the things you can see is someone misorders in spring 1901. That can be there's a weak person here. Let's get rid of them quickly and share those dots out between the rest of us. With Tim in France, maybe that's not so easy. It doesn't feel like this is a fatal mistake, but it's not going to help him, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Other than that, the German and the English orders look fairly fairly uninteresting, fairly common sort of set of opening moves there. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this plays out for Tim.
And over to the east, Dan, what
In
do
the
we
east,
see between the Weasels?
Yeah, extreme peace has broken out all over.
Mhm.
Right, there isn't a single person that wants to do any damage to anyone in the whole game. Are we drawing yet? Are we ready to draw? Because I've never seen an RAIT alliance before, but that could be what we're in for here, guys. Obviously, a tribute to the tradition in Chicago. The bounce in Armenia is delightful. I think you're seeing that fleet shuffle round from Brandon, so he wants to get ready to go to protect against what he possibly sees coming, which is Aegean, which is obviously an incredibly common autumn 1901 move from Italy at the present time. Venice hold, look, no bad intentions. Don't know what the status is of the AI. We do know, though, that Austria doesn't need to worry about Russia because Galicia is left open. So Russia seems to have deals. The only way this could be better for Russia at this point is if Germany had gone Kiel to Holland, right? That's literally the only improvement on this position that Russia could hope for. And so confident is Russia in his position that he's willing to basically hold Moscow. He must know Armenia is going to bounce. So that follow through behind is just like, I don't need this unit. I'm good. I got no enemies. In terms of the West, this is a really, I would say the most common season to misorder in is spring 1901. And the most common game to misorder in a tournament is the first game. You're so hyped up, you're so full of energy, you're so full of adrenaline, and then you've got it, you've done this a million times before, you whack it down, there you go, Brest to Mid-Atlantic, Paris to Marseille, Marseille to Paris to Marseille, you're done, right? And then you go and you read them out and you look at them and you go, good grief. So this is a real misorder. Tim's got to overcome some emotions right now. He looks like a mug, right? Goodness knows what they've said at the table. Little in, take a breath, double check the orders, all that stuff, right? It's really in the moment. Big red face. Can he just tamp it all down? Realize that if it was a single unit on the map that doesn't have to move in 01, it's probably Moscow. But then after that, it's probably Paris. So don't worry, no problem. And actually, would we put it past this situation for Tim to have promised Christian Paris to Burgundy, supported by Marseille? And he knows full well Munich's going to Ruhr. He doesn't want to follow through on that. So he writes a convenient little misorder and tries to keep everybody happy. Who can say?
Oh, yeah.
Who can say?
I think you know about convenient little misorders in Spring of '01, Dan, don't you? I remember a game the three of us were on in Milan that was a little bit like that. I think it was covered on DBN as well. Oopsie, now I'm not in Apulia. I can't convoy. How about you just give me Trieste, Robert? How unpleasant. Well, anyway, that's not the game we're talking about right now. Let's go to fall and see how this develops in the fall turn. We start with you in the east, Dan. What do we see over there?
There it is. Aegean was on the cards, and Brandon knew it. So how about that? All that stuff in the east is all sorted out, and that Trieste move does happen. This is by far the most common opening that I'm seeing happening for Italy if they want to kill Turkey at the present time. Tried it out a couple of times myself. It's very, very effective. It normally doesn't work out wonderfully, in my opinion, for Austria. So let's find out. I'm not completely sure what Austria gets out of this, but we'll see. RT looking good. Not quite sure about that Bulgaria move, but not quite sure. Smyrna needs to go to anchor, obviously, to make that fleet build open for 02. Nothing else to report.
And the west, Chris?
Yeah, so the significant thing from the spring 1901 moves with Paris not moving is that meant that Tim didn't have any control over Belgium. So here, Christian has taken advantage of that and convoyed the army over to Belgium, which it's somewhat controversial. There's Belgium being known as the place where English armies go to die. We'll see whether that happens here or not. The bounce in Burgundy, probably arranged, you would think. Can't say for certain, obviously, but that could well be arranged. If France and Germany don't want to fight, they also don't really want armies in Belgium. It's a threat either way, basically. So if you're Germany, you don't want to see a French army in Burgundy. And if you're France, you don't want to see a German army in Burgundy. So arranging the bounce is entirely possible. Tim still picks up the 2 in Iberia because, as Dan pointed out, the Paris is the least important unit of France from that point of view. Yeah, the bounce in Sweden, not unexpected. People vary on their thoughts about that. A lot of the time, if you're Germany, if you think Russia is going to pick up Romania, then you'll bounce them in Sweden just so they don't end up with 2 builds and on 6. This could be that. It could be the sign of something more to come. The interesting question is, you can't really see any clear 2 here. If anything, maybe it's England and Germany getting together, but it could equally be any of the 3 combinations there.
Yeah, I mean, to me, if I'm seeing this as France, this is looking kind of EG-ish with a bounce, and who knows what was with Burgundy. But let's see. I think the builds will tell us quite a bit more about that. Whether England commits hard about, like, building Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London, or does something more flexible. Let's have a look at it here. We do see 2 fleets, but not in Liverpool, Eddie and London. Then we see a fleet and an army for Germany and France each. So actually everybody in the West sort of keeping their options a little bit open. Army St. Pete for Russia. And I think the other 3 builds in the East very expected. So yeah, while some of the moves in A1 were pretty interesting, I think the builds are actually quite standard. What do you guys make of, like, Fleet Eddie, Fleet London? I think it's a bit not that common. I've seen it, but not a ton of times. Do you like that build? Would you go differently?
I mean, I think it's the non-committal build. You've got to keep your options open. If you build in Liverpool, then that's a big red flag to France.
Sure.
So if you've got 2 builds, maybe you build an army, but this keeps his options open. He can go against France, he can go against Germany, he can go up into Scandinavia.
Yeah,
it's solid. Keep your options open choice, I think.
Dan, two fleets as England when you get to army fleet. Which team are you on?
I don't like it personally. But then, as Chris says, this is about flexibility, and what this possibly says to me is that things aren't set in the West. Obviously, when you see Denmark bounce Sweden, you think, is that EG-ish? Right? Are you going to get an EG? I think, you can't build Fleet Liverpool unless you're really, really committed with the German. I think that would have been the build. I mean, they say don't stab in the build phase, right? And I probably possibly would make one exception, which is in this situation when Germany's sitting there, you're sitting there with Belgium, Holland, Ruhr, Munich, and France is like a little bit all over the place. I think, screw it, I'll just build Fleet Liverpool, right? Because what's the worst that can happen? France is begging you to go away. No, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. I don't mind. It's okay. So it can give you that little bit of a whip hand if you've made your mind up on an EG. One thing to sort of think about here, I think, is what England thinks about this Russia situation, and whether it's all a bit cozy in the East and whether the Western Triple is on. It's not quite how you would build for a Western Triple, but it might be if you're still thinking about it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Army for that, isn't it? So.
And a little extra piece of information I just got: Christian is playing 2 boards at once, so that's interesting to keep in mind. He's also, because they had 20 players with Brian already as the TD stepping in to play a game as well, non-scoring. So Christian, we will see him again in a later board, and he's multitasking, so that might come into play or might not. So we'll see how he does. For now, he's doing the flexible thing. And in spring of 01, I have to move this over here. And
East, I just want to say right now, before we see the moves in the East, okay, Italy. Do you have any options right now? That's my question, right? What are your options? Turkey's got 2 fleets on you and is cozy as anything with Russia, right? You've already taken Trieste off Austria, so you could slip up into the Adriatic and nothing, right? You're not going to get an Aegean, so the chances of you surprising Greece are 0. You've got that 1 build to pick up in O2 in Tunis. It's just sitting there. Are you going to make a decision now and try and nick the Eastern Med or do something? What are you going to do? What would you do? This is a diplomatic problem for Italy right now. Spring 1902 negotiation phase. Chris Brown, you're the world's biggest and best Italy expert. What do you think about this position? And does he actually have the keys to this game in his pocket right now?
I mean, the key thing for Italy at this point is you don't want to end up in that AI versus RT 2-on-2 thing. You want a 3 versus 1 in the east, or you want to leave the 3 of them to fight and go west. You've always got options in Italy, though. I think it's not fair to say you've got no options here. It's definitely difficult from this position to hurt Turkey. So, yeah, I would be definitely thinking twice about prolonging this AI versus RT, letting the West sort themselves out, and then wait for them to come across the stalemate line. That's not the way you want this game to play out. But, you know, you've got options. You could pull the army down from Trieste to Albania, follow up, get yourself Greece in the fall, maybe. You could support the Turk up into Serbia. There's play here. It's always easy as Italy to attack Austria, I think. The danger is, of course, if that RT is going to stay together, you don't want to be just softening up Austria for them. And, you know, yes, you take the dots temporarily, but you're really just holding them for that RT until they want them. So, yeah, it's definitely something that you want to be thinking longer term at this point. You do not want to be bouncing in Eastern Med or bouncing in Aegean for any length of time here.
Okay, let's see what they do in spring. Which of those options do they pick? Dan, kick us off with the East.
Well, he hasn't bounced in the Eastern Med, that's for sure. He has gone there, and he's chosen correctly, I guess, because Brandon's forced the Aegean. But unable to hold is a mystery. Possibly a misorder. Hard to know. AI is definitely like besties, though, because Trieste has decided to give that level of security by disappearing, and Austria's doing what Jamal would call a Jade Buddha. Nothing. Big load of nothing. Deliberately bouncing all his units in Trieste. I wonder if there was some diplomatic difficulty there about like maybe spending quite a bit of time trying to sort out what they thought each of those things might do. Russia has gone to Galicia with support. I imagine that is a surprise, given Austria's moves. I suspect that Austria was not expecting that to happen. And, I mean, this is about as tight a juggernaut in the south as you could hope to see.
Seems so. And in the West, we see a bit of a miscommunication, apparently. If we look at the orders, how do I do this? Like this. Belgium actually supported Holland to Yeah, that's a weird order. It seems that Belgium wrote Holland to Belgium. No, can't actually see what Belgium is doing. Probably it's going to Holland. Anyway, Chris, let's not bother with that one order too much. I'm trying to decipher it while you maybe can talk about the other things.
Yeah, I mean, the Belgium army is the thing that stands out. I think I did mention in the spring, that in the fall, where English armies go to die, and here we see exactly that. The support from the German armies in there is not unexpected. I mean, what dot is Germany going to pick up this year? They've got Sweden as a possibility, and they've got Belgium as a possibility. So it was going to be one or the other that they were aiming for, or possibly both. In this case, it's definitely Belgium that they've decided was the one to go for. And with the two French armies coming up into Picardy and Burgundy, there wasn't a retreat for the English army. So you could, I mean, it looks like Germany was expecting France to at least move to Burgundy and maybe have that bounce again. The fleet to Picardy is interesting. That's not necessarily a move you would expect to see, but a fleet Brest moving to Picardy, it's not a great place for a fleet to be.
I suspect it's probably to pop Belgium.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Was the anticipation that some agreement between England and Germany whereby England would retreat to Picardy and get the drop on France by doing that, and then instead France either cleverly covered Picardy or was tipped off that might be a good move, and then the English army could be piffed. Yeah, it would be fascinating to know the negotiations behind this and who's actually double crossing who, because we've also got London into the English Channel. So
Yeah.
It looks like England was thinking they were attacking France. My guess would be they were expecting to retreat that Belgium army into Picardy and then get it into Paris or something in the fall, but that's not happening. And then the fleet North Sea went to Skagerrak, Skagerrak's a great place for a fleet. You've got lots of options there. There's 3 dots next to it. And Germany this time, having bounced Russia out of Sweden in the fall of 2001, supports them in now, deciding to put the fleet in rather than going up into the new fleet, rather than going up into Baltic, they've gone into Holland. So, yeah, there's a whole lot happening in the West, actually. This is a very interesting spring 1902. 1902 is generally where you start to see the alliances forming in the West, because often there's not many neutrals left. But it's not entirely clear what they are here. Is this an EG? It still certainly could be. They've got the play to take Sweden off Russia in the fall. They have got moves to attack France. But equally, it could be something else. It could be an FG.
Okay, let's see what they do in fall. Chris, we will just stay in the West for now. What do we make of the alliance now?
The thing that I'm seeing here is that this is looking like Germany and Russia are friendly. We had that support of Sweden in the fall, and Germany's not messing with Sweden. They're letting Russia poke at Norway. They're supporting that fleet from Holland into the North Sea. So the North Sea is always the key to the West. As Germany, you get that fleet into North Sea in 1902. That's a great position to be in for this game, basically. Germany also keeps Belgium, so they've got a build coming. France has pushed their fleet up into the English Channel. So, yeah, this is now looking like Christian is the odd man out in the West for sure, and is not in a very good position from here. He keeps Norway, which is good, but this is where all those fleets don't help. He's got no, he hasn't got a rebuild. He's not going to get an army back home because he lost the army, and now he's lost the centre to support it. So he's stuck with 4 fleets trying to defend England, and 2 of those fleets are in Norway and Skagerrak. So, yeah, not a great position for Christian at this point. And this could be. You mentioned that he's playing 2 boards. That always gives you less time to negotiate, which is a disadvantage to start with, and it gives you distractions. So it's possible that it's not uncommon for a board to decide that, oh well, they're playing 2 boards. Let's help them out by letting them concentrate on the other board.
Yeah, and then over in the East, things are being offered, but Chris Kelly is not inclined to take a support to Bulgaria, apparently. What do you think about it, Dan?
Well, can I ask what Aegean is doing?
Aegean, let's look at it. It's definitely supporting something. It's supporting Smyrna to Aegean. Well, that's a strong order.
So this is, I mean,
it was probably supposed to be a support order to Eastern Med, and he miswrote it.
Well, I mean, crikey, like something's going on for Brandon to make a misorder. Are you sure it's the Brandon Fogle? I think this is a missed opportunity for Turkey to progress. You always want to keep stepping forward, right, when you can, and that chance could be gone now. So we'll see. I think, gosh, yeah, Austria felt like maybe he could tempt Romania into Bulgaria. He didn't have a lot else on, I don't think. Let's have a look here. Gosh, wow, hold on. Greece support Serbia to Bulgaria.
No, it's actually Greece and Serbia both supported Romania to Bulgaria, so they offered something to Russia.
Here, right?
And Russia didn't. No.
And so, he gave it to Russia, but maybe he should have just gone on his own. And I know you need friends as Austria, but you also need dots, because you might not have been able to build it anywhere, but that's a different matter. So Italy hasn't picked up Tunis, right, because of that mistake with the Ionian. So he's still got it in pocket, actually. Yeah. So lots of options if you're Italy. Austria's just desperately trying to look for a friend and never seems to be able to find one, but still perfectly viable. No problems, right? In real terms. It's okay. Still okay. And Brandon's, it can be demoralizing to miss chances to advance as Turkey, because they
And
don't
now-
have their own trees.
Now
For
Brandon's
sure.
more on the defensive because there's the possibility of that convoy to Syria or something like that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
And he's only got himself to blame for it.
Yeah, and they're going to and there's choices. So in terms of I've been really fascinated to see what Russia builds. He's picking one up. He's picking up Sweden. So,
Russia has a build. Germany has a build. Russia has 2 options. Germany, I think I would be tempted to potentially build a 3rd fleet here, you guys, as Germany.
I think I would be tempted by that as well. Yeah.
We'll see if David Harshberger is as well. He is indeed. And Army Warsaw. So potentially Chris Kelly has intentions to walk around, sort of try to corner Austria a little bit, get something into Bohemia. It seems he's feeling good about his alliance with Brandon, even though they have not been making any real progress of late. Let's see if they can achieve something in the spring turn, and let's try to go a little bit quicker here. We're taking quite a bit of time for this first game. This is looking very juicy and interesting in the East. Dan, take us through it.
Yep. So Italy's decided to make his decision. He's gotten into bed with Brandon, which suddenly makes us wonder about that Smyrna move. After all, was there a deal? Was it like, hang on a minute, if you're in Eastern Med, I will never be able to leave and all this stuff, right? So hang on, if you leave Eastern Med alone and you show me a bit of love, then we can all stab Austria together and have a lovely time. Not seeing Italy getting a great deal. I think Austria sniffed it out anyway. They're attacking each other in a big way. This has never been comfortable diplomatically, I don't think, if I was guessing how that diplomacy has been going. And maybe both Brandon and Chris knew that all along. And this being a long game, you just wait until that whole thing detonates. So detonate it has done. And the Juggernaut shall progress comfortably without any trouble at all. Dangerous game for Italy. Austria's going down hard, I should imagine, in the medium term. In the north, Chris has made another choice here. And the choice is to get involved in the dogpile on England. I'm interested in this decision because he's now going to have a lovely army in Norway, which will mean that all of the future gains in England are going to be out of his reach. So you get one, you put out the other person who could maybe help you up there, and then what? I might have been tempted to help here, England, if I could. I might have pushed into Finland. I might have used Sweden to support Skagerrak into Denmark. I might have been like, England, you need a friend and I'm it. And by the way, while you're busy on your other board, I don't mind writing some of your orders if I can think of them in time with all the stuff I've got to do in the south. But it's straightforward in the south, right? You were absolutely right. When you put Warsaw on, I thought, well, Galicia, Bohemia, Warsaw, Galicia, and nope. I think I'll just have Budapest, actually. That's all right.
Yeah, potentially even, who knows, even with a Janissary deal of Austria, if Austria and Italy are fighting already, I think it's a wonderful example that the recipe to make the Juggernaut work is get AI to fight. Like if AI had defended here together, it could have been very tedious. Like they would have had to make good guesses, and maybe at some point they get something. But if you get something like this out of AI, it works perfectly. Now let's transition over to the West. Chris, we've heard about Russia's decision to sort of kick England out, but do it with the army. What else is going on over there?
I'm going to disagree a little bit with Dan there. I think that with the 3 German fleets, Russia wasn't going to get anything out of England other than Norway anyway. So I think they've just decided we'll take that game, we'll maintain the peace with Germany, and Germany can occupy themselves with taking those English dots. I've got plenty of play in the south. I don't need to try and take Edinburgh because I'm never going to get to it anyway. Now, having said that, with the French moves, it's maybe not quite so clear-cut anymore. Tim has decided he was in a nice position because England and Germany are fighting at this point. You get to pick which side you want to take. He could have convoyed over to Wales. That would have worked. He instead has decided to do this rather neat convoy through the channel into Belgium, which I don't know that I've ever seen, supported by a fleet in Picardy. That's interesting little combination of moves there. Gets into Belgium and can hold it. Germany forced to retreat back to Holland. So the question is this now an EF alliance, or is this just Tim playing opportunistically because he can take Belgium this year and he can go for London next year? So who knows?
Yeah. And the delightful retreat into Norwegian Sea by both of them.
Yes,
we
they
don't
both
see that
retreat.
often.
Germany could have retreated to Yorkshire, but instead chose to retreat to Norwegian. And Norway, of course, could have retreated to Barents. So they both took a bit of a chance here, knowing that the other could retreat to the same place.
Now they're playing one short for the fall.
Yeah, not good in the spring, particularly.
Yeah, let's see what they do with it, Chris.
And there we go. So yeah, Tim helping England out now with the support for the North Sea into Holland. So yeah, David having not the best game at this point. Yeah, this was not quite guaranteed because Heligoland could have supported Holland, right? But other than that, it's a solid move. So England ends up even, losing Norway to Russia and picking up Holland to replace it. France is the winner here, and Germany the loser.
Oh yeah, Germany. You know, their position looked very nice after 0-2. Not so much anymore. Similar things for Austria and Italy in the East, especially for Austria. I mean, brutal takedown, Dan, right? Look at what's happening to Austria here.
Yeah.
Down to one center after this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I predict you'll go down hard. Not prediction of the century. That's not what they pay me the big bucks to come on DBNI to predict. But yeah, this is it's kind of three at once. And look, Turkey's going to pick up 2. He's out of the box. Brandon is loose. Yeah. And you'll see an army and a fleet go down here unless it's an army and a wave. I should imagine.
I agree.
Just to keep Italy. Italy thinks he can handle it, right? He's going to get you. He's got a couple of armies in there. He's got Albania. I can handle it, boys. It's going to be okay. I don't know.
It seems like this Weasel connection is tight so far, at least.
Tight. Maybe he thinks it's a wintergreen. I don't know. It's interesting that Russia's chosen Vienna. He's had his options there, right? He could have chosen to keep Budapest if he preferred. Vienna's better, a bit further forward. Got Budapest surrounded, so that's some really nice thinking. Really a good decision. Really good decision making in the moment there tactically. So obviously feeling confident, even though he's got 2 fronts to play. I take it back. What I said about the North, I was wrong. Chris was right. He's got England as a friend anyway. Looks like they're mates. Everything's copacetic, and he can order as many supports for Ruhr as he likes. I think we all know that Russia's very happy to keep that front quiet until such a time as he can break out. So yeah, cool.
So we see 2 builds for each of the Juggernauts members, down to 1 unit for Stephen Hogue. Italy gets a build by finally taking Tunis, France and England likewise, and then there's a disband for Germany.
Imagine if Russia builds St. Petersburg South Coast in this moment.
Yeah.
You love a bit of that?
No, they don't. They built North Coast and Army Warsaw once again, clearly showing, hey, I'm going west. I'm not going south, Brandon. No, I don't need to put anything into Moscow. We actually see no fleet by Brandon. That is quite interesting. Let's talk a little about that. That's clearly a diplomatic sign towards Italy, isn't it?
Yeah, I said army wave is a possibility, and lo and behold, there it is. I think he wants to keep Italy on side for 1 more turn and make his own decision. I think what his own decision is going to be is be very nice in the spring and then take Trieste in the fall and build maybe Ionian as well if he's fast asleep. Fleet Marseille's gone on, right? So maybe Italy's rubbing more than just Austria up the wrong way.
I'm sure Marseille is just there to help Italy. Let's look.
Fleet Marseille is interesting. I guess you've got the armies to take Germany anyway. A fleet in the north would scare England, but then maybe that would be a reasonable thing to do at this point. Do you need England at this point anymore? I don't know. Fleet Marseille, you're possibly provoking trouble with Italy, but maybe that's what you want to do. It could still go west. There's nothing stopping it going through Spain and mid-Atlantic. It's just slow. So yeah, Tim, I think probably keeping his options open with that fleet. His fleet Picardy is not any use to defend against Italy. Austria's dead. Maybe Italy now is coming west, so it could be defensive as well. And yeah, a fleet by Christian is an interesting choice. Particularly with also the fleet in North Coast for Russia. That sort of says that maybe they had a falling out before the builds, like in the negotiation period or something, and they both knew that they were going to end up fighting, and therefore they both built against each other. I would be very wary of playing England with 4 fleets and no armies, but maybe
Christian just loves fleets.
Was maybe Sweden supposed to support Skagerrak to Denmark and it chose to support Norway instead?
I wonder if it's something like that. Yeah. It seems like something happened in the negotiations that meant that these two were now going to be fighting, and they both knew it was coming. Because otherwise, surely you build that fleet in the south coast and push in against Germany. Make sure you get built.
Definitely a brave thing to build yet another fleet when you have France sitting in the English Channel still. Yeah. Let's see, but it's moving away. Chris, what do we have in the west apart from English Channel to Mid-Atlantic Ocean?
Yeah, both those fleets pulling back is interesting. Marseille to Spain and English Channel to Mid-Atlantic. You would have thought one would go the other way, and maybe the other one the other. I don't know. But we do indeed see the 2 Italian fleets coming west. So it was clearly the right thing to build that fleet Marseille to help defend against those Italian fleets. What else have we got? The German army in Ruhr gets piffed, which is not great if you are Germany. You really need all 3 of those armies at this point. That's because of Austria, which is like Stephen just like, well, I'm going to have influence on this game at the end, whatever it is. And so David should be very unhappy with Stephen for that. I think maybe there's some bad blood between them, but it seems unlikely. That seems just like a gratuitous, I'm going to do something that has an effect on this game. And it has a huge effect on David, and not in the positive way. We also see England getting into Denmark, and not getting into Denmark because of the Sweden supporting it. So it looks like the Russian-German alliance that seemed to exist at the start is now definitely a thing. And that fleet St. Petersburg doesn't do anything except support Norway, which loses a little bit of momentum there. I mean, he didn't know what those 2 fleets in Skagerrak and North were going to do. Decided to support Denmark and therefore needed St. Petersburg to support Norway. So it's very pro-German moves from Chris Kelly here.
Yeah, I agree. And over in the east, we see potentially that non-fleet build bearing fruits, Dan, Italy, going over to the west, and Austria potentially janissarying for RT, absolutely. I suppose.
Yeah, so look, this is going to be my favourite turn of this game. I'm going to predict it now. This is it, right? And if you can sit at home poring over diplomacy boards and optimal situations and what things should do and tactics as much as you like, there is no meaningful or coherent alliance structure outside of RT and EF, right? Everyone else is guessing in terms of each other, one another, and what the hell's going on. And you've got Russia supporting Germany in the north, and then I am absolutely positive instructing Austria to shaft him in the south, right? And why is he doing that? Is that coherent? Mentally, is that coherent? Or is that just opportunistically playing what he can play, right? He doesn't want England to get the German things. He wants to hold Germany up until Russia can get there to get the German things. But then again, why doesn't he build in South Coast? Why is Norway not going to Finland and St. Petersburg to Norway with support right now? Like, that's superior in my opinion, even if you are attacking Germany. I think Russia's a little bit passive in the north, and I think that may cost him, may not, don't know. Austria has been like, what do I need to do to stay alive? And maybe they just thought of something at the last minute. But these moves, these little things can crack games. They can change games. They can change games. And Brandon's got a lovely sitting position. while those things move away from him. Yeah.
He's offering Russia to go to Budapest. Russia is choosing not to do that. Maybe that's the deal they have with Austria, saying like, hey, yeah, sure, as long as you're helpful to me, I'm going to work around Budapest. Of course, this at some points leaves the question, will Italy poke at it? But lots of interesting guessing games, because Italy might also be afraid to lose Trieste. Let's see how it goes.
Hold on, wait. Oh, yeah, okay. There it is.
There it is. What were you expecting?
I was not expecting this. I was not expecting this one bit.
Now that's how you defend Munich, right?
Yeah, that's a good way to defend Munich if Germany had anything to do with that, but I'm not so sure. It might have been just a good coincidence for them. Apart from that, in the East, Dan, we see Italy get a build. Who'd have believed it?
Who? Not me.
Yeah, me neither.
Brandon's all in. Brandon's all in on the IT. I thought it was fake, but he seems to be up for it.
Yeah.
Aegean to Smyrna is like Aegean to Smyrna with a built-in pocket.
Yeah.
At least it's not calm.
I mean, he's just decided I don't know. I mean, either he thinks this game's going to 1915, and he's got plenty of time to let the West develop, let Albania come out, Tunis, get Gulf of Leon, Western Med, North Africa, right? Get those two stalemate lines up, then just take Italy out. I don't know.
It's gonna be fascinating to see for sure. The RT seemed very nice, but yeah, this should definitely give Russia some pause. Over in the West, we see, as we said already, actually, can you quickly explain, Chris, why is Munich not falling even though Germany is not supporting it? Newer players who are thinking, what the heck? This doesn't make any sense.
So Munich actually tried to move, so couldn't be supported anyway, tried to go into Ruhr. But there were two equally powered attacks that both tried to take Munich. So the Silesia supported Bohemia into Munich, which has a power of 2, and Ruhr supported Tyrolia into Munich, which also has a power of 2 because Munich can't cut the support from Ruhr, which is attacking Munich. So those two attacks, both with the same strength, neither succeeds, which means that Munich gets to sit there and mop their brow a little bit as having survived despite not having any support and having two attacks, both of which could, if either of those attacks had gone by itself without the other one, then it would have succeeded because it would have been a strength of 2 against the 1. But because it's the 2 against 2 for the 2 attackers, Munich gets to survive for another year. The Denmark is interesting. Did Sweden just hold this time, or did Sweden support Norway? Sweden supported Norway.
It supported Norway, yes, yes.
So Chris decided, I gave Denmark the support in the spring. I can't afford to actually do that again. I need to make sure that I'm not going to lose Norway here. Playing very defensively in the north and more aggressively in the center. I'm not sure about the decision. I think I might have let Denmark fall in the spring, but then maybe this is even harder in that case. I don't know. It's not terrible for sure. He's decided, as I said earlier, that he's not going to get any of the English dots. He wants to concentrate on the German dots. It's not the way I thought he might go for Berlin, but Berlin's clearly on his list of one of the dots he wants to take. Munich is often harder to get than Berlin as Russia. So save that one for maybe.
So if
he's taken Berlin and left Munich, right?
I guess so. If we move into the winter, we see Russia is leading it at 8, lots of pairs at 6 or 5, and I'm gonna play a quick game of who do you like with you guys. Dan, since you had to pick last for your overall tournament pick, I'll give you first crack at this one. Are you still with Brandon also on this board, or do you think somebody else has the edge on this board?
I mean, look, Brandon's sitting there on 5. At the moment, everyone is moving away from him. Everyone's moving away from Brandon, away from Brandon. So, I mean, he's got a built-in pocket. He's got no enemies.
Looking pretty nice.
Yeah.
Chris, who do you think? If it's not Brandon, who has the highest chance of topping here?
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, France and Germany have managed to demilitarize nicely. They've got a fairly solid alliance going here now.
France and England, you mean?
France and England. Sorry. But they're up against this. They can take Kiel. Can they take Munich? Probably. Well, maybe. Yeah, they're kind of up against the limits of where they can go. England could push up into Scandinavia with having that extra fleet. But then Germany, I mean, Russia's got builds from the center coming that could go into the north. I think if I have to pick someone that's not Brandon, I'd probably pick Chris Kelly here. He's got gains to have in the center, possibly from Italy, definitely from Germany, and then he's got the potential. He's got the 2 fleets in the north. He's got the potential to make some progress up in the north as well. But
we'll see. We'll see. I can already tell you guys that this game is still going on for a while. They're not drawing anytime soon. We will go to full board reads spring and fall. Chris, I'm going to give you the springs, and Dan can take the fall. Let's look at a bit more of like the broader picture. We don't need to look at every single move. Just the most important ones. For now, we have the builds, however. There's a fleet in Eddie, very much in line with EF. Hey, friends, I'm not doing anything to you. Army Berlin makes perfect sense. Germany's on the back foot, has to defend. And an Army Venice, which is once again not very threatening to Brandon. Italy apparently thinks there are enough fleets in the south to fend off that French attack, or potentially they are thinking that precisely to fend off France, they need something in Venice to potentially bounce Piedmont. And we will go into the spring and look at the spring moves. Chris, what do we see right here?
No, those Russian armies pulling back in the center is what I see straight away. So I guess with a failure to take Munich and the German build in Belgium, they're like, well, actually, this isn't going to happen. So I've got other things to worry about. Did Chris see that stab from Brandon coming, losing Romania?
This ain't a stab because he's disbanded it.
Oh, right.
It's not retreated, It's the Black Sea. That's agreed to pop that fleet.
Yeah, you're right. That's agreed. So the move back to Ukraine is just to keep Brandon honest after that, knowing that he's going to be in Romania and potentially could then decide to move into Sebastopol. This is, you're right. That's agreed, but there's not 100% trust. Don't leave Brandon with fully open to temptation there.
I wonder if this is a misorder. I wonder if it's supposed to be Silesia to Galicia, Bohemia to Vienna, and he's written them the wrong way around.
Silesia went to Vienna, didn't it?
Yeah, that seems to be the case,
Yeah.
That's a classical face-to-face misorder, right? That's something you wouldn't do if you see the arrows on Backstabber, but when you're riding it, it can happen very quickly that you're riding it for the wrong unit.
Yeah, we've seen a fair number of misorders in this game, actually. And Italy taking advantage of having that extra fleet in the Mediterranean. That retreat to North Africa meant that Tim had to worry about North Atlantic. He doesn't want to actually pull one of the fleets back to there, but he wants to make sure that the Italian fleet doesn't get in there. And now he's forced to retreat from Western Med to Gulf of Leon. He knows he's a fleet short, so the fleet in Belgium now has to go basically to the Mediterranean, which is it's going to take a little while to get there. There's no real attempt to do anything in Germany, which is interesting. Is this a late-breaking Western triple at this point? I mean, no one could break those 3 German armies without help from the others. So, but I mean, basically, this is with the fleet build in Edinburgh, it was clear that England and Russia were going to be fighting. So the priority there is to obviously take out those Russian units before we get any more up there.
So this is the position it leaves us with, and we're going to look at the fall moves with Mr. Dan Lester as our expert for fall turns now.
Thank you. Okay, so Russia was expecting Brandon to go back out, I think. I think he was expecting the agreement to hold. I think the move into Bulgaria was, but there's very often one move that isn't quite what it ought to be in these situations where you go, hang on a minute. You didn't need to do that, but you did. And that Con to Bulgaria move was the signal that Brandon was giving himself the opportunity to not go back again. Serbia is supposed to be supporting Budapest here. Brandon will be absolutely kicking himself if he didn't go to Sevastopol, because then he's got, maybe not, because he's got 2 builds and only 2 places to put them.
That luxury.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, Italy, I mean, hats off, mate. Hats off. Italy builds again, right, from having been in a position where I thought it was all over the shop. Yeah.
Nice little French army in Tuscany just visiting, I'm sure. But hey, at least Italy can build.
Yeah, Italy will build. France is, I mean, it's a really tough road to being France now. From having everything in front of you, now you've got everything behind you to a certain degree. Like all of your futures are yesterday's. Where's your build? Where is it? What's your next dot? And you're having to worry about the bloody Mid-Atlantic and all this stuff. What a mess. And
yeah.
Germany,
it was Kiel, but that seems like a bit of a long shot.
Yeah, that uncrackable Germany is looking bad for the very crackable Scandinavia. And if this happens to Russia, right? They go 8, 10, and then they go 6, 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting that Christian didn't take the guarantee of Norway. He didn't tap Sweden. Instead, supporting France up into Kiel. I bet there were some interesting negotiations behind that. That's possibly Tim being very persuasive there.
It seems so. But I mean, it worked out all right.
Yeah.
Maybe a good guess, but this is the position leaves us in. Okay, Italy, Turkey, that Wintergreen is on.
Sorry, Robert. Sorry, go on. Yeah, I was just saying, Chris,
go ahead.
Who's going to give up? Who he's going to cough it up to, basically.
Yes.
Who's his favorite person?
It's very interesting, and I think France at some point has to paint Brandon as the boogeyman, right? I think France's game has to somehow be connected to either get Italy to move away and then rush in behind, or make a deal with Italy so they can potentially turn and do something, right? It seems they are, as you said, pretty much stuck, so they need to change something up in this dynamic. Otherwise, IT will just beat them out, or England, as a matter of fact, isn't it? Like that? Or do you guys see a different path in France?
I mean, Italy hasn't got easy gains in France, right? I don't know that they get anything out of moving further west at this point.
True.
So maybe Italy has to look at something else.
Yeah.
If I was Russia right now, I'd just, if Brandon had gone to Sevastopol, right, instead of Galicia, he would be in Sevastopol, and there would be nothing that could cover Moscow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and Russia would be picking up too. Like, wow.
No.
Yeah, it's not looking like it's going to be much.
Just has to.
Chris is going to get to go for lunch soon by the looks of it.
So let's see. We have another fleet Eddy. Christian Brown loves those. 2 armies. Okay, well, there's no fleet anymore, so actually he doesn't need to support himself to Black Sea. That makes actually sense. Fleet Rome, and Russia, well, pulls Bohemia, which is clearly a sign that he is not just giving up everything in the north and saying, screw you, Brandon. England have everything and try to defend as hard as I can against you. And in the spring turn, Chris, what do we see over there?
Yeah, I don't like that fleet build for England. You've already got 5 fleets. How are you going to get them many? Yes, you can get Sweden. Yes, you can get St. Petersburg. But what else do you get? I guess you can put a fleet into Kiel. Are you just not going to build an army? Have no armies at all? Anyway, so Brandon advances, as you would expect, puts the fleet up into Black Sea, because that's going to be either convoying or supporting stuff. Managed to push up into Ukraine, because Chris pulls the Ukraine army back to Moscow. That seems like it might be a little premature, but still supports Munich rather than pulling back to Warsaw. So, I mean, he's probably going to have to cover Warsaw in the fall. Tries to retake Norway. Christian doesn't actually push those units any further forward. He's still trying to get Kiel rather than Sweden or some. Well, I guess the Army Finland prevents him from any easy moves in Sweden and St. Petersburg. Mid-Atlantic, there's a bounce over, and that army gets convoyed back from Tuscany to Marseille. You don't see that one very often. A French army convoyed from Tuscany to Marseille.
It's interesting fun.
Interesting that he could have walked into Venice. I don't know that it would have been the greatest of moves, but it was there. Vienna and Budapest didn't come back to cover Venice, and Piedmont didn't cover Venice either. So yeah, interesting defense of Italy there, but maybe that was all done by negotiation. There might be some. I mean, this is. I said Italy doesn't get anything out of France. France doesn't get anything out of Italy. So maybe they're able to both recognize that and actually have a discussion and say, well, if you convoy that army back out of Tuscany, then we can each go somewhere else. So we'll see in the fall whether that's the case or not, I guess.
I'm sure it's great for Italy to have a Turkish fleet in Ionian, but we'll see what becomes of it. But this is looking juicy for Brandon in all kinds of directions.
Yeah.
So we'll look into the fall position.
You can't see that being arranged with Italy or Italy liking that, right?
However, I mean, it looks a little bit like it in fall. In spring, I thought the same thing. Like if it wasn't arranged, then Italy seems to it seems they have come to terms with it, isn't it? I mean, they're not taking any precautions. Brandon could have walked into Tunis, walked into Naples, but he doesn't, Dan.
Yes, it's not been treated.
What does he do instead?
Yeah, no, everything's coming up, Brandon. You bet it is. And he's even taken the step of declining Sevastopol at this point so that he can go for position. This is a guy who is very comfortable with everything continuing to move away from him and hold back the EF for as long as possible. Our IR have probably already exhausted their diplomatic opportunities with EF to say, if you guys don't stab each other soon or do something, Brandon's going to win. Right? They would have been having these conversations like, what do you... Tim and Christian will be saying, you've got to go back and deal with Brandon. You've got to go back and deal with Brandon. And IR will be saying, well, we can't do that until you stab each other or go away. On these matters, this is the diplomat. Ultimately, the moves don't matter that much at this point for me. It's only the diplomatic tenor, right? If EF cannot find a way to get IR to turn around kind of last year, then this is a big board top for Brandon. There ain't nothing nobody can do about it. And they're already so hopelessly out of position that this is a 12-14 for Brandon.
Yeah, they at least get Kiel. So England makes a little bit of progress. The question is, will we see another fleet Eddie? I mean, would be nice. I would like it. But England might try to. We don't know yet what's happening in the other board. Maybe Christian has only armies on the other board and is thinking, I've got a nice mix of units. Who knows?
Maybe.
France is good. I'm sorry. Yes, Fleet Eddie, my favorite build. Let's see it all day long. Fleet Brest as well. That actually might be quite handy for France.
That's a replacement because he lost the fleet in the spring.
Yeah, so right. He still only has 3. Yeah, that's true. So he didn't actually gain anything, but it's definitely crucial to hold his position against Italy. Apart from that, well,
that's what I want to know. Is Brandon going to go to Bohemia? Is he going to complete the little shuffle around?
We're just going to see. I mean, at this point, it's sort of like the main question of the game is, what does Brandon want to do? Who does he want to attack? Does he want to attack anybody? Chris, apart from Bohemia, Dan Lester is salivating. What is Brandon doing?
Yeah, I mean, Brandon's pushing his units forward. He ultimately, at this point, I suspect Brandon is counting his 18 and saying, right, which are the limits of that 18 that I need to secure? And then he'll be planning to work backwards from that. Whether he actually does that depends on how the game goes and how he feels about Italy. but yeah, that's what he's looking at. He's looking at, well, I'd like to have Munich. I'd like to have definitely Warsaw and Moscow. So I imagine he's probably looking to secure Munich and possibly Berlin at this point. He might walk through Warsaw. This is a spring move. He doesn't have to stay there. Prussia might be more important at this point. Yeah, and the Russian armies holding off the English fleets is a good thing for Brandon. He's not complaining about that. So he probably quite likes having 4 Russian units in the north that are defending against the English advance.
Yeah, and France sort of retreating to Mao, right? Thinking that they'll lose it anyway.
Yeah,
it's an interesting choice. Yeah,
he wasn't guaranteed to lose Spain, right? He could. Oh, no, he was guaranteed.
I think he was. Yeah, unless
Turkey
tapped Italy or something, it was guaranteed. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you can't hold Spain, you want to not lose that fleet, pull it back to Mid-Atlantic, and also avoid there was the possibility that the Italians went into the Mid-Atlantic as well. I mean, you could have pushed English forward into Mid-Atlantic and then retreated to Portugal. That would seem like but then you're not guaranteed to get into Mid-Atlantic. So I guess that's the reasoning. You want to make sure that your fleet is in the Mid-Atlantic. I wonder if we're going to see one of those English fleets come back to North Atlantic at some point.
To help them defend, yeah.
Yeah.
Italy getting a build. Who knows? Maybe getting the material he needs to slow down Brandon. Dan, talk about Italy.
So this is probably the only situation I've ever seen on a diplomacy board where there's nothing next to Budapest. At the beginning of this season, there are no units next to Budapest. And at the end of this season, there is one fleet that cannot touch Budapest next to Budapest, which is really great. And it just goes to show how unbelievably solid this IT can be. I love an IT. It's fantastic. And I reckon that Brandon's giving Emmett the opportunity to get viable here. And I'm just not sure that he's that bothered about it. I think you could talk about the 18, and absolutely, I think if he thinks 18 is on, he's got until dinner time to figure that out. So take your time and give your ally that opportunity to come in with a really big second. This could be a 14-11, and they might be having a whale of a time, right? And this is the other thing to know about face-to-face, y'all. If you're having a fantastic time with your ally, you just don't want it to stop. You're just really enjoying it. And these two have done the confounded opinions like mine ever since 1902, just through pure intentionality. So fantastic. I'm sure this is a deal to walk out of Sev. He does take one off Russia for that extra build, and why not? He can if he wants. It takes Warsaw, probably because it gives him kind of more options to move forward as well in the fight. It's fun and games. And Italy's building 2. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, they are indeed 2 Iberian centers. Turkey has a build. Let's see if they put something down. Russia going down 2. Turkey's taken 1. And England has taken Sweden. So England can build another fleet. Eddie, please. Oh, no, sorry. But fleet Liverpool, actually probably to the point what Chris was saying earlier. Was it Chris or was it Dan who said like that it might come back to sort of help France defend mid-Atlantic Ocean? Gascony and Ruhr are going. France in trouble. I mean, this hole in Gascony, you really don't want to start guessing over Italian armies flooding into Gascony or Burgundy. But what can you do? You're down to 4.
Yeah, I think looking at England and France as an alliance, they probably should have brought one of those English fleets back earlier, so that I mean, you've got 2 removals here as France. There's no good choices.
For sure.
If you had another English fleet back there, then you could have pulled English instead of one of the armies, which would have been a nicer position. But you needed to think about that a year ago.
It definitely seems that they sort of missed a beat, that they should have positioned back to defend the line a little earlier. Maybe they were too embroiled in getting German centers. And then, it's easy to miss that timing, especially in live games where you have little time.
Yeah. And if Christian presumably still playing 2 games at this point, so We don't know what.
Yeah,
about
probably.
The other
And
game,
getting
but
eliminated
entirely
early.
possible he's got a good game going on the other side as well. And so, yeah.
So, Chris, we see a bit of repositioning by EF. Apart from that, not that much happening. What do we see in our Turkish friend doing? That's maybe the only really interesting thing.
Turkish armies coming up to take the place of some of those Russian armies by the looks of it. The retreat from Moscow to Livonia, that helps defend in the fall. Ultimately, they know that they're losing St. Petersburg anyway. So Brandon's looking to secure that Warsaw-Moscow line and make sure that he can do that without Chris. Bounces between Italy and Turkey, keep everyone honest. They don't need to help defend Munich. The German, though, helps push Marseille up into Burgundy, which is significant because that Italian army in Burgundy has Paris and Belgium and things like that, that there aren't many French armies to defend. Belgium going to have to be covered by England, which then could transfer the dot where you don't really want it transferred. And having to fill Gascony with a fleet. Yeah, the French position is looking very precarious here.
Definitely. We have this right now. And Turkey has moved back to Tyrrhenian Sea. Looks arranged, but it's definitely another unit that could do mischief if Brandon at some point thinks about stabbing Italy.
Brandon can look at what result do I want from here. As you said, the broad top is the main thing. I would imagine that Emmett's not going to deny him the broad top. Like Brandon's guaranteed the broad top at this point. It's a question of how many points does he want to get out of this game. And maybe that's a question of, do I want to be a clear leader in the tournament, or do I want to hold something back? There's all sorts of interesting questions come on. People have different opinions about that first game, whether you want to take a huge result and be clearly well out ahead of everyone else, or does that make you a target for the future? I know Dan's a big favorite of take the points when you get them, because who knows what's going to happen in the future. Other people will argue the complete opposite. They'll say, no, I'd much rather have be tied for top going into the second round or something like that. So, yeah. I'm not sure what Brandon's philosophy is there, to be honest. I don't know.
Maybe we'll see in this game, yeah.
So look,
but Dan, we see a bounce in Naples. And
we do.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we've got little range bounces all over the place. I think, it's intentionality is the key. We've been speaking a little bit negatively about Christian's swarm of fleets. Way too many fleets, right? Crazy town. But I tell you what, having a massive swarm of fleets does do, and it makes it unattractive for Italy to turn the corner and to wish to. Because ultimately there's only one centre available now by sea, and that's Portugal. And they could have had Mid-Atlantic in the spring, and they kind of elected to do this little shuffly thing anyway. Italy was reluctant either to push Turkey in or to allow Turkey to push him in, or someone was reluctant, right? And again, Portugal was potentially there, but that's kind of it. Especially because there seems to be a board-wide consensus that Germany should live. And it was Germany that pushed Marseille into Burgundy there, right? It was Germany that did that. It was the Munich support for Marseille that put it in Burgundy. So I think, with Germany as the barrier and a massive swarm of English fleets in the north, Brandon's probably thinking, well, time up, really. Time up on this IT, maybe, possibly. This is the first turn in a little while where Italy hasn't had any builds. So, you could potentially stab something here, getting to pick up. You're already building 2 as Brandon. If you take
arrange bounce in Naples, leaving Tunis open. So
yeah,
Brandon could walk into Tunis. But...
As it happens,
or Rome, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
So he's got his choices, right? He's got his and the choice is potentially now, or he can wave and not choose. But 2 fleets, Con and Smyrna, and it's on. Let's have some fun, whatever. Let's see what he decides to do. And again, we said earlier that all the decisions are his, and I agree with that.
Italy can
nick Belgium as well, right? I don't know if that's by agreement, but England's nipped into Belgium there.
No, I think that was cover Belgium because of the Italian army in Burgundy, and if it goes English, then so be it. So, but that's not great for defending France. He's got to pull one, and Paris is going to be Italian at some point, unless without any English armies to land in Picardy or something.
Mm-hmm.
What
do we see Brandon be a Care Bear and take a draw here? Oh, that's also a good question.
I guess you pull Gascony, but it's horrible. If you're Brandon,
maybe Brest actually.
I mean, do you leave Munich, or do you insist on Munich, or as you say, do you have some fun and take some Italian dots? They're there. It depends on what brand.
Right? If you get to Munich, you might actually think you can get a solo.
Yeah. I think this comes down to that philosophy of is Brandon going to want to be way out ahead, maybe going into round 2 or not?
Yeah.
So we'll see. It could end soon, or it could keep going with Brandon.
I mean, a solo will probably.
A solo would probably win the tournament.
A solo is getting him very close to actually having won the tournament already, unless somebody else.
I don't know about the solo. Surely the solo is not from here. Surely not.
I wouldn't have thought this is a soloable, but
now he's turned back. Now they've turned back from the west for whatever reason. Armies, yeah. I mean, that's perfectly good viable stab option. Yeah.
Seems my internet is glitching just a little bit, so I'm hoping I'm not cutting out too much. The board was gone for a little second, but now we've got it back. Another fleet by England in London. Yoo-hoo! I love it. Okay, let's see what Brandon does, if he feels like Italian dots are there to take, or whether he is looking elsewhere.
Brandon's got all the armies, so I think a solo is possible from here, just because the West can only defend, like they could take Berlin or defend Berlin, but they can't defend Munich. They can't ultimately defend Paris except with Italian armies, right?
Oh my God, you're right.
The unit mix is wrong.
I think it's
Turkish solo.
I think it's not entirely possible. Like, as it usually is the case, like if everybody works together perfectly from this moment on, yeah, sure, they can prevent it. But if he finds the right moment to stab Italy, I don't think it's completely out of the question. The question is, how long will it take? As a little bit of intel, I got the information that round 2 was starting in about what would be the time frame of 1910 in this game. I'm not saying that we're playing over that line or not, but this is sort of when round 2 was scheduled to start. So that is also a consideration. Do you want to play 2 boards at once if you keep going for like 1912, 13, 14 and trying to push for a solo?
That's when you're Brandon and you say to everyone else, well, you might as well just concede to me so that you can play your second round game. And
yeah, just walk out. It's better for all of us.
Or we can play this out.
Okay,
and
let's have a look at this. Eventually. Chris, spring moves. What do we see?
We've got the Turk an army up in St. Petersburg. That's a great position to be in. That messes up in Finland, and the English armies are going back up to Norway. Oh, he has to cover Norwegian, has to cover Norway. Yeah, that remaining Russian fleet is causing Christian some problems there. They do finally take Munich from the Italian goes into Munich, so that's a good sign for Emmett. But I mean, it's symbolic because Brandon could take it off him in the fall, probably. Unless Burgundy being you was got to assume that Burgundy and Marseille are going to take Paris because they can guarantee Paris. So that could even just be a trade. That could be expecting that Italian army is going to go on to Ruhr in the fall. But yeah, I'd be very wary if I'm Emmett at this point. I wouldn't be wanting to push much further west. I would take Paris because why not? But I would not be wanting to put that Munich army up into Ruhr. That's just leaving yourself.
If you can get it, I mean, it's not trivial to take.
And with all those fleets, you're not getting anything with it anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is.
I mean, Paris is not trivial to take from this point either.
This is a catastrophic turn, right? If you're in the West. And actually, I think it's a catastrophic turn if you're anyone who isn't Turkey. We're now. Oh, you're right. We're on Salo watch and for real. And now it's out of whether Brandon wants his first. So they didn't draw last turn, possibly. The hope is because Italy and England were on the same number of centres, right? So maybe I don't know if there's points for clear second or something, or they felt like the IT. I know when I'm in an alliance, I want first and second, and after that, I'm okay with that, right? So now this is what I'm watching out for, right? If they are going to draw with Turkey with a nice, good, solid board top 10, 12, maybe Italy in clear second, if that's the goal, then, or even if Brandon wants to be generous and give an equal top, although I find that unlikely, or does he want to keep going? This is, I mean, how you cannot order Norway support Livonia to St. Petersburg or vice versa, right? Or it has to be that way around. It's beyond me. Yeah. It's beyond me. And Sweden to Skagerrak, or Denmark or you want to go to the Baltic, Sweden to the Baltic, right? He'll sit on his butt. It's beyond that. Is beyond me, right? Because those two units, you can have as many Barents Seas as you like, right? Norway support Livonia to St. Petersburg. Right, that's going to, you're going to be fine, right? And if they decide to do Warsaw supports Moscow to Livonia and Sevastopol goes to Moscow, then maybe okay, you go Sweden to Finland to get 3 on it. But that keeps that whole theatre fit. That's done.
Well, you pull Holland back to north in case Barents goes to Norwegian or something, right? But
great, fine, absolutely right. But that whole theatre is now. But now the Turks in St. Pete. Now you got to worry about Finland. No, Turkey's got enough armies to stuff up there as that he wants, and that is it's going to take you 2, 3, 4 units that you don't have just to keep that stuff quiet. Plus, St. Petersburg is about as far over the line as you could hope to be as Turkey, right? And it's quite tricky to winkle out. Meanwhile, Germany's had enough, right? Not only is his mates have decided that it's time for him to take a bath, or he's decided, vice versa, right? He wants to get out, have a little drink, have a bite to eat before the next round. Thanks very much. Well played, Germany. 2 thumbs up, mate. Very difficult game. I thought you stayed in it and did lots of excellent, interesting things. So well done. Not easy to defend in that situation and have a good time. He's picked Munich up. Yeah, he's picked it up. He's chucked it away. Right, he's out. He's had enough. Finished. He's not upset. That's it. Bye. So now you've got no armies in the centre because Berlin will do the same. No armies at all. There's one army left that isn't Italian or Turkish, and that one army is Paris.
Yep.
So if the Italians suddenly, with the army that's appeared in Romania, as if I always talked earlier about that one move that's wrong, they'll do that one move.
Oh no, that's going up to Galicia and then up into Germany, Dan. Surely.
Right? Well, should it not have convoy to Sevastopol? Yes, it should. But it did not. It didn't. Okay. For a little bit of extra speed.
Down, Dan. It's just like he wants to.
Even if it doesn't do it this turn, you've suddenly got a precedent as well.
All right. Yeah, it's.
Oof.
Choose.
Yeah. It's all kinds of fun.
Let's look at it. Full turn.
Yeah. Okay.
There's Berlin. There's your second center on the western part of the midline for now.
Not that Galicia is much better than Romania
for
from
Turkey.
an Italian point of view.
Yeah. Okay. So the next. So what happens next is Italy probably builds another fleet to help him go west, or maybe one more army, right? Okay. Turkey's building 2. He puts on 2 armies. The convoy to Romania is already established, right? So he'll do it again, and then boom, down it all goes. That's my prediction.
10 is the position. Brandon has 2 more builds.
I think at this point, as Brandon, you might as well
see the stalemate line. It's questionable whether, like, the foot across.
What's the worst case for Brandon if you stab Italy now? You're not ending up on any fewer dots than you have already, right?
So we're looking at builds, 2 more armies. It's not in con, but still 2 more armies. You could definitely ask, is Italy like, what are they doing? Well, I'd argue they are not for alliance purposes. And another fleet by England. I love it.
You need those armies as Turkey if you're staying allied with Italy, right?
It's impossible, yeah. Italy builds an army, but it's probably too little too late. We will go and see. The game is over. What do you guys think?
Yeah, fine. Well played. Turkey, big score, 12 center top, absolutely fine. I think we can all look at this position and know what happens if they decide not to play round 2. They want to play round 2, they draw. Turkey's had a great fun game with Italy. They've helped each other. They've worked well together in some precarious circumstances. Nobody wants to bugger that up for the sake of, not playing in round 2. And okay, Brandon could put one hand on the trophy with a solo, but it's round 1. So as soon as someone solos in round 1, then everyone knows the only permissible result in the following games is a solo.
And,
so
and you don't,
tournament transforms.
For
and
sure.
it's not like the solo is guaranteed from here. There's still work to get it, and it's not for sure. And you end up on a 15 center board top rather than 12 center board top, but you haven't played the next round, then you're much worse off, right? Overall in the tournament.
Absolutely. And Naples and all that is hard to get from here. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the second thing to consider, which I think we haven't spoken about, not even one time in this commentary, and so many apologies for this, how much of this was an EIT throughout, either publicly or at what point did it become an EIT, if at all? Right, I'd be interested to know what I would love to know. I'd love to be a fly on the wall what England's negotiations were with Brandon and Emmett through this game, right? How much he felt like he was a little bit in control, and whether that whole continuously building fleets was with one eye on an EIT finish that was as safe for England as you could hope for. Yeah.
So let's bring Michalis back. Michalis, sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Like me saying 20 minutes aged about as well as my good hopes for the game with Chris and Dan at WDC this year. But you got an IT as a reward for your patience. I mean, you must have loved this game, didn't you?
Oh, this was a great game to watch, and Brandon was in an incredible position there at the end. But you guys didn't mention it. I only started looking at it right at the end. If Brandon does keep the game going but doesn't stab, you also have to start questioning whether Italy can solo this game, because Paris and Portugal are essentially there for the taking. Once they fall, if England's being pressured in the north at the same time and starts losing centres and Brandon doesn't take the opportunity to stab, Italy has a lot of centres that are in their reach as well in this game. So I would have been tempted as both Italy and Turkey to try and play this one out.
Yep. Of course, with the caveat that you would have to play 2 boards at once, or as Dan mentioned,
Easy.
Totally gamble on the solo and not play round 2. Easy. Michalis can do it. Michalis is usually playing. Anyway, let's give Chris a little bit of a break. We'll move onwards to board 2. Thank you, Chris. We'll see you in about probably five hours or so in terms of my predictions. Let's see how long we take for the next one. Enjoy your break, and we're gonna have a look at board 2 of round 1. This is our board. We see Christian Brown again. Okay, that much about my prediction of all armies. Maybe we will see it because he has Austria. Christian Brown playing Austria on this board. Then we have Saren Kwok, who I have been told is now actually a native of Chicago. She seems to have moved there fairly recently. Now we still have playing England. Darren Brown, yet another Brown, in Peoria, Illinois, might very well be related to Christian Brown. I don't know, but since they are both from the same place, seems like a reasonable assumption. Nick Heibel playing Germany. Robert Chase from Chicago as well, playing Italy. Ed Sullivan, DBN's own, playing Russia. And Ben Kelman, your dark horse, Dan. So we see your 2 picks in Turkey here. Ben Kelman from Ann Arbor, Michigan in Turkey. What are you guys looking for on this board?
So most of these players are new to me. So a majority of them. I mean, let's see. I think Turkey survived an early onslaught in the first game to prevail. I think let's see if my other pick can do the same. Yeah.
Games with Ed and Saren neighbouring each other have often produced some very firework-style results in the past when I've seen these, seen them in that position. Sometimes they work together and just stay together the entire game. And usually when that happens, Saren then stabs Ed at the end and wins it. Whether Ed can break that trend this time, I'm not sure. But I would be keeping an eye out for that in particular and for some sort of long-running ER cooperation and see if Ed can avoid the trap again.
I want to point out the one virtual top board where Ed actually prepared a poem for Saren. I don't know if you were on that board, Michaelis, but it has happened, I've been told.
I try not to remember my top boards
Okay.
that have been with Ed and Saren.
Fair enough. Probably for good reason, even though, well, I'm sure you've been on many more top boards than I have, so that's already a big success. And we will move onto the board. Let's start with springs and fall. Dan, you had the falls just now, so how about you take springs and we give the falls to Michaelis here. This is the board, and we just heard from Brian in the chat that Darren is actually Christian's father. He hasn't played diplomacy in 20 years. He's come back. Probably Christian brought him along. So good to see that. So father and son in France and Austria. Interesting. Okay, spring moves. We are excited for this spring, Lester. Does it give us anything interesting?
Well. The absolutely horrendous worst case scenario bounce in the English Channel. What a catastrophe. What an absolute stone cold catastrophe for all involved. If you want to guarantee the slowest possible start to a diplomacy game, bounce in the Channel. Now, I'm not saying it was the wrong move. One or the other of these guys was determined to go there, maybe both. Maybe they got really into one another's bad books right away. Maybe Nick is an absolute genius, a master of negotiation, and got them both to betray each other. If, however, this was, I don't trust you much, let's do a DMZ bounce, well, the 1983 wants its tactic back. Because, frankly, this is, in my opinion, the worst possible situation for both parties. Elsewhere, Trieste goes, Trieste goes and Ionian goes, so we can expect a Gian, I suspect, in this game, as is now the trend. So 2024 versus 1984 in the West. I think, Ankara bounced black, possibly needfully, possibly that was kind of necessary. But yeah, unlike with Brandon, who was able to slip into Khan and bounce in Armenia, honoring the local tradition, this is more conventional. And let's find out if we get what is now universally acknowledged to be a fast start for the AI.
What I would say about that bounce in the Channel is that it very much depends how it came about. And if it came about because Germany did persuade both of the other two to open there, I often find that this backfires horrendously for Germany. It's really, really easy still for EF to disengage and go about their normal ways. One of them takes Belgium, England takes Norway, and from there, they've both gone, we tried to shoot our shot at each other. It hasn't worked. Let's just work together instead. And a lot of the time I've found watching games where there's a bounce in the Channel, you'd think it's good for Germany. And I've very rarely actually seen it work out well for Germany as a result. It almost feels like that those two powers, having tried to attack each other and failed, do just end up on the same page and just go, sure, whatever. And yeah, Germany is the odd person out as a result. So Nick's going to have to play this really carefully, I'd say.
What's the matter with me? I was literally just told that Darren hasn't played diplomacy in a long time. And now here we are with a tactic from my youth.
True.
So there we go. Let's see. Michaelis, love your take. Love your take.
Okay. We move on to the fall. Michaelis. Ooh, another old school thing that my eye sees in the East.
Yep, we've got a Tila Panto. 1983 is back, and it's back with a vengeance. Cool. Okay. I haven't seen a Tila Panto actually work possibly in my entire time commentating on DBN, but hey, this could be the time. This could be the one time the Tila Panto works. It's Ed Sullivan and Ben Kelman. They won't know what to do against it. You guys have got this. I've got full faith that you guys can out tactic Ed and Ben and Ron. Yeah. Okay. But beyond that, Italy has taken tuners with the convoy as well, so Turkey isn't under immediate pressure. They've opened up Smyrna for the fleet build, and RT have done what RT would probably want to do. And this just goes back to now, you guys had a conversation last game on Italy having choices, and Italy does have choices from this position. And a lot of those choices now that they're in Serbia is, when do I take Trieste? And that's usually what happens from a Panto. And they get stalemated for a little while, and Italy just goes, look, Greece is right here. Trieste is right here. Oh, sorry, Austria. Be interesting to see if that happens again here. The North, well, I predicted a possible ER, but Yorkshire to Norway isn't the most pro-Russian of moves. Germany bounces Sweden, bounces Belgium. Germany is full on board the the EG rather. England is now in the channel, so maybe that's going to work out for them. I guess we'll find out from the builds and from next year, but yeah, Ed will be a bit disappointed to have been bounced out of Sweden.
Yeah, full Panto,
Sure,
I think also
either he
Med, but apart from that, yeah, if I recall correctly, yeah. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. So, sorry for the interruption. My internet is sometimes screwing me over, so I think I start talking when you have talked already. Then, anyway, let's move onwards to the fall and see how this progresses. Not the fall, the winter. We see the following builds. Okay, Fleet London by Saren. France builds just an army. And yeah, Jeff builds look very, very pro-English. An army in Venice, which is, of course, just there to be very careful with Austria, I'm sure. And then just a flexible army Moscow for Ed Sullivan. Anything stands out to you guys? Anything you feel like we can read a lot into?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, you're Austria, already out of position because your fleet's stuck in Albania and you've got an army in Greece, and your reward for all of this is an army in Venice. Yeah, this is why Pantos did not become a fashionable thing for a long period of time.
Yeah, but if you don't like it, right? You can take Serbia and keep Trieste right now, right? And you can leave Greece to the Turk and say, there you go, matey. AT it is. Problem solved, right? Vienna support Albania to Trieste. Budapest support Greece to Serbia.
I think we have a very different definition of problem solved there, Dan. I don't consider 4-center Austria with no immediate prospect of growth and a big Italy or a big Turkey around them as problem solved.
I suspect it's going to be better than what we're imminently about to see for poor old Christian, who, don't forget, is about to have a very long and productive game on the other table. I wouldn't count out the idea that this guy is preoccupied, and he's gonna. They're probably looking at him going, well, we'll take him out here quickly so he can concentrate on the other one. The build of the day is Fleet Berlin. This is the the catastrophic consequences of bouncing in Sweden for Russia. Is that you not only don't have Sweden, but now you have a completely unnecessary, build of Fleet Berlin, which presumably is not going to go to Prussia. Fleet Kiel can go to Baltic just as well, but if you want to send a lovely pro-Western, I don't mind England and France, whatever it is that you guys decide to do, I'm fine. But you do potentially have a free Denmark, you're England, and you want to change sides.
Oh yeah, Fleet London is not really the unit to attack France with. Not only is North Atlantic wide open for France to go up and take Liverpool, but you're not getting an army across anywhere. Your only army is in Norway, and you're unlikely to be convoying that back out. It's not impossible, but it's probably not your go-to move in an EG. So I'm not convinced yet that this won't just see England go to, let's say, the Heldel and Bite. And yeah, Germany is putting all of their eggs in the English basket. England still has a lot of flexibility.
Let's see what the spring brings. Michalis. No, sorry, it was Dan in the Springs? It was Dan in the Springs, yeah.
It's me in the spring? Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, there's a lot of arrows in the south. I might get a migraine if I go there too quickly. So I think I'll just stick in the north. Yes, there it is, Baltic with support. Yeah. So presumably, like, very casual guarantee Sweden in the fall. I mean, Norway could have supported Denmark to Sweden or vice versa right now. Norway could have gone to St. Petersburg. So lots and lots of English fun and games. I'll really be really interested to see how EGR shakes out in the fall. France is in some degree of distress, but seems to be holding out okay, right? I mean, no big problem right now. going to get a build this turn. As Michaelis correctly identified, Fleet North Fleet London was not the build, really, if you really meant to go after France. So and France playing a nice, cautious, cautious game. In the south, well, yeah, I mean, a more aggressive Austrian defence than the one I outlined, and no less successful, may I add. Albania's there in the Adriatic. Little taps on Trieste and Serbia. Turkey says, don't mind if I do. And yeah, presumably, yeah, well, I mean, we'll see how that shakes out. But IA is I suspect, not in a wonderful condition. Russia, meanwhile, I think he's going to go in all directions. Good man, Ed. I'm going to go all the places. The only thing that we could have had there was Sev to Black, Romania to Budapest, and then he would have attacked pretty much every player on the board. So awesome. Yeah, cool. Play your options. Why not?
The number of successful Lepantos that I've commentated on DBN remains 0.
Well, the question is successful for who, but we will see. Right now, it seems that it's mainly successful for RT, but anyway.
Yeah. This has been incredibly successful for Turkey. They've got both their fleets out into the mid in spring of 02. Great.
Okay. Now, I don't think that's too bad a turn for Turkey either. What do you think, Michaelis?
Yep. Well, Serbia falls. It doesn't fall from Austria. So hey, you don't have a disband. This is fine, Austria. Look, this is what you wanted. You've got your nice war with Italy, and you've got Russia in Serbia and Turkey in the Ionian Sea. Italy pulls Serbia off the map as a result. And yeah, oh dear. The West, well, Germany's into Burgundy. England takes Belgium with the fleet, because that's really all they could do with all of those fleets on the board at this time. France holds Paris. Can't say I love that. I think that there were better moves, either self-bouncing Brest or trying to defend Burgundy. Holding Paris is the worst of both worlds. But this is very much an EG. Germany takes Sweden as well. Means they're both going up 1, because England's the one that gets Belgium, which is quite nicely negotiated by Seren. And Ed has put those 2 armies down to pressurize Munich and Berlin, which is not too bad, given he also got to retreat into the Baltic Sea. So he's probably going to lose St. Petersburg, and that's scarier than normal, given that it's an army rather than a fleet. But Germany is under a lot of pressure, and this is classic Seren as well. I'm in a relationship with my ally, but my ally is being attacked and I'm not. And you will find that time and time again if you watch Seren Hawk's games, that this is what tends to happen around the board. And here we are once again seeing that in effect.
That's very perspicacious, and what a brilliant bit of diplomacy. I also like the self-balance in Brest. I think that's bang on. I think Austria's got the best he can get out of a bad situation. Italy's already reconsidering his life choices. I think if you're Russia, I think Ed's lucked out here to a significant degree. I think he's really committed against Germany, and he's got himself a nice free build in the south. That's really strong decision making, I guess, from Ed. I don't like the way they played the north, and I think, in fact, I'm sure that Seren at least knows better tactics than what they did that turn. They could have had both St. Petersburg and Sweden in 1902 if they'd really meant to coordinate. So yeah, like you say, Michaelis, this is not Seren with her foot on the accelerator for the EG by any means.
What are you guys building as Russia here?
Depends on your relationship with Seren, how confident you are. It's Ed and Seren, and as I said before, I expect them to work together, and nothing so far has actually convinced me that won't happen anyway. But I probably wouldn't be leaving St. Pete and Moscow open for that army to walk down into. So, yeah, maybe I've got to build Army Moscow and just sort of square all circles.
Agree.
You too, Dan? You were nodding? Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, let's see.
I agree, because Ben's not building right, so you don't have to worry too much about the south.
And Ed agrees as well. We see Fleet London, Army Kiel, was probably sensible. However, maybe there would have been a case for another fleet just to be a bit more flexible and potentially have something against England. And Army Marseille, so France, yeah, trying to defend, but of course, just one fleet can be a problem against England in the long run.
The last game I said a lot of roll it, Robert, good man. So last game I started quite early on. I started saying everything's coming up Brandon, and I want to say everything's coming up Ben Kelman, which I think is probably true. He's got Greece for free here, presumably, but I think everything is also coming up Seren Kwok, right? Yeah. So witches, here come the witches.
Well, it's also the move of the day is never build armies as England. Apparently, armies are the enemy.
Oh,
Britannia rules the waves.
Well, wow.
Forbidden in
Okay.
Chicago, says England.
Okay. Fleet Sweden supports Fleet North Sea to Denmark, right? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yep.
With the
Yes.
intention of the
Yes,
fall,
absolutely.
presumably the intention in the fall of pushing Fleet Sweden support North Sea to Baltic. I mean, this is a level of trust that this is off the charts. Like, this is way off the charts. And, Germany also making progress in France to the extent that Paris is now guaranteed, right? With a lovely little shuffle there that, Paris had to guess, I think. There's too much for Brest to do. Brest is overloaded, right? It's got to support Mao. So France probably paying the price for some early passivity, and now is finding the easy to defend countries suddenly very hard to defend because that army Portugal is way out there in 1903, and really that is the only problem here, right? If Portugal had been in Spain at the beginning of this move, then there's a very simple move set that's absolutely fine, which is Spain to Gascony, Marseille support Spain to Gascony, Paris support Picardy, Brest to Mid-Atlantic. Yeah. What you're worried about? Nothing. But that one small bit of slowness in France, and that's kind of again old-fashioned ways of playing France. I'm very sympathetic with them. Ben, how about in the south? Woohoo! Austrian Army of Apulia. Oh yeah. Russia and Austria.
Oh,
This is amazing, right? Russia doesn't want his fleet. A second time in a row, Fleet Romania is deliberately disbanded. This is again move of the day. Turkey's having a wonderful day. The Russian army is sort of making its way around, and we'll wait to see in the fall about where this little waltz. There's 3 people in a waltz. Is that right? No, it's 3-4. Oh well, I'm going to call it the Austrian waltz. Where that ends up, anyone's guess. Meanwhile, Russia in the north, I'm starting to not like it. That army Kiel build is good. He ain't doing nothing, right? There's nothing doing. Over to you, Mikhail.
Okay, we move onwards. And Michalis in the fall.
Right, well, this is sort of what I expected to happen in the north, and it has now happened. Somebody went full trust on England, and England went, thank you very much, I'm going to have everything you own. So that's Denmark, Sweden, and Holland in one glorious fell swoop. Germany, Nick, thank you for playing. Welcome to the world of Seren Kwok. Germany also is convinced by this somehow to not even try for Paris, although it does look like France actually made the correct defensive moves there. Wouldn't be surprised if Seren had fed those defensive moves to Darren to make sure that Paris didn't fall either. As with Picardy and Burley both being tapped, there was no way to support anything into Paris. The East, Austria actually gets a build out of this year, which is incredible. Not entirely sure how that's happened. They actually, in fact, get 2 because one's a rebuild after Apulia. So not only are they up Venice, but they're also not losing Greece. So yeah, cool, good for them. Ed's got the army in St. Petersburg, which doesn't really matter and is really only there to make sure that Seren did do this, but now that it's done, I expect this to be an ER that destroys Germany very quickly, whilst France is in the unenviable position of playing short and only having one fleet even while playing short. So France is to be ignored at the moment by ENR.
Yeah,
Wow,
this is
what a turn.
great.
So much fun.
Sorry.
What a great turn. 3 center stab, guys. General rule. Don't turn them down. I don't care how nice you are. Don't turn down a 3 center stab. Yeah. Seems
Pretty
like
good.
a basic piece of diplomacy advice from me there.
And I mean, amazing comeback by Christian, playing 2 boards at once and getting out of this Keeler Panto mess like that. That is really good stuff on his part. So, as Michalis said already, there will be 2 Austrian builds, -3 for Germany and +3 for Serenol. Home centers free to build something. Jumps ahead, so that's pretty nice. 2 armies, just 1 fleet. Germany, interestingly, keeps Skagerrak. I would have intuitively thought that I would really want to keep Munich here, but I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Oh, I can tell you exactly what Germany feels about that. And Germany is, I want to screw England, Russia, you can have Munich. That is what's happening right there.
Makes sense, yeah.
Or France.
Yeah,
Either.
yeah,
Not
maybe.
I feel like France is not going to get there quickly enough. Austria might. Austria could have a say.
Where's Francis?
We'll see.
Oh, he was in all of his centres.
Yeah, Picardy got blown up and nothing was open for a rebuild. That's why I said he'd be playing short.
Right, yuck. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, Dan, you've got the spring.
Yeah, so let's see what's going on here. What's Budapest trying to do? Support Bulgaria to Romania?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, so the Austrians realised that this thing is possibly on the turn. They say, Italy splits 3-1, right? I think that's a kind of universally acknowledged fact. Someone's going to get 1 and someone's going to get 3, and Austria's decided he's got his 1, and that's probably enough. And then it's time to come back and get some of his. The hope was that he could get Turkey to stab Russia. I think it was probably a vain hope, considering the situation. Austria should probably have been acknowledged that Greece is Turkish. In any AT, Greece is Turkish, right? Pretty much, I would say. Unless Turkey is purely going north with armies, which is reasonably unusual. So, yeah, I look forward to seeing how that waltz continues. I think all options are still open here. Ben can pick his partner. It's going to take him a while to unlock those 3 in Italy, possibly. It's only 2 against 2 and the 3rd fleet coming. I would have liked to see Ben build in 1903, and I think he probably could have done it rather than have Austria build. He might be having a little bit of regret for not having Pop Greece last year and having that extra unit on right now. The ER, wow. I mean, this thing is real, and maybe it's been real for quite a while. This can be a very strong alliance. So those of you watching who aren't familiar with an ER, this can be an incredibly strong alliance, and it requires a colossal amount of early trust, followed by it's automatic, basically. And it becomes automatic in those moments when other alliances start to become a bit dicey. So yeah, your ability to shift material to fronts that are going to hurt each other is pretty limited, even when you start to get to sort of 8, 9, 10. So yeah, the flashpoints just aren't really there. So yeah. I look forward to seeing who knows that they're in a race with ER, do you think? Do you think IAT? No. Do you think that's what Christian's pitch was? Do you think that's what Christian's pitch was to Ben? This is an ER. We need to do something about it now. Never mind about silly old Italy. Let's go. Let's go now. In a minute, we won't be able to go.
I think the problem is that it was already too late to go. That the boat was missed in 1903 when Turkey didn't take Greece and Austria walked back out of Romania. And there were real options for an AT to have just jumped Russia last year. And at this point, say Ben took the support into Russia really wouldn't care because they probably just get all 3 German centres as their compensation for it. And the other problem that that Austria and Turkey have is that France had nowhere to go except right here. Their hope of attacking England with 1 fleet is that's not an attack. So you can't go north. You can't really go into Germany either because Russia's beaten you to it, which means you have precisely 1 path you can go through, and that's via Piedmont to try and get something out of Italy. And that might help Ben, but it certainly won't help Christian. And yeah, this is a case of ER, and whether Ben can try and catch up. Ben in Turkey does have the position that if he can get a few guesses and maybe get some builds quickly, he could become a third player in this. I don't think Christian has a hope in hell, though.
So you just have to retcon this whole game at this point and say, okay, so was it an ER from when Sweden got bounced? Or did Sweden get bounced because there was already like all of its moves make sense in the context of a very secure alliance with England?
I think that there was an ER from the moment the board was drawn, personally.
Yeah, that is definitely possible. Interesting to see what Ben does here. It seems a little bit like he's still thinking this is an RT, but maybe now that he sees what's going on in the north, he will turn around. Tell us about it, Mikalis.
All right, so Ben gets he gets +3. This is what Ben needed. If Ben was going to be a third player in this game, this is exactly what he needed. He took the 50-50 test on Naples and Tunis, and he got it right. And that is massive for Ben. So this, yeah, it's still a good ER, but this is not game over for the rest of the board. At least one of them is still in it. Meanwhile, Ed loses Romania because Ben has done it whilst working with Austria. Okay, pretty cool. Ed pulls it off the board because he knows he's got to build Fleet Sev here because Turkey rather can build to force Sev. Not sure I actually like that. Ben's got 3 builds. It's very easy to make 2 of them fleets to force black anyway, so I'd probably rather have the army in Sev, but I don't know, at least you can put off that decision till the builds phase. Elsewhere in the west, Ed supports Seren into Teal rather than going for it himself. We say goodbye to Nick. As I said before, welcome to Seren Kwok's world. Hopefully it will go better for you next time. And France, because they have far too few units and no real plan on what to do with them, is just going in every direction, everywhere at once. They do have a build. They can finally put down that build they had in pocket from last year. Not too sure they're going to get any centres from it anyway, but at least they'll be slightly less open to England, who has not yet punished them by dropping into the channel.
I think France must have lied to Italy here, yes? I think those Italian moves don't make any sense unless you are convinced that you will get Venice with French support.
What I would say is, if I'm Italy, is why would you think France would do that? I'd have been very tempted as Italy to support France into Venice.
Yeah.
And I think that would have been a pretty convincing argument. I just see no reason why France would want to support Italy into Venice. France needs a way back into this game, and supporting Italy into Venice wasn't that way. Yeah.
And presumably some sort of a counterbalance to Russia, which Austria could be to some degree. Okay.
Props to Ben Kelman. There's your 3 builds. You're absolutely right, McCullough, in every aspect. I think notable that he's taking them off 3 different people, and at least 1, maybe 2 of those people are still happy with him. Because I know Austria is, and maybe Italy isn't too upset either, because he'd rather see the Turk get it than that horrible old Austrian that they've been arguing with ever since the beginning of the game, really. In terms of Darren's choices here, I don't know that he has made bad choices, right? At the end of the day, if Seren decides with her 700 million fleets with nothing to do that she's decided to take out France, whether you're in the Mid-Atlantic or whether you're in the Irish or you're on the moon, doesn't make no difference, right? She's going to holly you out and there isn't anything that you can do. But if you could turn around to Seren and say, okay, listen, you want to win this game, go ahead and win this game. Taking my centres and racing Russia is one way to do it. Taking all of Russia's centres with little old me, who hasn't played diplomacy in such a long time, and wouldn't you rather work with me at this point? You've got to make your diplomatic pitch, and to make your diplomatic pitch, you need to be in positions that are useful. If you're in a defensive position, I don't think turning around to Seren and saying it's going to take you an awful long time to take my centres is a plausible way of trying to win that diplomatic argument with Seren. So I would probably have done exactly the same thing. And it is more fun to be Ruhr in Ruhr and Tuscany and Western Med than it is to be sitting around your home centres. So yeah.
I agree fully, Dan. I don't think Darren has made bad choices. What I think Darren has done is make the only choice. I don't think he really had other options. As soon as last year happened and he was playing short anyway, I think that this go down into Italy, as I said in the spring, Piedmont had to happen. And now I'll try and screw around in Germany. Because as you say, if you just sit and turtle, you'll lose. You don't win that fight. He is well past the point where he wins that fight. So... yeah, I think Darren made what was pretty much the only choices available to him, and maybe it'll work. Maybe he's got a advantage in that as well from Ben growing and going +3, because now Darren can say to Seren, look, if you attack me, nothing's going to stop Ben from sweeping through the Med. So Darren's now got an argument of use to Seren that he didn't have at the start of the year.
Yeah, and that's his defensive line. So Fleet Marseille, hopefully now for him as well. Yeah. Yeah, you bet.
So let's see it. Nope, it's Brest. So let's see how Seren takes that. She's building an army. So there is proof you can build armies as England in Chicago. Indeed, there is this fleet by Ed Sullivan. And Ben Kelman is not building 2 fleets, at least not 2 fleets on the Black Sea. So yeah, that will be a bit of an interesting point there between Russia and Turkey. Will Ben try to shuffle things around, get Ankara into Armenia, or what will be his path forward? Here, goodbye Germany. Thank you for playing. Yeah,
that's just an error from Ben. Like, as soon as Ed pulled that unit in the retreats and therefore could have put this fleet down, you had to put the 2 fleets there. And then if Ed just puts an army back in Sèvres, great, you just put Con to Aegean, you've still got a fleet that can come to the Med. This is just worse in every possible configuration to put the army and the fleet that way around with Ankara and Smyrna. That's an error, and it may cost him.
I do agree, yeah. Spring turn. Dan, your go.
Yep, so there we go. That's exactly what, that's literally, these are the only order set that Ben has available. The one advantage of it, having it this way round, the single solitary advantage, is that you get one step further ahead in the Mediterranean. Just one. But maybe that will be significant. Who can say? England, yeah, France thinks he's had a deal and has tried to go for that deal. Seren isn't so sure that the deal between him and France is going to hold. Seren's gone all in to attack England, so that's presumably a betrayal. She has also somehow permitted Munich to fall, which is quite crafty, and it's in her gift whether she decides to give it back to Russia or not, or whether Russia decides to give it to her. So I like this from Seren. It's very crafty. It's very smart. Russia's under pressure from all sides, so she's decided to go and take those French centres. I think it's the right decision. Look forward to seeing the defence. Meanwhile, my favourite player on the board in this game now, Austria, is still... making this crazy town work somehow. I got bits all over the place, and I don't know who likes me, and I don't know who doesn't. But what's going on with Tuscany, Venice, and Rome? Because who's supporting who to do what?
I think Italy and Rome is trying to support France to Venice. So actually trying to do now what Michalis was laying out earlier, but actually instead Austria and France are both going to Rome, so nobody can decide in this like game of musical chairs which are the 2 of them who will push the other one off a chair.
Right.
And I said last time that I thought it was a mistake for Italy to not offer that. And I think, again, it's a mistake from Austria not to offer that. Like, you don't want to give France an excuse to go for Venice next turn. Yeah. France now has an excuse to attack Venice. If you'd just put France into Rome, that wouldn't happen. So you've basically forced yourself to be a bit more defensive as a result. And
although Trieste can cover, but more to the point, and I completely agree with you. Even more to the point, you can put France in Rome, and he might even disband it. So you could end up with, instead of having, and the worst thing that happens is that you help France against England for a little while. So, yeah. Yeah, you got to give that to France there if you're Austria, I reckon.
Let's see if they can figure out who's supporting who in the fall. Seems like it, Michalis.
So everybody is supporting Austria into Rome this time. Thanks, Robert. You were playing in Christian Brown's world, I guess. Yeah, other than that, France and Italy bounce in Spain, which is fun. England does ensure that Russia retakes Munich. France, their tap on Picardy, I don't understand at all, actually. Now you've got that army stuck in Picardy, which is a long way away from where you actually want that army, and you weren't trying to defend Brest anyway, so that's a bit of a strange move for Burgundy to Brest there. But maybe they're just giving up on the game, given that Tuscany and Tyrrhenian Sea didn't do anything aggressive either, so this could just be Darren saying, all right, see you later, guys.
Actually, as one little addition, Turkey is supporting Tuscany. So interesting that France, either they didn't believe it or they actually think that Austria really needs a build here, because also with Tyrrhenian Sea holding, they could have for sure have had Rome themselves if they knew the Austrian and Turkish orders. So either they didn't believe it, or they're trying to make a balance of power play, trying to sort of get somebody who can do something against it. However, I would think that balance of power is not really the mode France needs to do right now, rather than just like hanging on for dear life with that English attack coming for them.
Yeah, I mean, you could never. I mean, it looks like a mess down south, but you should never underestimate the fact that the extent to which either nobody knew what the other ones were really doing, or everybody knew, right? Mm-hmm. So Ben could be doing a little micro affection there, just to a guy that's going potentially out of the game down pretty hard. Don't worry, because it's just Tyrrhenian Sea can support Tuscany to Rome, at which point there's no point particularly having him support Venice to Rome, because it just creates an embattled Italy. Right, so it really is in France. You would rather have France have it than Italy have it to a certain degree, or maybe that's wrong as well. Maybe this is all just friends making sure Italy goes out. You just don't know at this point. You've got a couple of players who are starting to maybe feel like they don't want to be here, and Italy is certainly one of those, making sure that Turkey gets the most that they can get. So this is fascinating, really, really fascinating what's happening in the east. Austria has the opportunity to pick up Ukraine here and chooses not to do so, and that it's really a shot to nothing. Right, to a certain degree. Galicia supporting Romania means that he's not entirely sure about that Turk. So Austria is now a little bit like, not sure what's going on now, not sure if I'm as anti-Russian as I used to be. There's lots of Turks everywhere, and I don't like this betwixt and between type thing. I don't like it. I think it's a problem. When it's in your game, it might be fine in the end, but I feel like you're better off being active than passive. So yeah, it just dictates that maybe not everything is okay in the Turkish world. And then now we also see the fruits of building the thing that both Michalis and I said was suboptimal: army, Ankara, fleet Smyrna. So now that fleet is again one step further ahead. He now has Ionian and Naples and Tunis, whereas before he would have the Black Sea, but he would only have Naples and Tunis. Right, so he's a step ahead in heading in that race to Iberia that he's going to have with Seren. So it might come out to be the right thing. Meanwhile, however, he doesn't have the Black Sea, but does that matter? Because he can't take Sèvres anyway, because the Austrian doesn't seem to want to help him.
Would the Austrians support him if he was in Black Sea is perhaps a different question, though. And maybe it's a race to Iberia, but I just don't see that Ben has the ability to win that race, even with that extra third fleet in Ionian Sea. I think that Seren is going to get Mid-Atlantic next turn, and at best, Ben might be able to get Western Med if France doesn't bounce him out or does some Janissary stuff there. I don't know. It's Marseille is potentially takeable for Turkey, but I don't think Portugal or Spain are.
Yeah, it seems very much like a witches race of English and Turkish, which with Ed doing all right for himself, but I think we can agree that it is a very long shot for Ed at this point to sort of have hopes for the board top. I think Ed has a plausible way of surviving this game on a nice number of centers, but it seems like that probably Ben is the only somehow plausible board top rival for Seren at this point, or do you guys feel like Ed or maybe Austria somehow can battle back into this?
Ed has a diplomatic play. If he can flip Ben on Austria, Ed has a way back into this game. The problem is that for Ed to convincingly do that, he has to show willingness to attack Seren, because there's no reason for Ben to stab Austria if Ed isn't going to attack England. That doesn't work for Ben. So nothing Ed has done so far has suggested he wants to fight England. He's not in a great position to now do anything about it, but if AT stick together, then Ed is going nowhere for the rest of the game until Seren decides to take Berlin, St. Pete, and Munich if she needs them, or if she's stopping without them, just lets him keep them. But in either way, this isn't a winning situation for Ed unless he can flip Ben on Christian.
Seems like it, yeah. All right, we've got some builds. There's now the Fleet Ankara. Army for Budapest was sort of, a given. And Army London. So we do see quite some English armies. Any argument for another fleet for England? Probably not, right? Too many fleets already, very few French fleets. So I guess that build makes perfect sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So Contrara-wise, what did France take off? Rouen and... Oh, and he had the extra.
Just Rouen, yeah. Because... Yeah.
So I feel like if I'm Russia, I'm probably trying to flip Austria on Turkey rather than vice versa. I think Austria doesn't have a lot to do. Turkey's got lots to do, lots of fun to have. Pushing out into the Med is always a good laugh. And then, whereas, and he's, and troll up into Sev. What's Austria doing? Grinding gradually towards Warsaw, maybe, with those two Turkish armies behind him. Vienna to Trieste, Trieste to Albania, I don't know.
I think the problem with that is that, yes, Austria flipping on Turkey is better for Ed's position. I just don't see how that leads to an Ed win, because if Turkey then has to fight Austria, England's going to sweep through Paris, Marseille, Portugal, Spain, probably all the way down to Tunis. And how does Ed outrace that?
Accurate, Michaelis. Very good, mate. Yeah.
Okay, let's look at spring of 06. It's Dan's territory once again. Lead us through it.
I don't think we need to spend a huge amount of time on this. Manifestly, France has decided to defend against England. Marseille has fallen, but with, I think, correct defense, it can be, retaken. So the Turks coming through as they can. I'm still rooting for this fleet build that we considered suboptimal, that has now made it uncontested all the way to Tunis. Is this going to be the one that makes the difference? Austria is still on the fence, but feeling pretty confident about Rome. In the north, just lots and lots of progress for Seren, moving all her stuff down. Nothing further to report.
Yeah, this is just ER versus everyone else.
Oh!
There's the bomb in the fall. There is a draw, actually. Seren, while sitting in Marseille, okay, she could be kicked out, but I don't think she can be kicked out without France conceding another center, at least to her. Taking that draw on 10 centers, 100 points. Ben in second takes, it's 56 points, is what you pointed out earlier. Michaelis just 2 centers behind. Not much more than half of the points Seren is getting. And Seren, as we know, behind the score Brandon put up, but still, pretty nice board top. What do you guys think? From Seren's perspective, Dan, would you have played on?
Yeah, this is a mistake. And it's exactly the sort of mistake that I make. So I'm speaking from complete authority, right? This is a 100% Dan Lester error. And I pray for Seren, like I pray for myself in this exact same situation, that it doesn't come back to haunt her if she loses this tournament by 10 points. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Firstly, you don't know what's going on in that other game. Right? That other game went all the way to 1909, 1910. You've got loads of time before dinner. There's tons and tons of time, right? That one could go up to 140, 150. You don't know. You don't know. This is a solid score. Seren's happy to top because that's what her objective coming in. Put a good score on the board. Good enough. Everyone else gets points. You're not screwing other people's tournaments just for the sake of it, right? You're not at home to Mr. Screw Up, right? When ultimately you play on and then Ben gets out and Austria decides to throw everything to Turkey and then you're in deep trouble, right? I appreciate you want to pack this up. You want to go. You want to maybe have some lunch or some dinner and get ready for the second board and keep everything amicable. And if I'm Seren, I do this exact thing, and there's 99% of the time it's fine, and 1% of the time it breaks your heart because there's 20 more points there for her, maybe 30, and there isn't anything anyone can do about it or particularly wishes to. Right? Everyone's, yeah, okay, fine. You pick up your Paris and your Portugal or whatever. You don't have to keep going until 1910, 1911, right? But maybe those 10, 20, 30 points, maybe they'll come back to haunt her. And that's my view. And I am that exact guy that does that mistake. Yeah.
Michalis, from Ben's perspective, do you take the draw?
Probably, yeah. I think that Ben's hope here would have been that he accepts the draw and Seren vetoes it and Christian works it out, because I do think there was some risk for Seren. I think the risk is that if Seren vetoes this draw and Christian, who's already playing 2 boards anyway and is doing very well on the other board, goes, well, I don't care about this game, I'm just going to help Ben as a result. I think Christian could start throwing as soon as next year if he chose to do that. And in that scenario, it's not guaranteed Seren keeps the top. And as I said at the start of the show, open tribute, the board top is everything. The extra points for more centers is nice, but the board top is by far and away the important thing to get out of a game. As you can see here, Seren's on 100, Ben's on 56. That's what happens in this scoring system. You cannot risk losing the board top just to try and get a couple extra points out of it. And if the diplomatic situation was telling Seren that there was a risk of that Christian might be willing to throw, France is already pretty much all against her. Ed wasn't really relevant in either scenario. I don't know. Yeah, maybe she could have played on. Maybe she could have got more points. But there is, I'd say, a more than 10% chance that Christian goes, nah, screw it, Ben, you can top. And then you have a really tough race, especially if you don't want to damage relationships with Ed and you'd end up forced to stab him for more dots just to keep your top in this game.
Yeah.
A lot of respect for Seren. A masterfully played game, absolutely masterful, in control diplomatically, and, very, very solid tactically.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Another fun game, very different in character. We're going to bring back Chris Brandt on stream and give Dan Lester a little bit of a break, so you can recharge, and then we'll see you back for round 2. And in the meantime, the 3 of us will head over to board 3, round 1.
I had a question. With Christian having 2 reasonable results, well, a good result and a decent result out of that round, do both those count for him?
That's a good question. Actually, I hope somebody in the chat, because I know Brian was there earlier, some other players can tell us that different tournaments handle that differently. Of course, some say like just the best score from the 2 you played at the same time counts. Others say like, okay, if you have 2 bad rounds after this, then these 2 are part of your best 3 scores that will count. So if you're in the chat, let us know. Would be interesting. Apart from that, we will move on for board 3, where we see in Austria, Cameron Higby from Missouri. In England, the defending champion and Michalis' pick to click, Adam Silverman from San Francisco. In France, we have Jeff Shamborski from somewhere. In Germany, Nick Baker from Chicago, a local. In Italy, it's Justin Lohr from Los Angeles. In Russia, TD Brian Pravel from Chicago, who will not be playing for score. He's just there to fill the board, but he will not be in for any awards or winning the tournament, etc. And in Turkey, David Graf from Berkeley, California. So actually, especially for you, Chris, 3 West Coast people on this board. Apart from that, what do you guys think? What will we see on this board?
Well, Justin is currently top of VDL after soloing as Italy this year. So that jumps out to me immediately. He's already soloed once and now he's playing that country again. Adam Silverman also gets consistently very strong results as England. So I think that's going to be 2 players who are delighted with the country draw. Yeah, those are the 2 things that jump out most to me.
Yeah, I met Justin at SkyCon. He played. He's a fun player face to face. I got on well with him. I like him. I think he's got a good potential there. I believe Jeff is another Weasel Chicago player. So we've got like 3 Chicago players and 3 California players. So I'm not sure that makes much difference in this game, but it could be a factor, even if it's just that people know each other better, right? It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be friends or enemies, but maybe the style of play or something like that. That can be a help sometimes.
For sure. Yeah. Let's get to it. So, Michalis, you had fall in the last turn, in the last game, I think. So we're gonna give you spring, and Chris Brandt can enlighten us about the fall turns. Let's go. Spring of 1901 of this particular game, Michalis.
Well, there's a few less fireworks than we saw last time. England makes the bulk standard opening. Germany does try and open to Burgundy, which just bounces France out of it. So that's great news for Adam Silverman already, who now has guarantee on Belgium as soon as spring of 001 has ended. Cool. The East, Brian Pravel does an unusual opening of Moscow to Livonia. Sometimes you see this as a setup for a convoy into Sweden. The problem is that Germany hates a convoy into Sweden and often bounces Sweden as a result if you see this. So Brian might be a little overambitious with that one. But I guess he didn't have anything else to do because he's agreed to DMZ Galicia. Austria is not giving Trieste up for loan. We are not seeing a Trieste loan in this game. Definitely not seeing a Key Lepanto in this game. Cameron says, nah, Trieste is Austrian and it's staying Austrian.
Let's go to the fall. And Chris, this is you.
So the Turkish fleet comes out to Constantinople. We do see a loan of Trieste, so that's interesting after covering it in the spring. So maybe there were some follow-on negotiations about that. And we do see the convoy to Sweden, unopposed by Germany. So that's going to be an interest. Gives an interesting position in Scandinavia. You don't often see that army in Sweden this early. Adam does take the offer of Belgium unopposed. Why not? And your choices there are to put the fleet in and leave the North Sea empty, with the potential of Denmark going into the North Sea, which is absolutely horrible. If it does, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's like absolutely terrible. Otherwise, you convoy the army in there. Maybe it goes there to die. Maybe it doesn't. It's probably better than putting the fleet in this case anyway. France picking up the 2 does now go into Burgundy, while Germany goes into Ruhr. So don't know that tells us anything, but there's more armies on the front line there between the 2 of them.
Yeah, that Austrian position is really weird. If you're loaning Trieste, it's not usually so Italy can follow up into Venice. If you're loaning Trieste, it's not usually to put an army in Albania either. And Italy's taking Tunis. Something's gone on there in negotiations. Maybe it was a late decision to do the loan and not everyone managed to change their orders properly in time. But this is not a great position once again for Austria and Italy after spring of 01 or 1901.
No, I think if I'm Austria, I don't want to do Trieste to Albania in that situation, regardless of whether I'm expecting Venice to go to Trieste or not, really.
Yeah.
I do agree, yeah. So, but it leaves Italy with 2 builds, which is nice for them. Most people with 2 builds, apart from Austria and Turkey. And if we look at what it is specifically, an army by Turkey, that is definitely interesting. I'll give you guys the opportunity to say something about it in a second. I'll just read out the things first. Once again, this double English fleet build, Eddie and London. Germany and France both with fairly flexible builds, and Russia deciding not to put anything into St. Pete. So maybe actually they have a fairly strong deal with England, having made that play before that Michalis described already as quite anti-German. Yeah, but I think the very interesting build right here is Army Smyrna. What do you guys make of it?
Well, Army Smyrna is the IT build.
Yeah.
And this is an IT position. This is not the fast IT where you take Greece in 01, but this is Italy doesn't have a fleet in Ionian Sea. They've not done a Lepanto convoy, and they've just put a 3rd army down.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The army in Rome is definitely seems anti-Austrian, and that Turkish army build is the Italy, I'd like to be friends with you.
Yeah. As one of the foremost proponents of an IT, it's what I like to build as Turkey when that's what you've got as an option. So, yeah.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, if Italy is up for it, and it looks like with what they've done so far that they are not too pro-Austrian, but of course it could also be a position that can get very poor for Turkey quickly if Austria and Italy decide to use that soft underbelly with just one fleet to the Med and crack Turkey open. Let's see. Michalis.
All right, so the East, you can't really tell what's happening yet. Turkey does try and pull that one fleet into the Med. If it's an IT, you'd more have expected that to go into Black Sea and attack Russia, but you don't necessarily have to choose to do that yet. Turkey gets into Serbia without Russian support, so there wasn't an RT cooperation that was that strong. Turkey just felt confident they would get in. Italy gets to forward retreat into Vienna, which is always lovely. Cameron is in a pretty tough position already. The West, meanwhile, we see everyone's afraid of everyone. So England attacks Germany, Germany attacks France, and France prepares to be attacked by England incorrectly. Walks out of Burgundy to go into Picardy because they were worried about England going there. Yeah. Once again, that I think means two fronts have all come up Brian Pravel. So he may not be playing for score, but he's had one hell of a start to this game.
For sure. Yeah.
The bounce in Piedmont is interesting. That was bad for both of them, I think, as it turned out.
It seems so, yeah. Yeah. And then when we move forward, tell us about it, Chris.
Yeah, it's not exactly a good game for Austria at this point.
For Austria.
Lost Vienna. Here, Budapest goes. Turkey stays in Serbia. They've still got Greece, but they haven't kept Trieste. So they're down to 1 after 1902. That's not what you want to see. Bouncing Western Med. Italy, France seem to have. I guess they have both had a spare unit this turn. The bouncing Western Med, I like it better than the bouncing Piedmont last turn, I think. France a little bit defensive against that army in Burgundy, but the army Burgundy supported, looks like it supported Picardy into Belgium, and then France cut that friendly support. So, but it didn't matter anyway, because England got into Holland, and so France follows up into that. So, yeah, not good for Germany either, who also loses Holland and Denmark and Berlin. So Germany down to 2 and Austria down to 1. This is a very fast-moving game.
This tournament really isn't friendly to Germany and Austria so far.
Well, in this case, it's both of their 1901 decisions have come back to haunt them. And we called it out at the time. As soon as Russia set up to convoy into Sweden, you should have bounced Sweden so that this can't happen. And Germany has paid the price for letting the convoy work. And in Austria's case, they've had an army stuck in Albania where they don't really want it. And it's allowed Vienna and Budapest to fall alongside Serbia with their incorrect decision, I guess, in spring. But actually, maybe it wasn't incorrect because Italy's attacked them anyway. So Austria was on a bit of a hiding to nothing, but Germany has really paid the price for letting Russia convoy into Sweden in 01.
I wonder if that's inexperience. Both those are names I don't recognize. I wonder if they're less experienced players.
Cameron's played a lot. Cameron's had some pretty good results at Regatta and a couple other tournaments.
Okay.
So if we look at this position, we talked about the ER alliance in the last game, which is can be a very strong alliance, but it's not that common. We've seen quite a bit of cooperation between Adam and Brian, who of course know each other well. It's sort of a DBN alliance so far. Do you guys feel like this is a position where we could see something similar, where they could keep working together? Or if not, what is different now? What do you guys feel would hinder such an alliance from working on this board?
Brian is very big. He's only on 8 centers, and it's only Russia. Russia can go from very big to very small very quickly. But if England doesn't attack Brian, Adam will be looking to make sure someone is attacking Brian, because you can't just let Russia keep growing from here, because sooner or later Russia goes 8, 10, 12, 14, game over.
With Austria and Germany both folding quickly, that means there's some decisions to make. Like in the south, there's only one more Austrian dot to take. So not all of Italy, Russia, and Turkey can take that one dot. So they're all going to be looking for something else, which means there's going to be a change up there. And similarly, there's only 2 German dots left to be shared between France and England and Russia. So again, there's going to be some changes there. And Adam's in a nice position because he's allied with both Russia and France, and in a position where he could turn either way, depending on what he thinks is most better for him.
I
Maybe
think what Adam would want to see to attack Brian, he needs Jeff to commit to going into the med, though, because you're going to be very, very wary of sending too much against Russia while France is sat in Brest and Mid-Atlantic. And France didn't really make any effort to get out of Brest or Mid-Atlantic last turn.
Not even to build, because now they are building and don't have anything open. Let's look at the builds if they will enlighten us. Oh, it's a very slow and diplomatic army Liverpool. Adam saying, I'm building an army, but I'm not going to convoy it anywhere anytime soon. Brian is making 2 builds that are very openly not aggressive towards England in Moscow and Warsaw. And now we do actually see the Turkish fleet in Smyrna, whereas Italy keeps building another army. So maybe after all, Turkey looking into an RT rather than an IT. What do you think, Michalis? IT expert?
Yeah, you don't IT with Aegean and Eastern Med being Turkish, which is what's just been set up for. So Turkey has decided, although maybe it was a case of Turkey offered the IT last year and Justin didn't reciprocate in enough strength, and maybe that's what's caused this.
Let's go into spring and see what becomes of it.
All right, I'm on spring. So, okay, Germany is pushed back to Berlin and Munich. England takes Kiel. Russia has walked out of Berlin, but that's probably just because they want to put an army in there instead. If Russia doesn't stab them, if England doesn't stab them next turn, that's fine. If England stabs, they can possibly lose Sweden and get Berlin back. So it's not guaranteed good times for Brian. Meanwhile, in the south, this is full juggernaut. Romania goes to Bulgaria with support so that fleet can be blown up. Another move of the day that we're seeing very consistently. Italy hasn't yet had to make a big decision. They just defend Vienna there, which means Serbia was able to walk and take Greece rather than Turkey putting the fleets in. I don't know if this is some sort of diplomatic pitch from Turkey to Italy to say, look, my fleets aren't coming. We can still work together. But it's not a pitch I'd be buying if I was Justin, because those fleets have still got to go somewhere, and that somewhere isn't the Black Sea at the moment. France still not really making the effort to bring the fleets down, which would still make me wary as Adam of committing too hard against Russia. But Adam's got a big stab available if he wants it. And last game, we saw that work very well for Seren.
Let's see. Almost looks like an Eastern triple for now, but it's an unusual Eastern triple because Turkey has to sort of just sit behind and do nothing and potentially, ask for a center being granted at times. I have seen it before, but it's very rare for sure. Chris, what do we see here? Doesn't really look like they're all peaceful down there.
Well, I was wondering about Serbia to Greece, putting the army down there, leaving Serbia open. The fact that it's Trieste goes to Serbia doesn't look very friendly between the two of them. If it was arranged, you would think it would be Albania going to Serbia. Russia, Turkey do indeed pop that Russian fleet, so that's going to give a rebuild for Russia. And then in the north, Adam does take Sweden and also holds Belgium, so that's going to hurt Brian a lot. And France seems to have made up his mind that he is going into the Mediterranean. We've had the arranged bounce for 2 or 3 seasons in Western Med, and this turn, instead, Tunis pointlessly supports Ionian, and Mid-Atlantic comes down into North Africa. So this is looking good for Adam. Adam stabs Russia the same turn that I think you said, Michalis, that you wanted to see France going down into the Mediterranean. Well, here we have it. So.
Yeah, that's a tactical error by Brian as well around Berlin. Silesia could have guaranteed that works, and it was unlikely that Italy would ever get into Munich there. Like, France had 2 units next to it. What did you expect France to be doing? That was surely at best going to be a beleaguered garrison. So not making sure that Berlin succeeded, that may come back to haunt Brian here.
Yeah, and as Russia, a French build is not terrible here, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, good diplomatic work on EF's part. I think we were talking about, okay, I would like to see that first from France. If you can make this happen at the same time, this is just a good case of reading the person rather than just the board, which is, of course, an aspect we cannot really comment on as we only see the moves. But this really reads like Adam and Jeff are on the same page. They they know when they can trust each other, at least for now. And so good on them. It could very well benefit them both in the long run.
And the build in the army Liverpool was like building it in Liverpool makes it look friendly to Russia, but in actual fact, as we see now, it's in Norway anyway in the fall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The big benefit of the army in Liverpool is it said to France, you can't just come north and walk into Liverpool. No matter what, I'm not convoying out in spring. So maybe that helps focus France in going south instead.
And it's a little bit slower to move it against Russia, but only a season. So
yeah. So 2 builds for England, 1 for France. 2 more armies for England. So Adam playing it very differently than we've seen before. That Fleet Marseille was to be expected. Russia pulls Silesia, so definitely they definitely don't want to give up the north just yet. And another fleet for Italy, which seems to make a lot of sense, given that France is coming. Nothing too surprising in my mind. Let's see what spring brings right here.
I'm not sure I love the pull of Silesia, or I think that St. Petersburg's guaranteed to fall sooner or later, or I'd rather have tried to get some German dots instead. Instead, what we have here is Finland getting piffed because you didn't even pull it back to St. Petersburg, which is the worst of all worlds. Now you really wish you had Silesia, especially as there's a German unit that's just retreated into it and threatens Warsaw. So, yeah, that's tough for Brian. Whether this is an Eastern triple or just a juggernaut, Italy is going to be praying that Serbia is somehow friendly. I'm not sure I see it personally. It looks to me like Justin is about to be sort of collapsed between 2 alliances, even though he does seem to have had Russia on side for the past year. Russia's in enough trouble as it is. A wintergreen isn't really going to help the 2 of them if Turkey just sides with France.
Especially with Bulgaria being supported into Serbia.
Yeah.
At least that fleet isn't coming, but that's just like a little glimmer of hope for Italy. Fall turns. Chris. Well.
Okay. So Serbia does move out into Albania. Turkey playing very friendly towards both their neighbors. 3 of the units don't move, and the 2 that do move are probably they look like they're going to help Italy more than hurt Italy. So Brian has to pull Livonia back to Moscow. Budapest comes up to Galicia. He doesn't cover Warsaw. He's obviously got that friendly relationship with Germany, even though Germany's in desperate times. He knows that Germany's going to take the support to Munich that might go rather than going to Warsaw, where he could try and survive. France gets into the Tyrrhenian, which is big. I guess they had. It's one or the other. So France guessed right is what that comes down to. And more English armies going up through Scandinavia, making pretty quick progress up there, actually.
So in spring, I said about Silesia and the cost of St. Petersburg in Brian trying to defend it. And I think Italy here, this is another learning thing. Yes, you've got a 50-50 on defending Tyrrhenian Sea or Tunis this turn. But the problem is that Tunis can't be defended long term. So you're better off defending Tyrrhenian Sea. So say Tyrrhenian Sea goes to either Tuscany or Rome and you just support Tunis to Tyrrhenian Sea. Best case scenario, this happens, everything bounces except your fleet moves out and you've at least kept Tunis another year. Worst case scenario is no real difference. You've lost Tunis, but you're into Tyrrhenian Sea. It would have happened anyway. Instead, that unit that's now in Tunis is very, very likely to get piffed, and you lose one of your fleets that's really important for defending against France. And as a result of that, you have to invite more Turkish fleets to come and help. And Turkish fleets help until they don't want to.
Yeah, you're keeping that for a season, but it's not really worth it.
Yeah.
Would you guys have pulled as Russia the fleet in the north off of the board to rebuild as an army? If we go to the builds, we see that Russia is even. So the option would have been not having Bothnia and being able to put an army into Warsaw. What would you guys have done?
Yes, but it may be that Brian didn't realize that because he's only even because he had a unit piffed in spring, which is much easier to forget about.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, the fleet in Bosnia, it's a nice unit to keep around if you can, because it's it's a spoiler unit. It can cut lots of possible supports and poke at various dots that are not owned by you. It's only facing 2 other fleets at the moment, so it's not like it's going to be guaranteed destroyed in the next turn. But yeah, it's obviously not going to live for very long.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's too much England in the north already. If you have different powers owning Sweden or Denmark or St. Pete, then you can sort of make a deal with one and the other. But right now, it just seems like England can easily take care of it.
It also makes it harder to redirect England to go stab France, because now England still has to deal with that unit. Like, if you had armies in Warsaw and Moscow right now, you could easily say to England, hey, look, you don't need to keep attacking me. You can go attack France, go for the board top, and I can go and do my own thing.
Yeah, that's very true.
It's 1904. Let's play Who Do You Like? Michalis, you can pick first. I think there are some clear favorites to pick, but who's like your one favorite for the board top here?
Sorry, my net cut out for a sec there.
Yeah, I was asking you for your pick to click, like the who do you like game. Sorry.
Oh, it's Adam.
Makes a lot of sense. Chris, any argument for France, for example, or Italy? Turkey, maybe?
I mean, France isn't terrible. Turkey's not terrible, but he needs to be. I mean, he's playing you can play a slow game as Turkey. I feel like this is too slow, especially with the way Adam's going. It's not a bad position, but you need to do something with it, right?
Yeah. Well, let's see if David does. He doesn't have a build here, but France and England do. Oh, another fleet Liverpool. So, army Liverpool. So after
it's
all those,
well for him so far, right?
after all those fleets in the first 2 games, now we see lots of armies. Fleet Marseille. So EF seems to be good for now. Silesia goes. Yeah, well, Germany is in a dire position anyway. Let's see how it develops in the spring turn right here. The colors.
All right. Well, this time Brian has done the thing which guarantees at least his unit isn't piffed right after deciding to keep it. So he hasn't made the same mistake 2 years in a row. Livonia's there, and it's probably not going to die anytime soon. Cool. Unfortunately for Brian, it looks like Italy and Turkey have decided that actually Brian's a dead man walking, so they're just going to take his stuff anyway. It's quite interesting that Italy has managed to convince Turkey to go with that. But Turkey has not moved to Serbia, so for the moment at least, it looks like Justin is playing it really well diplomatically. Tactically, he's lost Tunis, as I said, it was guaranteed to happen, and it's been piffed. In some ways, it's good that France has done it from Western Med rather than North Africa, though. That's just a slightly worse set of moves from France. Marseille's gone to Spain. Maybe that's the first sign of some distrust between EF, which is exactly what Justin needs to see. So, yeah, those are the highlights.
The dislodge of Ionian is interesting. Probably known about by Italy, but
yeah, it looks like it was by arrangement. So
Bulgaria to Romania, that's not necessarily a stab there. It might be now, but it might be intending to go up to Ukraine to support Moscow or something like that. Of course, that might have been the plan in the spring, but it might change it now that Italy's in Budapest. It might be a different plan in the fall.
Chris.
Yeah, so Romania does walk through, not to Ukraine, to Galicia. Yeah, I guess that's okay. I'm surprised Adam didn't convoy Finland over to Livonia, actually. Instead, the army goes over to Denmark. Yeah, I'm not sure about Adam's moves this turn, but the key thing in the middle there is Munich trying to get into Kiel. Was that with support from Germany? So took the support from Germany, didn't go. And then got dislodged by Italy in turn. So lots of conflict in the center there. But Italy and Russia cooperating over Munich, and Italy trying to move Budapest to Serbia. But I mean, did they really expect that? Maybe, I don't know.
I'm sorry, Brian. Brian, I tried to move out, but
yeah, this is one of those turns where it'd be really interesting to hear what was going on.
I mean, this to me looks like this was some really good theatre in the spring, or by the East to convince France to stab England. So France has made that move out of Munich, thinking that Russia and Italy are clearly fighting each other. Italy's just taken Budapest. I'm safe in Munich. I can do this. And it turns out they weren't safe and they couldn't do it. It's Justin who's the massive winner out of this, though, who's somehow actually gone +1 for the year.
He's got a build, right?
He's not a build, but he's covered everything. So
nowhere to use it. So he wasn't expecting a build, presumably.
That's a running theme of this tournament so far. Is I've got nowhere to place my builds.
Yeah, but it's very interesting that France didn't guarantee that move to Kiel. I mean, okay, there was Russia as a factor, but they clearly expected there would be something on Belgium. I mean, you don't go there if you don't expect that Adam might be poking at it. I mean, if you just think you're stabbing Adam here, you're just tapping Holland and saying like, okay, I cannot hold Munich, fair enough, but let's make sure I get into Kiel.
Covering Belgium is weird.
Yeah, like covering Belgium doesn't work if you think Adam's actually attacking Belgium.
Yeah, exactly.
Adam could have attacked it in two.
True as well. So in winter, we actually have +2 for Italy with nowhere to put. That's delightful.
Because they had a piff, right?
Yeah. And Turkey, Russia has to put 1. Brian going down to 4. He gets rid of Bohemia. He still wants that fleet in the north. Now it might actually make a little more sense, as England might have to pull back, but it's still, you could still ask once again if 4 armies wouldn't be more useful, because, well, he's very open in the south to Italy and Turkey, to that Sprite alliance. But
But also at the same time, the fleet makes you more useful to Italy and Turkey. So maybe there's an argument you've got to keep me alive because you want that northern fleet. So I don't hate it this turn.
Yeah, this turn I think it's fine.
Okay.
I mean, the problem is that David's got to do something sooner or later. He's got to choose one of these 2 neighbors to actually attack, and Brian is really, really vulnerable. Yeah,
that's true.
It's a lot easier to target Brian than Justin at this point.
Michalis, is this the beginning of it already, or do we see something else?
I'm not convinced, actually. I know he's gone to Romania, but that could very easily be to put a 3rd unit next to Serbia and to go that way. Whether the move is from Romania or whether Romania is just there to support. Well, Livonia's been piffed. You don't actually need that 4th dot now, Brian. So I've got to keep Rum while I attack Italy. I'm so sorry. France, meanwhile, has decided to go in both directions at once. They've come back into the mid, which to me at least suggests that they think they've got some sort of deal with Italy. Italy definitely thinks they don't have a deal with Turkey, because Apulia is nothing unfriendly to Turkey. So, there's been a pretty big diplomatic change around on this board. And I have to say, Adam pushing further into Russia isn't what I really had on my bingo card for this year, but it's exactly what's happened there with Livonia and an attempt to put 2 next to Moscow.
Yep. Let's see the fall right here. Chris.
So Adam puts the fleet into St. Petersburg, which is interesting. He had the choice there. He could have put either the army or the fleet, and he chooses to put the fleet. So that's a diplomatic move. That's saying to Brian, look, you don't have to worry about me, even though I've got this army in Livonia. And the army in Livonia also gets convoyed out. We do indeed see Turkey get into Serbia using that army in Romania. So he's going to pick up 2, Serbia and Romania. And is that Ionian supporting tyranny into Naples? Yeah. So
it is.
But wasn't taken.
So Turkey and France working together to take some of those Italian dots. And
France didn't take the support, though. France didn't actually move to Naples, even though it was offered.
Well, I mean, it was a guessing game, right? But the Turkish order is that anyway, and then France decides which of the 2 moves he's going to make, and either guesses right or, in this case, guesses wrong. Other than that, Belgium is lost to the English fleet. So it looks like this is nice for Adam. He's probably got peace with Brian now. Possibly that means some allied units in the center. He's got a solid position, and he's gaining 1, whereas France is pulling 1. And France, if Adam's cheering for Justin in the south, because that preventing the French gain there means that there's actually a French removal.
Yeah, it's good on Adam fending off a stab by France by bouncing back with going up one and France going down one. As we said, it was not the best stab tactically on France's part, but still, he managed his units very well, and as a reward is getting another build. Italy getting 2. Well, actually, they stayed even, but they couldn't build those in the last year. And Turkey bouncing out of the corner, taking Serbia and Romania, all of a sudden being in a pretty nice position, trailing behind England a little bit. However, there's potential for Turkey here, I would say. Once again, the witch is doing well in this game. What do you guys expect out of Turkey to build?
Army fleet, probably.
Army fleet, I would say.
I mean, there's a case that fleet is in Ankara and you go to Black Sea. I just don't think it's a very strong case.
Yeah.
No, I suspect that if he wants to, he can walk into Sevastopol anyway, so he doesn't need the fleet Black Sea.
Yeah.
Fleet con. I probably would have done it the other way around. Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to put the fleet into Con and the army into Smyrna, but maybe that's actually more anti-Russian than anything.
It's the army has to go to Armenia now to be useful.
Yeah.
I suppose you can actually convoy it, but then you'll probably lose an Ionian Sea, so I don't love that either. Yeah. This looks pretty bad for Brian, which is I don't think he was the correct target for Turkey here.
Okay, tell us about the spring, Michalis.
So this is what I feared, in that France and Italy had more reasons to work together than to work against each other, and that's exactly what's happened as a result. Turkey's thrown the 2 up to go and attack Brian, and as a result, France and Italy are working together against him. Adam, meanwhile, has lost a lot this turn. That turn's gone pretty catastrophically for him, having both Belgium and Kiel piffed is... But Belgium was indefensible, so I'm actually shocked he didn't just pull Belgium up to North Sea rather than put Helgoland there. That's a tactical error on Adam's part. Justin's in a really nice diplomatic position now. He's working with working with France, rather. England's being pushed back, Turkey's being pushed back, and Italy's gaining. So Justin's finding a way to sail through the middle and steal this board top at the moment.
Yeah, David's definitely made a strategic mistake. He was already fighting Italy, and France has chosen to fight him, and now he's also chosen to attack Russia. So now he's fighting all his neighbors, which is not where you want to be.
Yep.
Ooh, interesting turn for Turkey. Full turn.
Turn around. So this is always you've always got options if you do that move to Armenia and Black Sea. Man. This is the okay, actually, I will work with Russia. Maybe recognizing the situation that I just talked about. Okay, I need to do something about this. And there are perfect opportunities for Russia and Turkey to work together here. The fleet in the Eastern Med is not great as Turkey, but it's also not terrible because he's still in the Aegean. And yeah, getting into Budapest, they've got a good play on Vienna in the fall. So maybe that's the deal. I get Budapest in the spring, you get Vienna in the fall, and Brian actually...
It's fall already, unfortunately. But
this is fall. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
so Brian's getting Berlin, right? So
yeah, Brian is building, and this is a wild year in terms of England and Turkey looked like they had absolutely dreadful springs, and then in fall, suddenly it's Italy who absolutely everything that could go wrong for has gone wrong for. Loses Berlin and Munich, and has Kiel piffed, and loses Budapest. Justin was on the crest of taking control of this game, and if this turn had gone well, he probably would have been joint top and looking unassailable, and instead it's just all fallen down like a pack of cards, and the balancing act has not worked out in his favour. France may well be back on side with England here, given what's happened there. Like, there was no attempt to defend Belgium after taking it, so EF could be back together. Mediterranean Sea holding is weird, but it wouldn't have stopped Turkey getting into Ionian. This back in a sort of England-Turkey race with maybe France and even Russia having some say on the result, and Italy going back down to, I believe, just 5 centres.
5.
Yeah, and no longer has any
What a wild French position with building 2 and a fleet all the way in Eastern Med. They've got some English problems maybe, but as you said, potentially they're working together again. But they have play, for sure. They have play. Building army fleet as probably expected. I guess you need to do that if you want to make a pitch to England saying like, hey, I'm playing in the south for sure. Like, let's work together. However, Adam doesn't build as if he wants to work with France once again. He's built in Liverpool a lot, but now it's a fleet, and that's something quite different.
You can't read English bill as anything other than anti-French. I don't think the armies are borderline, but the fleet is pretty definite.
And it's also the case of where else was Adam going to go here, though? Like, you've removed the Italian threat to Adam, and he's got a fleet in St. Petersburg blocking him from going after Russia.
Yeah, it's about Berlin that he has to take. Yeah,
not blocking it very much. There's an army in Finland that can. He's only one season away from moving armies down into Russia again. But yeah, I agree. There's much more. It's much easier, and there's many more dots in France than there are in Russia.
Yeah. All right, so Adam is indeed sending everything off to France. That makes sense to me. It takes Ruhr successfully. Looks like he's got Brian completely on side. Like, it didn't actually matter that Berlin tapped Munich, but the reason that move was there was to make sure that Munich didn't defend Ruhr. So definitely reads like ER cooperation, with Army Finland just staying there as a sort of sword of Damocles over Brian's head. Like, we're going to cooperate and we're going to work together, or else. And that is what that unit is up there holding for. I know David Hood hates holds, but the south we see another wild swing. Everything went up Turkey last turn, and now Turkey's piffed in Budapest as Russia's now supporting Italy there. So Brian may not be playing to top this board, but Brian is playing to have a lot of fun and just switching sides every turn to screw people over. So hey, yeah, that could be quite fun until they finally realize that maybe they should work together and kill you. But at the moment, Brian's having a lot of influence.
I wonder if David pushed his hand, tried to overplay his hand there. He was getting a good chance he was getting Serbia, Trieste anyway, and he seems to have been asking for Russian support into Vienna. Maybe if he'd offered Brian support into Vienna instead, that Brian would have been happy with that. But
yeah,
Brian's like, well, what am I getting out of this? Nothing. In that case, I've got a better deal elsewhere, right?
And the French fleet is now in Syria, which is not a great place for a fleet, but it is tying up Turkish units at least.
Yeah.
And in the fall, there's a draw. Adam Silverman saying, okay, I'm on top on open tribute. Would you guys have taken this? Or would you guys have said, like, okay, let's grind it out more as Adam?
If I'd have taken the draw last game as Saren, which I would have, I absolutely would have taken this one because, yes, Adam is up there at the moment, but we've already seen multiple times this game of it swinging wildly between people, and Brian in particular swinging wildly between who he's working with. And it wouldn't be that hard for Brian to suddenly work with France and push Adam back and someone in the East to get a convincing upper hand and overtake you. So 90 points isn't a great score, but it's an awful lot better than 57.
I think as Adam, you definitely take it because, as you say, he could easily lose that top to anyone else. He's had it for a while, but there's other people getting close. As other people, with the swings in the south, I think it's hard to argue that anyone's got a clear path to getting that top. There's lots of possible paths, but there's nothing clear enough that you're like, I'll gamble those points that I can get more by playing on.
Ironically, the one person who maybe does have a case to veto it is actually Brian, in that if he can negotiate himself another build this year and put it down, and Adam has a reversal and Brian gets St. Pete back, there is potentially, if you want to draw the game out enough, a path for Russia back into this. The problem is that Brian isn't playing for score, so there's not really any reason for him to do that. But maybe if Brian wasn't the tournament director and was playing this as a normal game, maybe Brian would have considered vetoing.
Maybe. I guess he's kind of happy to get the board draw for round 2, which is also approaching at this point, not that far away from the corner probably anymore. Get that prepared. Let's look at the standings after finishing round 1, and let's bring back Dan Lester. So we actually see Brandon Fogel on top with 120 points. I'm not quite sure if this is right how we see Christian Brown. I don't think we haven't heard anything from that in the comments, but let's just suppose that he can use both of those scores. However, it means something very different because he then only can add one other score. So kind of Brandon, Saren, and Adam up there in the lead. Yeah, any thoughts about the standings right now? I'm going to quickly just hop away from the screen for 1 or 2 minutes and let you guys discuss it a little bit before we jump into round 2. So go for it.
Well, I think the big takeaway here is that the three people that the three of us picked were as favourites to win this tournament are up there at the top, having topped a board each. So we're excellent. We're very prescient. We are the best commentary team that DBN has ever seen.
And
yeah, no argument from me. That's conclusive. Michaelis, well done.
And neither of Christian's boards by themselves would have got him up in that top 3. So it's only because he played 2 boards he's up there. So.
Exactly.
Which, lots of credit to him, because the vast majority of the time when you play 2 boards in a round, you get 1 elimination. Often 2 eliminations. To get two good results out of that is very impressive.
I found it exhausting just watching the game unfold, that third game, the back and forth alliances shift every single round.
It was a fun game from that point of view.
Those guys are going to be shattered, right? They will be tired. Like board 2 got out, I think, relatively unscathed to a certain degree. I mean, I know it was intense, but it finished early, and people broadly speaking got what they wanted, and the alliance structures were relatively stable. So, in terms of freshness for round 2, yeah, that's a factor. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've had a nice chance to have a leisurely meal and come back with maybe a bit of a rest and come back fresh for the next round. Whereas the other 2 games, not so much.
I think we could also say that the 3 of them who did top probably all did it in the way you'd most expect them to. Like Adam is an excellent balance of power player, and that game we just watched was balance of power flipping back and forward and Adam coming out on top. Sarah very much likes to run an alliance where she then beats her ally to the top, and that's what happened in her game. And Brandon just dragged it out and wore people down until Brandon's tactical acumen crushed everyone beneath him, just like how he won the DBNI before. So, all 3 of them maybe won it in sort of their preferred style.
Yeah, and I'm back with a little piece of information for round 2. Actually, Saren is not playing in round 2, which is actually changing the calculus quite a bit, I think, because that means that there are only 2 board toppers from round 1 who might have quite a bit of a target on their back. Let's see. We have 3 boards for round 2 again, which means that I have a bit of a bad piece of news for you guys. We have to move fairly quickly through that. So you'll get like 2 orders per turn, and so we can take a bit more time for the last round when we will cover the grand finale and see who takes it home. For now, we will head over to board 1 of round 2, and that means that Michaelis is due to get another break. So see you a bit later once again. And let's move over. We have this very nice little matchup for round 2, game 1. Nicholas Slayton, another Chicago local, making his tournament debut. Cameron Higby in England. Then Emmett Wainwright in France. Adam Silverman, we just saw him in England in the West once again with Germany. And Brandon Fogel, the other guy who topped the board in round 1 in Italy. So that will be interesting. Often Italy and Germany have a lot in common, a lot of shared goals. In this case, maybe they will jump at each other. And Russia is played by Ben Kelman and Nick Heibel in Turkey. So
if I may, fantastic for the tournament to get the 2 board toppers drawn on the same board. I'm sure everyone's absolutely cock-a-hoop with Sarah stepping out. We're going to have some more new names at the top of the leaderboard and make for a great finale. Adam and Brandon will be out to prevent that from happening. They want to put a commanding lead on the board and crush everyone's hopes and dreams. One thing I want to point out about this board, Brandon and Emmett were the Turkey and Italy on board 1 that had a little contretemps at the start of the game, patched it up, and then worked together. So if you imagine it, Brandon and Emmett have been working together since breakfast time. They've had a little time to go and wash their face, stuffed a sandwich down their neck, and now they're back. When they've drawn, because of the vagaries of the way that a lot of these random sort of draws do, I mean, one's in the West and the other one isn't, sort of thing. Like, it's there's no software in the world that can prevent this sort of thing from happening. Yeah. There's board better. I don't know if there's anyone else from that board on this board. So does the rest of the board know that these two guys have just walked out of a game-long alliance? Because I'm telling you what's not going to happen in Spring 01, and that's Venice to Piedmont.
Okay, let's look at it. I don't find it very likely either. Chris, you just had falls, I think,
Yes.
in last game. So then you will do the springs, and we'll give the fall turns to Dan. Let's have a look at it.
Experience.
So yeah, no, I think Dan is right about this prediction. Let's see if he also stays right about Brandon winning the tournament. But
Venice goes to Tyrolia, which is interesting. I feel like that was much more common at one point than it has been recently. And often, if you're Germany, you don't really like that, and you bounce it if you know that it's coming. It still keeps. It's nice because it's next to 3 other people's dots, right? So it gives you options in the fall. Marseille does get into Burgundy as well. So there's the potential for some fun Italy-France cooperation in the fall over Munich. We'll see whether that happens. England committing hard against Russia, basically putting Liverpool up into Edinburgh, means you're almost certainly going to see that convoy over to Norway, which is not what Ben would want to see. Otherwise, we've got the bouncing Black Sea, bouncing Galicia. Yeah, nothing else very exciting, I don't think.
okay, let's keep on doing it. We are on a speed run. Let's do two or three orders a turn and then power through. Full turn.
I wonder whether Emmett and Brandon had a conversation about Burgundy support Tyrolia to Munich or vice versa, and just thought, oh, it's too obvious. It's too much. It's too much. Too obvious. Like, we can't. Can we? Should we? Could we?
You've got to imagine they had that conversation, right? Because
They better have
particularly with it being added in Germany, right?
yeah, exactly. Like, and who asked for it or who decided not to ask for it? I mean, I would have enjoyed that. This is about as vanilla as it comes. What a nice vanilla full 01, and I got nothing else to say. Absolutely vanilla ice cream.
The convoy to Belgium is interesting. I said it was guaranteed to go to Norway, so of course it went to Belgium.
Just messing with us. Always messing. However, I have to point out, you 3 guys with your 3 picks for the tournament actually predicted the board toppers of round 1. So actually, you've been pretty good on predictions so far, you guys. Brandon, Adam, and Saren. Good on you. Okay. France just getting 1 build, putting down an army. Now we actually don't see the double fleet in Eddie and London, but rather an army and a fleet, which is something that is sometimes preferred. I feel like I see it a bit more often. However, there are very different philosophies on England how to play it. Russia with that northern fleet, and yeah, the rest of the East basically as vanilla, as Dan has said before. But
Cameron's nice enough to not convoy the army into Norway and then gets a fleet north coast as his reward.
What can you say? Maybe not another ER alliance right here. Let's look at the spring. That's you, Chris.
Let's see. So the East looks fairly uninteresting. Vienna gets into Galicia because Warsaw and Moscow don't do anything. That's odd, to say the least. I'm not sure what Ben's doing there. But Ben supports himself into Norway. While because Denmark cuts North Sea. So, this is looking like Germany and Russia working together. Also the fleet coming out of Kiel to Heligoland. And the army build, which could have been bad for Germany, doesn't look that way. Burgundy goes back to Gascony and a self-bounce in Burgundy, which doesn't really achieve much. But then the German armies didn't do anything either, and the English army survives in Belgium.
Significant that it goes from Sweden, the Russian fleet, rather than St. Pete, right? This is showing a lot of love to Germany.
Yeah. I expect we're going to see the fleet supported into the North Sea in the fall, although it doesn't look like it will go. But it will go, won't it?
Gives England some difficult choices, right? You can regain Norway, but then you probably lose North Sea if they work together. Let's see. Okay, they don't retake Norway. Dan, give us the
Yeah, I'm
overview
sad
of
about
the fall.
this. I'm really sad to see this Cameron got absolutely ganked in game one.
Mhm.
I thought he had a reasonable setup for game two when it started, but it's not to be. Adam isn't going to sit around on his ass. Sorry, shouldn't say that word. Sit around his butt, doing nothing in a game where he can take a commanding lead in the tournament. And I think what you're seeing is one dynamic player at this table, and that's Adam Silverman. Adam Silverman has decided to move fast and he's to be an active every single turn, right? Keel to Heligoland bite means only one thing, right? And he had intentionality in the spring, right? And his intentionality was to attack England. And if you look at all of the other players on this board, Russia has a little bit of intentionality, a little bit, right? We're taking Norway and now he gets a build. But everyone else is sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Even Brandon.
This is one of the even Brandon, especially Brandon, right? And look, my philosophy about tournament diplomacy is very simple. I'd rather have the points and the problems. Okay. And if you want to sit possum and be like, I got a ton of points, don't worry about me, I'm small, I'm very small, then pretty soon you are very small. Because they're not going to, if people bear in mind, if you foreground that in people months. Anyway, I don't want to ramble. What I do want to say is there is an opportunity cost in diplomacy. And it's one thing to play defensively if there's a reason for it. But if you are not motivated to play defensively, then you are going to end up in this sort of situation where you end up with a strong, a person who has played aggressively takes the strong position, right? And the players who have not don't. France, because he didn't get the 2 builds in 01 because he played it safe, is now behind the 8 ball here, right? Yes, he's got Irish Sea, but England's got that army in Yorkshire. He can defend Liverpool, right? And he's got Fleet North Atlantic, and he's got Fleet English. England smelled something coming. He knew it was coming, and he's taken some defensive moves that he feels are right. And to be honest with you, if I'm England, I would go to Russia and I say, this is my move set. Okay, I am going away. You're welcome to have Norway, and in a minute, I'm going to need your help, right? Because you want to be able to shuffle all of your stuff down there. Absolutely, you can retake Norway here, right? And get your build, and then all your bits are in the wrong places. They're all in the wrong places. England's motivated to get France to stop. He's motivated to get France to change sides. Don't even build a fleet. Build an army. Let's go. It's you and me. Adam's too strong. He's going to be too strong. He's got 6. He's got 1 coming. And the East is doing nothing.
Yep, very much so. Ben Kelman has a very interesting build here. Oh no, it's Army Moscow, who'd have believed it. 2 fleets, FG seem to have identified a common target. Let's see. Spring turn.
The long convoys from Smyrna are
to Clyde, yeah. Few fleets were missing, but
anyway, Brandon has made a decision. He's pushing the fleets over to the east, into Eastern Med. Good to see him doing something. Meanwhile, Austria just does a whole load of defensive stuff. Ben moves up into Norwegian and a whole lot of positioning moves. Oh, the convoy to Edinburgh succeeds. That's a big deal. Being the first to land an army on England is a major thing. So this is, again, Adams maintaining that momentum. He's ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I don't like this choice by France. I think it's the wrong choice. I think he's going to lose this race. I think England has made it clear that he's going to make sure that France loses the race. Yeah. And I think France had a great position to not do this, actually, and just be like, I'll put an army. Let's go. I'm gonna play a 1 fleet France for a bit, and let's let England concentrate on saving himself, and let's see if we can get Russia in for a dance party. But France is an alliance player. We saw that in game 1. He was with trusted Brandon, and it paid off. I don't know this Emmett guy. He seems to play he played a real solid game, some real difficult positions in game 1. So let's see if he can put it out of the bag in game 2 with Adam.
He could easily turn on Adam from here.
Yeah.
Dan, your fall.
Yep. I mean, it's like, I think we're seeing, again, a big load of nothing from Russia in the East. I think he seems, that's a good guess. Either it's a good guess or it's a deal with Germany in the East, in the North with Sweden and Norway. So the good guess or a deal, which is great. So he's going to put his build on, and whoops-a-daisy, I can only put it on in St. Petersburg. What do you know? Maybe Russia's playing a lovely game here of let's make sure nothing happens in the east. I think that is in his gift. But is that the right decision, my bet? We'll have to wait and see. Germany is precarious. He's trying to take out England, and he's got a France that's getting stronger and a Russia that's getting stronger. So Adam will have on his mind that he's on the clock. So he will want this to move as quickly as possible. Brandon's trying to get something going, anything. Please, let me get something, anything going. He's in that Italy situation where you've got nothing going on.
That said, however, Germany is the only one who's building. So at least for this year, he's the only one who has taken a dot off of England. So some control for Germany there, but for sure they will.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'll want to continue that, and he'll want to do it as quickly as possible. So then he can pick a dance partner.
I think we're going to see IT moves this turn because Brandon supported himself up to Venice this turn rather than the south bounce, and Austria cut it, and then he's also put the Eastern Med up to Aegean rather than the other way around. So I think there's a deal between Brandon and Nick.
Army Kiel for Germany. What do we make of that? I mean, I guess he's got 3 fleets for us, maybe a little excessive as Germany.
Especially working with France and Russia at the moment. Another fleet is not going to make either of them happy.
I forgot for a second that in Holland there's the beached fleet.
He's also very low on armies at the moment.
Yeah. One is an Eddy anyway, so that makes a lot of sense. He goes towards Russia. So it seems he has picked a dance partner, to say it in the words of Dan Lester, right? Chris, you're...
well, I was wrong about Brandon. Brandon helping Serbia into Bulgaria, although it doesn't count, but still the thought is there. While the armies just sit there and support each other, don't do anything. So just stay there for later, In the north, Adam has decided that he's got everything he's going to get out of England. So he turns his attention towards Sweden or possibly Norway, supporting France up into Liverpool to basically finish off England. Sorry, Cameron. You've still got London, but that's not going to last very long.
Okay. In fall. So, Dan, the story's continued. Or what do you think here?
Well, now, what's going on in Turkey? So, Russia's coming.
I can quickly show the order.
Russia's coming into Armenia, but he's also attacking Bulgaria with Turkish support, which is
I think it is with Italian support. Italy is supporting it, and Turkey was supporting a move to Bulgaria as well, but for the fleet. Turkey offered to say, like, get out of the Black Sea, I'll put you into Romania, and Italy supported the army move that was made. That's why it didn't succeed.
I mean, the diplomacy behind that must have been quite something. So Italy is trying to help Russia take an Austrian-occupied Turkish center. Cool. That's good. I might get a tattoo of that. Literally nothing else happening anywhere else. Germany's taken Sweden, which he must do, and that is guaranteed. So Ben's paying the price in the north, but because Adam's made his decision, and it was probably predictable because it looks like Emmett's happy to go nice and slow, right, in that alliance. He's not rapacious. He's not acting rapaciously in this alliance at all. He's not asking for parity. Right, if you look at, and that's really what it's about. So England's getting 1, he's going to go up. Sorry, France is getting 1, so he's going to go up to 6, and Germany's getting 1, he's going to go up to 8. And Emmett
Germany's lost Munich now.
Going to go. Ooh, I missed that.
Yeah, Germany walked out.
Brandon opportunistically taking a poke at Munich, and it luckily going by the looks of it.
Wowee.
The interesting thing is that Austria didn't even support it. So it was actually just because Germany moved out. Austria supported Tyrolia to Bohemia. So, and
Self.
what I got, the
that's
message I
understood.
got from behind the scenes from Brandon is that Austria stabbed both Italy and Russia this turn. So it was a misorder, at
Oh,
least from
okay.
Brandon's point of view, while they were also trying to put Turkey into what was it, Bulgaria, while the other two were thinking it's an AIR for this turn. That's what he
But he
told me.
didn't actually tip off Adam that he probably shouldn't move Munich. So
No, that maybe not. Who knows? Maybe he thought that Adam wouldn't do that anyway.
yeah.
So it leaves us in a interesting position. Brandon got a build out of a position we maybe would have thought he would have getting Greece or something, but Munich, bit unexpected. However, looks a bit nicer for him. Germany still gets a build, and Austria also getting a build.
All the disbands coming from Russia.
Yeah, not a good turn for Ben, going down from 7 to 5.
Yeah, look, this is Adam's game in the bag, and this is the thing about Munich. Munich's a loner. We all know it's a loner, right? This is, if you could lose Munich, this is the perfect situation to lose Munich, because you just come slip down from Denmark, take Munich's in the bag. So
You put your build on, you're like, okay, I'll take it back again.
Especially, yeah, sorry. Especially if they're. You go. Sorry.
After you, sir.
I'm so sorry. Especially if there is discord between Austria and Italy, as it seems to be the case from what I've heard.
Yeah, and even if there isn't, because you've got 4 on it, and you've got France. France is your bestie. France is going to get Wales because that's the deal. We're going to get London out of Wales because that's the deal. And you're on 10, and then France is all going to be in the south. And then Liverpool and London, you can get them whenever you please. And that's 12 if you need them. And hey, presto, this game's over.
Let's see. Spring turn of 1905.
Well, Brandon understands about Munich. He's like, yeah, I can't hold it anyway, so I'm just going to pull back and recognize that. I mean, that's honestly a very experienced player move. You recognize that you can't hold it, you can't push it forward, so let's just accept that, pull it back, make sure I keep the army, and maybe I can do something useful with it in the fall from Tyrolia. Lots of fun stuff down in the Balkans. The Italian fleet getting into Greece and the Russian army getting into Bulgaria. So Nick doing some work here to get the Russian attack from Black Sea and Armenia and turning it around into an attack on Austria instead. Otherwise, Ben mostly pulling back, not worrying about the north. Prussia went to Warsaw rather than Livonia. He could have gone Livonia, Moscow to try and retake St. Petersburg, but he's just ceding St. Petersburg to Adam, which, I mean, you can't ultimately hold St. Petersburg from the south, but you can make it very difficult. But you can make it a long project for Germany if you want to. So it's possible there's a deal here as well. Berlin Silesia didn't move. They didn't try and take Munich, but they also didn't go east. So yeah, hard to say. And yeah, we're expecting that. Oh, Liverpool to
France.
Yeah, so
France.
maybe Emmett's
yeah,
and maybe figured out all those things that I just said.
Yeah,
and maybe that the bounce in Belgium is a mess.
Yeah,
I think
he actually wanted that to succeed.
He needs the army to go to Belgium for him to be able to pick up Edinburgh as he wants. Or possibly once, because now there's the retreat to Liverpool is on, and yuck.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should have gone to Liverpool, right, with the army.
You definitely now, yeah. It's a stab, but it's not worked out very well.
Well, if it's all gone pear shaped, you can always put it back together again and get North Sporty to London and go back to Liverpool and say, ever so sorry.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So there seems to be a deal. Dan, what's happening in the fall?
Yeah, this is a good. Yeah, France and Germany have patched it up if there was ever a problem in the first place, which maybe there wasn't. I think maybe it was just about trying to make sure that English fleet just doesn't start making a pest of itself, get into the Mid-Atlantic, get into Brest, something like that. Maybe that's what that was all about. They let the English live one more year. because the Germans desire to get that army down, and they've coughed up Edinburgh as a result. So that thing I was talking about, parity, it is more important. It's starting to be more important. France is active in that space. So Germany will go up 2, France will go up 1 from Germany, so it's 1 each, and that'll go to 7-9. Right? Is that right?
Yep, 7-9.
In the
Both have a
east,
build.
Austria's still hanging in there, even though at one point it looked like he had no mates. Brandon, I just missed what Brandon did. Picked up
He
Greece.
still doesn't look like he's got any friends, but he's
Yeah.
managing to hang in there anyway.
He's hanging in there, yeah. He's picked up Greece. Turkey, ooh, what's that? He's doing ever so well not to die, Turkey, but what's going on here?
Hard to say. Very hard to say.
That's Brandon asked for it, and Nick went along with it when he really didn't need to. Maybe I don't know.
Seems likely. Yeah. So this is the position, as we've seen already. Two builds in the west, 2 fleets, which is peculiar. Like, okay, for France, you can make the argument Marseille was covered, and if I want to go against Italy, well, I need to put it there. As Adam, well, I mean, for defensive purposes, but I don't like it as France, that's for sure.
The German fleet is a surprise.
Let's see what he does with it. Spring of 1906.
It might help take London, but I don't see that it's needed to take London. So.
It actually he does the opposite of taking London.
Yeah, I mean, London apparently is going to stay English for a while. All the French fleets basically head south. The North Atlantic to Irish, it couldn't go to Mid-Atlantic anyway because Brest's going there. That gives him the possibility of supporting that Edinburgh army down to Liverpool to make sure that English army stays put. Ionian is now freed up to go to Albania to piff the Austrian fleet. Yeah, Turkey's basically in this position where he's not being allowed to take anything. He's just got to sit there in the corner on his 3 and wait for Italy and Russia to decide that they need those dots, I guess.
Yeah.
Not a great position to be in. And yeah, grind down Austria. Munich tapping Tyrolia, but not actually making any progress there.
So listen, Adam now wants this game to end.
Yeah, Adam's not doing anything really.
And that's what he wants. He wants this game to just end now, stop, right, in this condition. So what he's doing here, this kind of he's doing what he can to try and make sure that France can push south. We have comfort to push south, get another build. Those fleets aren't doing the anti-Italian thing. Give France comfort. Maybe that fleet build is saying to France that stabbing me is pointless. Like, I know it not necessarily out loud, but in the meta narrative, maybe that's what that's about. He's 9 is good. Who else is going to get 9? Don't know. If Austria collapses, that's bad. So I wouldn't be surprised if Adam is spending a lot of time trying to find ways to re-establish some board balance in the south. That's what's on his mind, and what he orders his own units to do, he's probably like, whatever. Like, let's spend 15 minutes talking to Turkey and Austria, and Turkey's sitting there doing nothing. Good, right? Austria, yeah, supports. Good. Oh no, Italy's picking up stuff. Russia. So
I wouldn't be surprised if Adam is spending a lot of time suggesting orders to Austria and Turkey in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets his wish.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
How did he do it? Like, I mean, we already established, or you established just now, Dan, that this is terrific for Adam. I mean, his rival Brandon is not getting a great score out of this, while Adam is getting 90. Brandon is only getting 45. Who's the one?
So Ben Kelman's got play, right? He's the one that if he decides to collapse Austria, can pick up units and then use them against Turkey and work with Italy, and then they can hollow out all of that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 centers there. Germany's not getting any of those. Potentially Italy and Russia can carve them up between them, even though Italy's got France coming around behind him to stop them, right? So that's a diplomatic problem for Italy. But Russia, I'll help you, man. I'll throw you a center. I'll help you keep building fleets. Like, and Germany can put pressure on Russia militarily to prevent Russia from doing that. And I think he's represented that diplomatically to Ben. Because Austria wants the game to end. Turkey's obviously had enough. He sees no prospects. Austria wants to stay alive and get his quite respectable 41 points. A respectable number of points, right? Brandon, well, he's piggy in the middle, so he's got nothing going. So really the only person that still wants this game to continue could be Emmett, if he wants to top. If I was Emmett, I might turn around to Adam and say, where's Mark? I have 2 seconds. But he's obviously decided 2 seconds is very nice. Thank you very much. Second to Brandon. Second, really good alliance player. Really good tactically. Really good ally to have with Emmett. If I get to play a game with you, it's you and me, man. It's you and me. Okay? I'm just saying, I'm a great alliance player. I love an alliance. Me and you.
Okay. Nice game with our two main contenders. Let's bring Michalis back. And we will move forward to the second game of round 2, which means that Chris is due to get a little bit of a break. So see you in a while, Chris. Thank you for these games. And
speaking of Brandon, like my tip for the tournament, this must have been an agonizing game for him. He must have expended a lot of energy over and above what he had already expended in the previous game to try and get any traction at all in the south. Mm-hmm. And if you think about who's in the centres that they started with, Turkey is, Italy is, Austria more or less is, and Russia more or less is. Like, that is literally as close to no change as you will ever see in a 1906 draw in the East.
Yeah, that's true. Like, they never really gained any traction. Let's see if the next game will be a bit more dynamic in both theaters. For round 2, game 2, we have Darren Brown back from Peoria in Austria this time. Brian Prevel, tournament director, has to play again to fill the board. This time he's England. David Harshberger playing France. Jeff Szymborski playing Germany. And then we see DBN's own Kevin O'Kelly making the first appearance at this tournament in Italy. He, of course, also one of the Weasels who are very much involved in DBN. Timothy Crosby in Russia and Ed Sullivan in Turkey. So not quite the people who are in the very front rows of the standings, but Jeff, at least, with a very decent round 1 result. Ed didn't do too poorly for himself either, even though he got served a bit. What do you guys expect of this board?
Dan?
Yeah, so I know Kevin O'Kelly very well across the board. A wonderful bloke, great bloke to play diplomacy with. He'd be my personal tip, especially because Brian, who I also know quite well on a personal level, he's not here for the points. So yeah, I'd tip Kevin here. That would be my guess.
As far as I'm aware, Kevin is a co-TD, though, and is only playing maybe this round and one other round. So to me, I think both of them are not really playing for points, which means that they're both really, really good allies, especially to other experienced tournament players who know they're not playing points. So I'm looking at Tim and Ed right now, and both of them are probably going to want to work with Kevin. That's what I would envisage, and maybe Kevin will get a luxury of choosing between them. Brian, well, I don't know about David and Jeff, but maybe they've picked up on the same thing. They know Brian's not playing for points, and maybe Brian will be the desired ally in the West as well.
So look, in game 1, Jeff missed an opportunity, in my opinion, once he put that France-Italy back together again. He was hoodwinked, in my opinion, into re-stabbing Italy, and that FI collapsed, and it was to his disadvantage as France. He ended up very, very spread out. So he might be kicking himself and thought he might have had a better result in round 1. Maybe, he might be tired, but I did respect his play. So, watching out for Jeff. Darren in Austria, I'm looking for the hedgehog, because that's the old way to play Austria, in my opinion. The 1983 method. So Trieste to Venice, Vienna to Galicia, Budapest to Serbia. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I want to see this.
Please, no.
Let's go. We will do this once again in our partly successful quick speedrun mode. No hedgehog, but what else do we see in spring? Dan, you've got the springs for this time. in this
Aaron
game.
Brown, he's climbed into Doc Brown's. Maybe he is Doc Brown. Maybe he's Doc Brown out of his time machine. That's who he is. That's who he is. He's got the nuclear power. He's got the flux capacitor rolling, and he's here now, and he's ready to roll. He's ready to go. Nice. He's let Russia into Galicia, which ain't necessarily pretty, especially not with a southern opening from Tim. So let's see if he can avoid being the meat in the sandwich. Otherwise, vanilla.
Michalis, fall, vanilla or not?
It depends on what you consider vanilla. This is a Western triple, which is much worse than vanilla. This is, I've bitten into my ice cream and I found a bunch of dead cockroaches in it. Fine. Yeah, cool. France is in the med. Cool. Germany's got 3 because it's a Western triple. Great. They haven't bounced Sweden, so maybe Germany is aware that Western triples are generally bad for Germany and wants to keep their options open, but
They haven't come with the army either. Like France is sure it's a Western triple, but maybe the other two aren't quite so sure.
But then it's not really an EG, otherwise they probably would about Sweden. So maybe it's both of them keeping their options open a bit. And yeah, Darren decides for the lesser spotted full hedgehog as Austria, something you see a bit less often. As a result, Ed Sullivan gets to walk into 2, but Darren, for his troubles, does convince Tim to walk back out of Galicia after getting there in the first place. So that's quite nice for Darren, at least.
This is great. From vanilla to Neapolitan ice cream. Oh yeah, this is rum and raisin. This is pistachio. Fleet Adriatic. My word. Yeehaw.
Ed Sullivan is delighted. We'll say that. Ed Sullivan is delighted having all fleets in his home centers. We've seen 2 army builds from Timothy, Warsaw, and St. Pete. The builds in the West are fairly Western triple-ish, apart from England, like London is not. It could be turned into one, but that's definitely not the most Western triple build I could think of. Apart from that, Germany and France seem to be up for it. Well, I mean, no. Fleet Belgium is not so. Berlin. Yes, I'm German. I know what the capital of my country is. It would be the other way around for triple, right?
That's just a mistake.
Yeah.
Well, you say it would be the right other way around for a triple. It'd be the other way around for an effective triple. But this is still a triply build, because that's still hostile to Russia. It's just not a very effective hostile to Russia build.
Could be just an EG, though. Like, it could be, hey, England, I'm not coming for you. England putting it into London, and they're both going after Russia and France at the same time, while France is taking a vacation in the Mediterranean Sea.
So I think this is a great opportunity for an EG. I think EG is on. I think it's on like Donkey Kong. I think you can take both, and I think you take both quickly. France is nowhere near his centres. He's all over the shop. I think Brest falls, Sweden falls. I think you've got Picardy and Burgundy sewn up. He's probably not even expecting it. I think EG can happen, and I think it can happen real fast.
He might be expecting a bit more because England built in London, though, which was very unnecessary. But no, it turns out. Spoiler: it was a triple all along. They were baiting us into thinking something interesting might happen. Nothing interesting's happening. We've got a triple.
Yeah, it's triple. Dan, can you give us anything? Sorry for cutting you off, Michalis, but technically it's Dan's turn. Can you give us any glimmer of hope, Dan?
I will yield. I will yield to my colleague.
Okay, Michalis, is there anything that will give us hope for this game for those poor souls?
I mean, there's a lot of hope if your name is Ed Sullivan, because a Western triple isn't necessarily bad for Turkey. And Ed Sullivan gets to move out of the box, put the units in place he wants to. He's already on 5 from 01, so he's already got that extra unit that he probably otherwise wouldn't have got. And at the moment, he's letting Austria walk the other way. He's letting Italy walk the other way. Sooner or later, Ed Sullivan's going to start taking some dots.
Seems likely. Okay, fall, how about you take this one, Dan? Maybe you like this one better than the spring.
Yep, so there it is. It's England stat Germany.
Yeah.
And that's a thing that's just happened. So I would be willing to bet that Brian went to Jeff and said, this is the EG, this is the ultimate EG. Let's go, baby. Let's go. And Jeff said, no, I want to do this Western Triple. And England yawned into his sleeve and said, okay, fine. And then he saw, he saw the opportunity for this and went for it. Because, to heck with it. Why not? I think Russia's played a blinder here. Look at this. Not only does he keep Sweden embattled, he picks up Denmark. He picks up Serbia. Austria's looking the other way, watching the look at the birdie. Watch the birdie. We're all talking about Turkey's growth opportunities. We were watching the birdie. We're all thinking that Serbia is a Turkish centre. Nope. Now look, the old all strung out Russia. Right, here we go. Two big Russian builds. Here he is. Oh, Russia's big and scary. All right. So Tim's got a huge diplomatic heavy lift in 1903 to keep England on side against what is surely going to be an extremely annoyed Germany, right? With France way out of position to do almost anything at all. But, I think this and also similarly in the South with all strung out all over the place. But look, Austria's literally nowhere to take Serbia back. Literally nowhere. He's going to be in Tyrolia, Bohemia, Vienna, right? If Russia, but what's he going to do? It's so exciting. He could go, it was a rat all along, He could do anything he wants. What a delicious but difficult opportunity for Tim. Tim's in a great position. What fun.
It's all credit to Tim. I can't remember the last time I saw a Western Triple in 1902 lead to 2 Russian builds out of it, but that's good work from Tim. It's interesting. Brian, I think, went for this stab on Germany without even tipping France off, because France has just held in Paris. So if this was a plan for turn the Western Triple into an EF, you would have expected Paris to go to at least Burgundy there and try and get their share of Germany next year. So this seems to me like the breaking of the triple was planned between Brian and Tim, and not between Brian and David.
God, look at this. Do the builds, Robert. Do the builds.
Oh,
wave. Russia's waved.
He's in control.
Waved. Oh my God.
He thinks he's got it in the north diplomatically, huh?
Well, I mean, absolutely, but at least build Moscow.
Yeah, I agree.
Andrew Goff would approve of that wave.
Oh. So Austria's on board, right? Austria doesn't care. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, okay, this is good, right? He's fine with the line. Turkey's being quiet. Ed's like, I don't mind. You guys give Russia extra builds, but surely the point of giving him a build is that you get builds in the north. Ooh.
So what I suspect may have happened here is that Tim has looked at Brian and knows Brian isn't playing for store. And so he's gone, Brian's probably not going to stab me. He's not playing for store. The problem is that if you take that logic and put too much faith into it, then as happened at Summer Classic, when I was the TD and I was playing in one of these games to fill out a round, and someone did that to me, and then they left me like a 3-dot stab on, and I looked at it and I'm like, well, I'm just going to take that. So I topped the game as a result, but it's you cannot put too much trust into a GM to not do that, because at a certain point, the GM, like as a TD, you don't really want to affect the results, but you also have to look at a game and go, well, if I was playing this game seriously, I would take that stab. So by not taking the stab, I'm actually affecting the results in that way as well. And if you put too much trust into a TD not to stab because you think they're not playing for store, in the end it can backfire, because the TD in not playing for store may well have to stab you anyway.
Why wave?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's fun.
Especially
that's
because
not my idea of fun.
Especially because, like, if you think that Brian is not gonna stab anybody because he's TD, well, ask Jeff about it. I think Jeff has a very different view on the possibility of Brian stabbing people while he's being TD. So let's see if Timothy gets the bill or if he can somehow.
St. Petersburg, South Coast, right? Is that not more fun? That's more fun than wave.
What I would say is that if you really wanted to get to the fun, you'd have waved both.
Let's see. Spring of 1903. What do we see? Michalis, you're now on spring duty.
All right. So Serbia moves up to Budapest and Ed's pushing forward and it's a juggernaut. Cool, great, as expected. England moves into Sweden and into Helderland with Russian support. Of course, this is actually a big 4D chess ER move and Sweden's going to go into Baltic and Tim's going to be fully justified in this wave. I have full faith that that's what's going to happen. Other than that, France has decided they want some share of Germany, I would say. Like the fact they've gone up to Picardy and Burgundy suggests that Belgium might be that share, but they haven't pulled a fleet back, so they're not angry at England. France isn't there to rescue Germany. Italy is holding in position, and that's really nice if you're Ed and Tim, who are just going to walk into everything behind, and then walk into everything Italy has as well. So yeah, great news for a juggernaut. EF with England having a big advantage over France seems likely, and yeah, whether Brian stabs Tim now or whether they are actually going to keep this going will be the key takeaway in full.
So look, if you wanted a unit in Moscow, I have a solution for that. Right? The solution is not move another unit to Moscow. The solution is build a unit in. I'm sorry, I'm not going to get off it. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with an all strung out Russia to wave. It's not going to work. Whatever it was, whatever the intention was, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
I'm going to say that Russia's going to tap Kiel. England's going to go to Baltic. Russia will take Berlin. Russia will take Vienna, and Russia will wave again.
Let's see. Dan, are you in a mental state where you can commentate again, or should we give you another minute? You seem bothered.
Okay. Right. Russia is gaining Budapest, Vienna, and Kiel. And he's losing Sweden and Denmark. Is that right?
But he's got a build in pocket, so he's still putting two down.
Yeah, he's getting Kiel.
Right?
One bill.
Also, he only got Kiel because England supported him in. So all of that was potentially agreed.
So what's he losing? Oh, he's losing Serbia. He's even. He's literally taken his holdings on the outside and put them on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I don't like it. I don't like it.
I don't
like this. I don't like it.
It's hilarious, and it whether it's the right strategy or not, it's working for him because he's got Kiel with English support. Like, there's no world where he gets Kiel without English support.
Someone's got Kiel. He used to have things he could hold.
Yeah, but he can now take Berlin from Kiel. He's got Berlin in pocket, basically. Austria is his janissary because he's taking Vienna while putting Austria into Munich. So you could basically count that Red Army as purple because we know janissaries never stab their masters. They are loyal to the end. You don't have to worry that Turkey's building two. Like, it's fine. It's Ed Sullivan. Ed won't do anything with those two builds. Tim's got this.
He's in Adriatic and the Tyrrhenian Sea.
Tim's got this.
Adriatic and the Tyrrhenian Sea.
Exactly. He's in Adriatic to push Trieste to Venice, which means he's not going after Russia. So Adriatic is good.
Well, one thing I got to say,
it's in Adriatic and the. I think I'm losing my mind. Turkey's in Adriatic and the Tyrrhenian Sea in winter 1903.
And that's all just because Russia waved, Dan. That's the sole reason for Turkey's progress.
Yep.
No.
This is a brilliant RT. I reckon.
I mean,
Tim should wave again.
It is incredibly impressive how they managed to just get AI to run away from them. It seems like AI was very annoyed with the West for starting a Western triple, and then they just said, well, RT, here you go, be our guests, take all of our stuff. One thing, Kevin is playing two boards at once, so that might be part of the equation as well. So we will see him again in board two. It seems he will have to catch up for round one he didn't play. But yeah, look at this RT steamrolling over the whole East, having 15 centers at the end of 1903.
Dan, I'm going to say here, Ed's going to wave one build, and if Tim's going to be fun, he'll wave as well. And we'll see a Fleet Smyrna and nothing else.
And we'll see.
Bah!
No more waves. Boring. Yeah, well, RT builds, sort of. Moscow is a little bit of a precaution. You might ask what the purpose of Con is, but we will see about that. And yeah, EF being on the same page saying like, okay, we probably need to defend. I don't believe with those builds, Brian is necessarily saying I want to work with Russia forever, but who knows? He might be fooling me.
France building Marseille is brave. Because Italy is next to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and you only have one fleet to block that, and you don't really want to be using Western just to block Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Fleet Brest was surely better there in every single world. I might even argue that a wave would have been better there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have two commentators about to lose their mind. Let's move along. Otherwise, they might have to go to a mental clinic or something, and we don't want that. Michalis, is there some peace for your mind here on this board?
Well, there's vindication. This is why you build Fleet Brest, because you don't want to be doing this, because this is what can happen. You had to cover Mid-Atlantic with that, and now Italy's in Western Med with Turkish support. So, yeah, that's why Fleet Brest is significantly better than Fleet Marseille when you can't get out of Marseille. Elsewhere, oh look, Russia's in Berlin for free.
Yeah.
They've only lost their fleet. It doesn't matter. You don't need that fleet. The fact England's coming for them, you don't want that fleet. If anything, you want to convince England that they'll get some heat quickly, so they'll go and attack France.
So look, okay, like being facetious aside, right? Tim faced a really, really difficult situation in 02 or whenever it was when he had the 8 and they were all strung out, and he had to find a solution, and he had to do a whole board diplomacy, and he had to do it quickly. And his solution was that there were small powers in the middle that he could scrunch, he could take their stuff, and it felt more solid to him, possibly, or more holdable to him to have them all in a blob like that. But the fact is that he gave England 2 builds, and now he's going to take some more. He gave to England 2 of his own, and he took and now England's going to take some others. And I think he gave Turkey a couple. Did he? Is that what happened in the south or something? And now, Turkey isn't taking any more right now. But yeah, I feel like you got to try and be as ballsy as you can with big rushes and just keep going. Just barrel forward, throw your weight around, look big, get big like a bear. Like you do when a bear comes. You want to try and look big. Don't try and look small. Don't try and consolidate. Forget it. Just get big. Just go for it. Yeah. Lovely position for England.
Well, Kiel was just an error.
Yeah, to take it.
Like Kiel was always going to fall.
Yeah.
No, right here.
Okay.
Kiel was always going to fall, so you support Kiel to Berlin and don't get it piffed. Like Kiel was indefensible, so you should have brought it back.
I mean, there is maybe an argument that now you still have 2 armies against Munich, and together with Turkey, there could be some option, but it seems a bit unlikely, especially since Austria is sort of helping you.
Yeah. You also don't love the fact that Turkey's put Adriatic into Trieste. That doesn't bode great things for an RT pushing through Italy.
Yeah. So, Dan, what do we have here in the fall? Wow.
Can you explain what's going on in Trieste to me?
Serbia support holding Trieste, and Trieste is walking out. So Turkey being incoherent.
That's a late change of moves. I'm more laughing at something else, but I'll let Dan.
Yeah.
Right. So, St. Petersburg gets Norway. In a sort of I have no idea what's going on. Norway's convoy to Yorkshire. So this is agreed.
Yes.
So this is a deal. And according to this deal, Tim gets 2 and goes to 10.
He goes to 9 because he lost Kiel, but still.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great. What a game this guy's having. What a game. I don't know Tim at all. I know he plays a lot online. What a game this man is having. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Insane.
Kevin, meanwhile, is cock a hoop because at the beginning of this year, he had Turkish Fleet Adriatic, Turkish Fleet Mediterranean Sea, and now he still does, which has got to be a result, right? I mean, that's that. You've got to count. That's a win. And he also happens to have Fleet Mid-Atlantic Ocean, so he's here for a good time, not necessarily for a long time. But it's fun. You've got to say it's fun.
Sure. So 2 builds for Russia, a PIF and a center gained. Goodbye, Germany. Thank you for playing.
I wonder how much of this was Tim saying that because Kevin was janissarying for Turkey, that those Italian fleets would have come for England. So hey, if you give me Norway now, and hey, look, I've been nice to you throughout, so let's get back on the same page. We've worked together so well. Look, I'll even waive builds for you. This would let me go and contain Turkey for you, because Ed's moves last term were bad. Like, he had two separate sets of orders and half entered both of them, and now he's in Adriatic but not in Trieste, and that's not great. He's in Greece, having not really moved that anywhere, not taken an Italian dot. He's sort of just sat there. And if Tim is now got peace with England, Ed's got big problems.
I think, yeah, and let's see the builds. Yeah, baby. Fleet St. Petersburg, South Coast, baby.
This is clearly screaming peace with England. Not.
Well,
No,
it's not North.
It definitely is. It definitely is peace with England. They're mates now. And I wouldn't be
going
surprised
to Livonia.
Norway is a swing centre for the two of them, depending on who needs to do stuff.
Okay.
You've only got one thing left to do now, if you're Russia, right? Kill Turkey.
Yep.
Cool.
So who's topping this board?
Tim.
Do you agree, Michaelis?
I think so.
Let's see. Spring of 1905.
I'll say that
You
if
go,
Tim botches
Michaelis.
it, then Ed can take it. And this looks a bit like a botch.
Hmm.
So Ed gets straight into Rome and into Venice. Because Italy doesn't defend Venice correctly or cover Rome. So Ed just stabs Italy for all they're worth. And Tim hasn't attacked his ally. He hasn't attacked England either, because he's pulled out of Norway. So Tim is saying 9 centres is enough to top the board, and 9 centres is not enough to top this board.
I still don't get over it. What is the purpose of the South Coast fleet? I don't get it.
It's going to Baltic Sea to make up for the one that got piffed. That's perfectly reasonable.
but
The issue is I don't get Galicia to Warsaw. That I can't justify in any circumstance in any world. That is the opposite direction from where you need Galicia to be moving in.
Yes.
I agree. So look, the 3 supports for Munich, Galicia to Warsaw, Norway's wrong as well. I think this is a man with. I think Tim's had it. I think Tim's got a nosebleed here. I think this looks like a man who's got more units to order than he's comfortable with in this moment. And whether that's because he had to spend a lot of time diplomatically talking to people, or because he hasn't, taken that time just to look at the board and go, what are my strategic options? Every single English unit in this game is moving away from him. Every single Italian unit in this game is moving away from him. The only move, it's his now. It's his to take. The game is his to take. And I think we can all see what the moves are, right, in this moment. Budapest to Serbia, Galicia to Romania, Bohemia to Vienna, Silesia to Galicia, right? Moscow to hell with it. You can go Moscow to Ukraine. It's all there for him. It's on the table. It's there. Take the game now.
Even better, you could have done Moscow to Sev and Sev to Armenia.
Yeah, Italy is going down hard, and Turkey's going to pick up 1, 2, 3. It's Rome, Naples, Tunis, maybe even Venice. Might even get them all, right? And if Tim could be in a position where he's getting centres like Bulgaria and Greece and goodness knows what else, right? And he could be in a position where Ed maybe builds one, but he's got all of his units way out west.
Yeah, Ed's building 3 now, which is just dreadful for Tim.
He can get 4. He's got.
I think I'll be impressed if Ed manages to build all 4, though.
Let's look at the fall. Dan, here we go.
Yeah, so having triple supported Munich, he's now going to take Munich and he's going to move Vienna to Bohemia. So, Tim is a guy who is completely confident in his alliances, right? And because watching Norway move out to North Sea, who's to say he's wrong? Who's to say that he is wrong, right? This is a man who's totally confident in his alliances right now, and he's getting vindicated for it. Who am I to criticize this guy? I criticized him for waving. It didn't hurt him. I criticised him for the moves that he made, exchanging all those centres. It wasn't a problem. It worked out for him. Now I've criticised him for not stabbing Turkey. It's working out for him. But what can I say? I love it. Fantastic. He's building, right? He's building 1. Turkey's got his 3. What does that leave it? Russia 10, Turkey 10. Okay.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. But the problem is, what does Tim get next without stabbing an ally? In the meantime, how many centres can Turkey take off Tim by stabbing his ally?
I'm so sorry. We're calling France. Can you go back one? Right. So is England stabs France here?
Yeah.
Because he's supposed to be supporting Mid-Atlantic, and he's supposed to be like helping in Brest. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, this was telegraphed the second England wasn't attacking Russia, though.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think France realised that.
Yeah.
Because France is expecting English support Paris to Brest, North Atlantic support Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah.
And that's not what's happened. Okay.
But I don't hate that move. I think that France had outlived his use to England.
10, 10, 8.
So ERT, is that right? Is that what we're saying? ERT, or whatever it is? ERT, finish.
You could Fodal it. You even got the 1 Italian dot in Brest there, ready for the 11-11-11.
Okay.
It's terrible in this scoring system. Absolutely atrocious in this scoring system. But it would be quite funny to do it just to annoy Brandon, because he's in attendance.
Let's see. Wait. I lost it. Here's the game. Those are the builds. Army in the north for Russia. Fleet army for Ed. I'm sure this army con is once again very needed for the RT Alliance. And a Fleet Liverpool by Brian Pravel.
Flip through it then. Let's see it.
Spring. Well, we keep on marching for now. Anything of note? Should we just flick through?
Yeah, flip through.
The 11s are on.
I think so. Fall. Yeah. Looks all like it. Sweden, that's probably a range. What's the center count?
Sweden is Russia's 11th.
Yep.
Turkey's
Well,
at
Turkey's
all,
at 12.
See?
Maybe they will give up something. Disband. Fleet army in the north. Okay, all good so far. Yep. Nice convoy to Spain. Okay. Paris.
No, there's the stab. So England's not in this. This is just a full-on juggernaut, pound through, get what
There's
you think.
the stab, yeah. This is Russia taking Denmark, taking Kiel. And so at the end,
13-13.
yeah. So what do you guys think? Is it a draw here between the two of them, or do they keep rolling? Is it just saying like, yeah, Brian, we just want to have a two-way shared board top, not a three-way, or do they keep going and try for something?
So what was the other board? The other board is just drawn, right? The first board that we looked at.
Yeah, that was like 1906.
And Silverman got a nice top, so he's got 2 tops, right? So now you're sitting here going, if I get 13-13 now with not many points in round 1, I'm out of it. So if you're motivated by winning this tournament and catching up to Adam, you can't draw. You can't hold it and roll the board. You've got to do something. But if you see with an army in St. Pete, that's
The solo is not good for either of them because neither of them is set up to stab the other. Even going for a top isn't great for either of them unless Brian is willing to throw it one way or the other. And again, in Brian's own tournament, I find it unlikely that he would do that. Maybe he'll be more pissed at Tim having Tim just stabbed him. But assuming that the tournament director won't throw a solo in their own tournament, the solo is not looking good for either. Like, both of them have some indefensible centers in the middle, and if they send all of their builds to defend those centers, it means they're not using them to take other centers. England is still perfectly viably able to hold the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, so Turkey is not getting into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Russia could, with their 1 fleet, try and get out into like Helderland, but it's not good.
It's not enough.
Yeah.
I think if anything, Turkey has the better stab here, right? But it's still not amazing. Go up to Serbia, put down another fleet here, maybe, or an army.
We haven't seen any intention, honestly, from either of them.
No, we haven't. To be fair, maybe the builds will tell a little more. Okay, 2 armies by Turkey. That is at least leaves options open. Let's see the spring turns. And okay, yeah, they draw. Interesting. Okay, guys, let's have a quick look at this board. Let's bring Chris back, because after this, I will quickly have to shut down Dipcast so I can reload the last 2 games. And I'm gonna have you guys quickly discuss the outcome of this game. So take another quick look at this board. I unfortunately will have to shut it down in a second. And then I would like to hear your thoughts about pros and cons about like this end state for Tim and Ed. I think Brian is not quite as relevant because he's not playing for scores, but like, would you have looked for your stab at some point, or do you think it's a brilliant move for Tim and Ed to be set up in a nice sort of, well, not quite in the beginning, but after it position?
Robert, didn't you say there was a third game in this round?
There is, but I was instructed by Brandon, who's pulling the strings from behind the scenes, as he usually does also on the board, to shut it down now. There is a third board. We will come to that.
Right.
I just will do the update now, and then we can go over to the other one. So I'll quickly end the presentation. Stop screen. Okay, and we are in this view, and you guys talk about the game for a sec.
Well, Chris, over to you.
Yeah, it was an interesting game. I think you're right that, I mean, with the 2 army builds at the end there, Ed has, I think, the edge if there is a fight between Russia and Turkey, which says to me that maybe Tim was less inclined to vote for the draw, and then Ed builds the 2 armies and says, okay, so now you've got to vote for the draw, right? Something like that, maybe. But I don't know. I'm surprised that Ed didn't go for the top anyway, just push it another year or something. Because that's the difference between like what 120 to 80 something or something like that. I'm guessing. I'm not a scoring.
Probably would have been 140 or 150 if you took the top of that.
Okay,
because it's however many centers you have times 10 is your topping score.
Oh, okay, right.
It's weird if you're not topping on the shared top, it gets really complicated. But for the actual solo top, it's really simple.
Yeah, you're right. So that'd be like 104. That's a big number of points to give up.
Yeah, it may well be though that we assumed that attack on England at the end was a stab, but what if it wasn't? What if that was actually by agreement and Brian was like, yeah, no, that's fine. And if Brian's fine with it, Ed's stab on Tim is dreadful because Brian might just give him a couple more centers and just keep balancing that out. And between them, I do not believe that Ed had any hope of soloing that game. Whereas if Tim is thrown some centers, I think that could be flipped into 18.
Yeah, and Brian could have been on board with that. RT is in a position where they can say, look, we want the shared board top here, Brian. So you have to throw 2 dots to Russia. And he's like, yeah, okay, what choice do I have in that case, right?
So I think, looking back on the game, I've got a new favourite player. I think the way Tim Crosby played this game confounded my commentary, like turn after turn, year after year. He has done all the heavy lifting in this game, in my opinion. He has run all the risks. He has done so much diplomatic work. He's thought of so many different ways to move his armies around and to keep them alive. And, he eliminated Austria. He eliminated Germany. Italy, Ed did the whole, Komodo dragon thing where he waited for Italy to move away and get really annoyed with France and then ate him from behind. That's been Ed's game. Patience and get the benefit. I think, if I was Tim, I might be, in this position now thinking I'm so exhausted and I have worked so hard and I've got a great result. And that's good enough for me. Love this 13 and look back on pride on a guy, I think I'm maybe not alone in thinking that, he's been in some perilous situations and has come out smelling roses. So well done, mate. Bravo.
Yeah, congratulations. Brilliant play. Let's have a look at the standings as they look for now. Just quickly before we go to the last one. So we see that Timothy and Ed are quite a way behind Adam, but definitely in a position where they can still get it in the last round, especially if Adam doesn't really get a correct score. And one update we have now is that actually Christian is in fact only allowed to use one of his round 1 scores. So after clarifying, it is that way that just those 62 points and whatever from probably board 3, I suppose we will see him in the last board, which we will look at now, will count for his score. Oh, that was a bit too quick. Let's go here first.
The difficulty for Ed and Tim, though, is that they might not have any control over Adam's result in the third round.
Yeah,
right?
Depending on whether
they
will
need him
be
to
on the
do
same
badly,
board.
but they don't have it. They don't necessarily have any sway over that. So
true. That is a good point. So they will have to have a bit of luck, maybe in one way or another, either by being seated next to him and having some control, or by having somebody else on Adam's board who's controlling him. Round 2, game 3 means that we say goodbye for Dan for a little while, and then we will have you back for the big finale of round 3. Thank you. And we have over here Kevin O'Kelly in Austria playing the second board at the same time while he's also playing that Italy we just saw. Justin Lohr playing England. Christian Brown, there he is again, playing France. Stephen Hogue in Germany. Then we have David Graf, who's also in not a bad position, has had a decent round 1 score at least. Robert Chase in Russia, and Morgante Pell, a player we saw quite a lot in the beginning of the DBN era in virtual, also a bit in face-to-face, but not quite as much of late, making his tournament debut in Turkey right here. All right, any thoughts on this fairly juicy lineup?
Well, when Morgante was winning everything a couple of years ago, Turkey was his specialist country, and here he is again playing Turkey.
I'm thinking Morgante's got to be in the running for this.
Oh yeah.
Stephen Hogan, Germany though is he can play Germany for sure.
All right. So after a little bit of a swap, we had Michalis do the spring in the last turn, I think, in the last game. So you will have the faults here, and Chris, we will give you the spring turns. Yeah, let's have a look at the orders if I can find them somewhere on my computer. Aha, there they are. I found the right button. Please have a go, Chris.
Okay. In the east, Venice, Trieste, presumably arranged, or Austria not too worried about it. Nothing else very exciting there. French moves are at least a little bit interesting. This is David Hood's. I want to make sure I get Belgium sway, basically. I can take Iberia whenever I like, but Belgium's the one that I don't necessarily that is maybe harder to get. So let's make sure I get Belgium early. And England covering the move to Wales is usually read as I'd prefer to go against Scandinavia, but I don't completely trust France if I send everything that way.
Yeah, it's quite a rare opening from England to see that nowadays, rather than just go to Yorkshire. It means that England can't convoy in full.
Which is nice from a Russia point of view. I mean, it's a good diplomatic move from that point of view.
It's nice from a French point of view as well, in that England's probably not going to try and take Belgium from North Sea.
Yep.
Full.
What do I know?
Wow. Go for it, Michalis.
So, I know nothing. England does take Belgium from North Sea. Goes +2 because France is walking into Munich at the same time. So, it turns out that Picardy and Burgundy weren't for France to take Belgium at all. What do we know? It's Justin and Christian say, screw you, commentary team. We're gonna pull the rug out from under you guys and your confident assumptions. So, yep, fireworks in the West. Germany is... well, they're still building, but this is pretty disastrous for them. At least they've let Russia into Sweden. The East, meanwhile, most of those moves are pretty standard, except Morgante has done a delayed Sunstrom and has gone both into Black Sea and into Armenia. So Morgante wasn't worried by Italy opening to Trieste, and it wasn't followed up with Italy going to Aegean Sea, which shouldn't really please Kevin either. So maybe this is going to turn into an IT here. Wouldn't be shocked to see a Turkish army build and Italy going after Austria.
We don't. We see a fleet built by Turkey, so keeping different options open. Northern fleet built by Russia. Italy, as we've seen before, has an army and a fleet build, which is not necessarily always what you want to see as Austria when you've given up Trieste. And then we see, well, France and England showing each other a lot of love, which is not that surprising after what they did in fall of 01. Yeah, all in all, fairly standard builds, I would think. Anything too surprising to you guys?
The Northern Fleet build by Russia is the disadvantage of that fleet north being in Belgium, because now it can't support Norway. So Norway is open for Russia to take, and building a fleet means that they may be going to push further than just Norway.
Yeah, like England building a second army. I get it. Armies are good. You want armies as England. You don't want to be all fleets and inflexible. But when you don't have any way to convoy out regardless, I think I would have preferred to have two fleets that could go to Norwegian and North here. And then if you're dislodged from Norway, you can make an aggressive retreat to Skagerrak or to Barents, respectively. Instead, you're probably retreating to whichever one of them has the massive hole left in it.
Yeah, and you want to replace that fleet with an army, but you can't really do it. So yeah, I agree. I think you probably want two fleets in this case.
Over in spring, we see the following moves. Chris.
Yeah, so Norway falls to the Russian, as we expect. Could have done that either way. This is the safe way. It doesn't leave Sweden open to a possible German deciding they want to fight everyone. North Sea goes into North Sea occupied from Edinburgh, with those two armies not able to do anything. Morganti seems to change his mind, I guess. This looks like he wanted to go against Russia, was hoping for something more friendly, some different builds from Italy or some different negotiation from Italy or something. Then decided, no, he has to build a fleet and then can't push further against Russia. Yeah, this is looking like AI versus RT at this point in the south.
It is, but there's some very weird moves, like the bounce in Tyrolia that wasn't a bounce, as Italy's instead supported Venice up to Tyrolia. Austria cannot like that at all. Yeah. There's no world where that's good for Austria. Italy and Turkey are clearly not on the same page. So given that that's what's happening, you have to start looking, is this about to turn into a wintergreen? Is that what the moves are telling us is going to happen next? Because yeah, they're on the same page in the south, but Trieste and Tyrolia is very, very hostile to Austria as Italy.
Yeah, this could be one of those situations where none of the alliances are completely solid, and therefore we see some scope for things to change, which is going to be more interesting for us for sure.
Yeah. Oops, sorry that I showed that comment already. Morganta saying that it was supposed to be an IT, but then Italy didn't follow through by building a fleet. In fall, what do we have here, Michalis? Interesting convoys in the south and in the north, as a matter of fact.
So Russia is convoy to con by Turkey. Maybe this was Morgante going, please don't wintergreen. I can give you this instead. Okay, I guess it's possibly the only way to cover Con and me without leaving Eastern, but it's... Yeah, that's a tough one regardless. Robert will be pretty happy with it. Although the problem is that Fleets of Astapel is crap for an RT follow-up, and you'd just rather that was an army. So everything is a bit... Meanwhile, in the north, England convoys to Denmark, because everybody knows that Denmark is best with an army. No one wants a fleet in Denmark. You always want an army there. But at least it gets one of those armies off the homeland, so that's something. France, meanwhile, does now get Belgium with German support. Probably not with English agreement, but you can't entirely be certain about that. And France is in Silesia to do things that we don't even know yet. Maybe France doesn't even know yet. But France is in Silesia, and that can only be fun.
Bit of a wild west here. Let's see what becomes of it. Ends up with just France taking a build. Morgante has to pull one, and Robert going up to 8 centers after 02. Always nice. Let's see. Another northern fleet. There's this theory that Russia needs a lot of northern fleets to do really well in the game, but of course there's also such a thing as building those too early. What's your take? What do we have at hand right here? Is it a case of, yeah, we should watch out, Russia will have a lot of force in the north, or just like they might have trouble in the south?
Well, with a weak Germany, I don't think it's terrible. The danger is always Warsaw, basically. That if you have the strong fleets in the north, you're generally weak in Warsaw, Moscow, and there's a danger that Austria or Germany comes straight through the center there. That doesn't look like this is that kind of game. It could be, but yeah, I don't think I'm okay with that fleet build here at this point.
Yeah, I think I'm of the opinion that if you're going to be a power in the north, go and be a power in the north, and an army in St. Petersburg would be kind of a hedge here. At the moment, Russia doesn't really have great southern growth prospects, so they're not, I don't think, going to be that terrifying to people because they're doing well in the north. It's a different matter if Austria was collapsing to Russian armies right now, and then everybody would be looking at Russia and going, we've got to deal with that fast. But at the moment, this is a position where you can push that fleet forward. Maybe you're going to piff Skagerrak here and mean that there's one less non-Russian fleet up in the north to deal with, which I would really love as a move. Maybe you can get a deal with England now that England's the one on the back foot as well. So even though you're putting a lot of fleets down, when England's being attacked by an FG, maybe they're going to throw you some sort of bone. Maybe they're going to invite you to come and take something. It's not impossible that England's going to be so mad at France that Russia gets to walk into Edinburgh, for example.
Okay. In the spring, Chris.
So Sweden supported Skagerrak into Denmark, but the army was convoyed back anyway, so that's not that big a deal. Yeah, Norway to north seems rather optimistic. If you know that Skagerrak's going to Denmark in particular, like you're not getting support. Is North going to move out? I think Norwegian probably would have been a better move there, and you could have got the fleets end up with the fleets in Norwegian Norway rather than Barents Norway.
It may have been just a cut to force Denmark to fall, guarantee it.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. Yep, good point. Thank you. France gets into the Channel, but doesn't really even try and do anything else. Austria takes back Trieste, and what have we got down there? The fleets. So Austria's helping Turkey into. No, yep.
Tried to. It'll
yes, Austria supported the Turkish fleet to Aegean.
Brace, yeah.
I mean, I think this is the pigeons coming to roost for it. Like we said, that moving up to Tyrolia and being in Trieste is really hostile to Austria, and it was. But the problem was that he didn't use that to attack Austria. He just tried to sit there, and sooner or later, Austria is going to be like, I can't work with that. You can't have this sword of Damocles holding over my head the entire time. So Austria's turned around and said, well, screw you, I'm going to take Trieste back now. And Italy, having not attacked Austria, has missed probably the boat to do it. And yeah, this is, I mean, it's still not good for Austria, but it ain't great for Italy either.
Well, with the Russian fleet in Romania, he had the freedom to move Serbia back, right?
Yeah. So it's probably good play by the RT to sort of work on that little potential area of disagreement and just point out to Austria, like, you can't let Italy stay there, and we've given you room to do something about it.
Moving onwards to the fall.
All right. So it turns out that what France was in Silesia for was to move to Prussia with German support. Cool. Timely move by Germany, I have to say. Like, they've predicted that actually maybe I'm not going to be working with Russia for much longer, so I'm going to put France into Prussia right as Russia brings those fleets down to go after Denmark. So good read from Stephen Hogue there. Well done. Elsewhere, Bulgaria is actually piffed as Turkey retakes it with a fleet. So this RT that are working together now have Fleet Romania, Fleet Bulgaria, East Coast, which is perhaps not the ideal layout for an RT, but it's something. What it is doing is giving the West an awful lot of time to resolve, because that East is a quagmire helping no one. Russia's in Bohemia as well, and will get to... Will they get to rebuild? No, they don't get to rebuild, so that's just a piff. So they're looking a little thin in the center, as we said could happen. That move out of Galicia actually leaves them a bit more vulnerable around Warsaw.
Turkey gets back to 4. Germany gets a build. England slowly going down. Now they only have their home centers. And yeah, as you said, apart from Turkey getting back into it, the East sort of very unresolved.
Well, the good thing for England is that they can actually pull North Sea here, and it be the least costly pull of North Sea you'll probably ever see, because you can just say Russia, hey, put Norway in there, you're fighting Germany, and that's just really good news for England if they can pull that off. So this will be about the only time where pulling North Sea is ever the best case scenario for England.
And they do.
Well done.
Germany building a fleet makes sense that you want to do something against Russia. However, it seems also, depending if the East will get their act together, it could also be a bit of an army weak Germany in the middle as well. But yeah, I suppose it's more about tactics and not getting Silesia blown up at a bad moment or something when you could be in a very difficult position and losing Munich quickly.
I mean, Germany's got a problem, though, in that if they are just going head-to-head with Russia over Denmark, then France is going to be the one that takes all of England. And then Germany's going to have a very, very big French problem pretty quickly. Yeah. There's not really a good outcome to this. The fleet is never going anywhere, so I think I'd have preferred the army.
I think you're right, because he's not going to be able to take North Sea and get up into England. So the army can defend Denmark just as well as the fleet can, right?
Yeah. And you're probably going to need that defensiveness later when France is big.
Right.
I think so too, yeah. I don't love one fleet Germany's, but in this case it might have been the better option. Spring, that is Chris again.
Although that's a solid use of that fleet.
Yeah, for sure.
Very open to France, but then that seems to be okay at the moment. France positioning to try and get one of those English centres, most likely Liverpool. But it's going to take a while to crack that English. England with two armies and a fleet is not an easy target. In the south, let's see, that French army, Prussia, that's having a lot of fun. It went to Bohemia, went to Silesia, went to Prussia. Now it's in Livonia with 3 Russian dots next to it. And will it go for any of them? I have hesitate to predict what it's going to do.
I'm sure it will arrive at Syria at some point.
I hope so. That would be very cool. What else happened there? Bohemia. Russia decided that Bohemia was a little bit too far forward, and bringing that back to Silesia. So there's just a bit of a swap around of armies. That's probably a better position for Germany to be in Munich and Berlin anyway. Austria supporting Italy and Greece. So, but then
Italy walked out.
Yeah.
It looks like Austria tried to mend fences and Italy didn't.
Right.
Tiroli has supported Russia into Vienna as well.
And Italy didn't believe it. Italy's like, no, we're still fighting. I don't believe you that you want to work together now.
I mean, Italy clearly wasn't convinced Russia would take that either. Italy didn't tap Trieste to guarantee that Vienna would actually fall. But yeah, it's Turkey who's gaining from this Eastern quagmire. He's just doing it very, very slowly.
Yeah, which is often the case, right? If there's a mess in the East, Turkey just gradually gets one every couple of years, and before you know it, they're dominating.
Good job, Morgante, fighting back. It looked very dire for a little while. Now if he can keep Greece, he might even get another build and go back to 5. Let's see if Austria and Italy will get their act together, or if we see yet another game where there's a super strong RT because Austria and Italy just keep fighting each other and RT eventually rolls over them. We've seen that quite a bit in this tournament already. And, well, it seems a little bit like they haven't gotten their act together, Michalis.
So, Italy doesn't attack Austria this turn, but Austria does attack Italy. So, even though Greece was retakeable if they'd worked together, this time the trust wasn't there on the other side. Turkey gets their army into Bulgaria, finally. You've got that fleet back out. And they forgot to put that fleet in Black Sea, which is just nice for Morgante and less nice for Robert, who's got some real problems here. Somehow he's been convinced that the thing he needs to do with North Sea is to take English Channel. And I get it. Cool. English Channel. Fun. You don't get to go there as Russia very often. But why? What are you doing in English Channel would be my question. And you've lost Sweden because you had to defend St. Petersburg. You've pulled all your armies back from Germany, one of which has then followed up to pressurize Warsaw anyway. And yeah, now you're not in North Sea either, when you could have at least done something like, I don't know, North Sea supports Sweden to Denmark, and hey, you brace, and none of this is actually a problem. And instead, you're going down a center, and you've put a unit way out of position, and that means that almost certainly the disband's going to be that fleet you've just put in English Channel anyway. So I guess maybe you've bought England some extra time, and that's not insignificant if everyone is a bit worried of what happens with France after they take England down. But yeah,
I think Ferdinand has got it right. It's a student exchange between France and Russia. Livonia will soon be in St. Pete or Moscow, and that Russian fleet will spend a semester abroad in Brest or so. I'm sure that's what it is. Anyway, let's move forward into the winter phase, where we see a build by Germany. Good on them. It looked pretty dire, and I think this year has gone actually very well for them. Getting a build, getting those Russian fleets to completely move away. They were very threatening. Now they are quite a way back. Russia has to pull one, and Turkey actually gets that build we were talking about. Another fleet for Turkey makes sense. Russia has been friendly to them. They can control them with Black Sea. The Russian fleet goes.
Yeah, Russia keeps the fleet English.
Yeah. You don't need Romania. You can trust Turkey. They are your friend. But English Channel is important. And now we see another German army. Seems like it was about time for that. In the spring of 1905. Over to you again, Chris.
Yeah, so Morgante pushing forward against Italy. I was looking at Morgante first because I was curious to see if he has any allies down there, and if so, who they are. I think he's got basically Austria and Russia are leaving him alone, and therefore that leaves him free to decide to fight Italy. Getting to Ionian is always a great thing when you're Turkey. So this is going quite nicely for him. Italy, Austria continue to fight, and neither of them really gets anywhere. Ionian pulled back to Naples as well. That's odd. I don't know why you would do that.
Well, it means that Turkey now has Tunis as well in pocket.
Yeah.
This is actually looking quite reminiscent of the VDL top board when I was playing Turkey this year, and I was pushed into a box early on and then slowed out, and suddenly Tunis was there, and then all of a sudden you're out of the box and you've got Tunis and you've got fleets coming forward, and the West has failed to resolve as much as it could have done. France is slowly but surely making the progress they need. They're now back into the English Channel, and if the units in position that they can take Liverpool next turn. But
they're going to need to fleet in mid-Atlantic before long, and that might mean that they don't have time to take England before they have to do that. Right?
Well, they do have a build in pocket because Livonia's just been blown up, so they have a rebuild they can stick in Marseille, which is not insignificant, especially if you then take Liverpool as well, because you tap Wales and just take Liverpool this turn.
The Livonia thing is interesting just because of one of those units that you get behind the lines. I mean, you look at Robert's moves this turn, he's had to devote 4 units to getting rid of that, which is a huge cost in tempo and everything like that. But even if you ignore the fact that it cost him last turn and the turn before as well. So.
I mean, the flip side is it looks like he's cut some sort of deal with Germany because those armies are the other way and they're going off to Belgium.
Yep.
Or Burgundy.
Not good for France, those armies. But they don't really progress anymore. They just do a triple bounce in Ruhr. Apart from that, what do we see?
So France does the moves to guarantee Liverpool that they should have been doing regardless, which also means that England and Russia should have known that's what France would be doing regardless. So why you instead force the Channel but walk out of London to let France to retreat there is a little beyond me. I cannot explain in what world that makes sense, but London to Yorkshire was a move that got entered for some reason, while supporting the Channel to beat the... Yeah, okay. Moving on. It is indeed some sort of détente between Russia and Germany. Baltic's now gone back to Denmark. There's been an army put into Livonia, which doesn't seem great for Germany, but hey, the other fleet is in St. Pete's south coast. Mordante is fully out of the box, walking into Tunis and getting to backfill the Ionian Sea. So France is +2 building 3. Mordante is +1 building 1. But everyone else on this board must be looking at those two on either side and getting a little bit worried now.
I mean, sorry, I didn't want to do that. I did that before. Let's hide it. Go away, comment. I'm sorry. It's getting late for me, for my brain, for my English speaking. So this is the position. We haven't talked about it before. Who would you prefer? I mean, it seems very much between France and Turkey at the moment, with a few possibilities for other players bouncing back. Who's your favorite at this point?
I mean, Christian gaining 3 that turn. I mean, he shouldn't have gained that much that turn, but that's a huge. I said earlier that it can take a while to kill England when they've got 2 armies, right? But that England is now out, and Christian hasn't been fighting anyone else really, right? So yeah, you've got to like that position, but you've also got to like Morgante as well. I think I would go for Christian out of the 2 of them, but I'm not sure about that.
I kind of like Mordante better, just as Christian's future growth is still not great. Like Edinburgh is probably going to go to him, but he's got some deal with Germany. Like Germany didn't follow up and attack him, but at the same time, those 4 German armies in the middle are very, very difficult for France to push into and take dots from later. So Stephen's got a really nice defensive position and a good relationship with Russia. So moving against Germany isn't going to be that profitable. Moving into the south, into the Med, you're too late. Turkey's already got there before you and will get those dots first. So I can see a 9th centre quite easily in Edinburgh. Maybe you could then force Holland or something for 10, but I think Mordante on 6 at the moment. You've got 3 Italian dots that are probably there for the taking, and Austria, who's locked into this war with Italy without really considering his own position, and potential dots from Russia. So I think Morgante's got better growth.
Okay. Well, in spring, winter first, of course, there is an army built by Morgante. Italy apparently is really just like headed with Austria, pulls Naples, 2 fleets for France, and England is down to 1 sole army in Edinburgh after this costly mistake, not thinking about the retreat to London. And let's go to the spring turn right here.
Okay, Russia and Germany working together to put the German fleet into the North Sea is at least interesting. That fleet in the Channel is still causing France problems. The Turkish fleets advance up into Western Med and Tyrrhenian. That lovely Western Med, Tyrrhenian Sea, Ionian, all those Italian dots open to you. But Italy actually pulled Venice down to Rome rather than continuing to hassle Kevin in Austria. So that's have Italy and Austria finally realized that really if they keep fighting, they're only helping Morgante. And the 2 Russian armies come down into Romania and Galicia. So yeah, that's probably not good for Austria. So it's definitely the right time for Austria and Italy to be making peace if they couldn't a year ago or 2 years ago, maybe. Yeah, I don't see anything else particularly noteworthy.
Well, Marseille not going to Spain is bad.
Marseille should have done something, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess maybe you're worried Italy was going to walk into Marseille behind you, but the problem is you're probably now going to have to keep Marseille blocked for a while. You're not likely to be able to build there again. I'm very interested by this Russia-Germany, where they're working together, but at the same time, they're only moving units in ways that can attack each other. Like, cool, Germany's moved to North Sea. They must be moving against France. No, none of their armies have gone against France. Russia is helping Germany into North Sea, but also putting all their units next to the Scandinavia.
Yes.
So both of them seem to be telling each other the truth whilst moving in ways that don't actually really help each other.
I mean, you could see something like Norway go up to Norwegians, Sweden to Norway, Finland to Sweden. So there's possible
There was some people.
arrangements there, but yeah, it's not.
So in fall. You see lots of movement in the east. Interesting movement, Michalis.
All right, so Russia has walked out of Romania and Austria has walked in, which definitely wasn't on my bingo card. Austria's building out of nowhere. Cool. That probably signals the end of Robert's hopes of coming back and topping this board, especially as Germany, those armies that weren't moving on France, have instead moved on Russia and have gone after Warsaw. So, oh dear, didn't take Sweden when you could have done Russia, and this is your reward for it. Germany has convoyed to Yorkshire, so they're going to get Edinburgh. They've negotiated that pretty well to make sure that it's them that gets Edinburgh rather than France, given how far behind in the race to take English dots they were. So that's well done by Stephen. Italy is not going after France and is instead belatedly trying to do something about Turkey. It just doesn't really matter because Turkey got a guaranteed convoy to Naples and got to backfill Greece by convoy at the same time, because instead of doing one convoy from Smyrna to Naples, let's just do multiple. It's more fun. You get to enter more moves. Be interesting to see what Austria does from this position, though.
Really impressive bounce back by Steve. I think I said it before, but this is diplomatically a great achievement to come back from a very cornered position to this where he has options. He's not the front runner, but if we look at it, right here, he's got people moved away from him, and we all know Doug Moore talking about Germany, saying like, okay, when the armies are moving away from the middle of the board, you're doing well as Germany. And it's a nice clear space around Germany with just German armies.
The Austrian comeback is really good for Germany as well, because it means that Morgante, those easy centers that I was pointing out last turn, aren't there anymore, because now Kevin's putting another army down and has got a pretty solid core that Morgante's going to have to sort of work his way around. Rome is going to be there for the taking. Other than Rome, it's no longer looking so easy for Morgante to take stuff, especially without risking Austria taking stuff from him, because Serbia doesn't look that friendly.
Yeah, you almost have to come up from Rome to Venice to Trieste rather than go the direct route to Trieste.
Yeah.
Okay, so finally that English Channel fleet by Russia is disbanded. The rest is pretty self-explanatory, I think. Let's just move forward to the spring, I'd say. Peace between A and T so far, even though, that army is still going to Bulgaria to cover.
Those German armies that went to Prussia and Silesia have now changed their mind and they're going back to Munich and Berlin again. And apparently fighting Russia is more important than finishing off England. The fleet goes to the North Sea, letting France follow up the fleet North Sea goes to Skagerrak and letting France follow up into the North Sea. While at the same time, Holland goes to Ruhr. That's I'm not sure that Stephen, at the end of last turn, Stephen's position was looking quite nice. Now he's sort of pulling everything back to the center, apart from this battle in the north where he's lost Sweden. What else is going on? Yeah, those French fleets are nicely advanced up in Norwegian Sea and North Sea, giving France now Edinburgh, presumably. Although the German army is still in England, so who knows? And then Morgante pushing up through Italy, convoys that other army over into Apulia, and Austria turning around again. Now Vienna to Tyrolia, is that anti-German? Is it anti-Italian? Is it defending Italy?
I mean, it's not defending Italy after tapping Venice to make sure Rome fell. I think we're fairly sure on that one.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
I don't understand the German orders there. Like, that looks like two different sets of orders. You've got a set of orders for pulling back from Russia and making peace, and a set of orders where you go after Scandinavia and invite the French fleet into North Sea. Those are two completely diametrically opposed positions, and Germany's somehow done both, and I just don't get it.
Yeah, you've almost invited both your neighbors in to get closer to you, and that's not a good thing, right?
I mean, it's great for France.
So, fall turn. Romania's changing hand again. Michalis,
All right, so Kevin, having passed up the opportunity to walk into Sevastopol in spring for reasons best known to Kevin, is rewarded by losing Romania to Russia instead. So the Austrian comeback was fun, but it was a brief shining light, and it's all looking pretty grim for him again. Morgante does get into Venice, but at the expense of losing Rome because he felt the need to instead self-bounce Tunis against nobody. Okay. And France, again, nobody cares about Edinburgh. Edinburgh can't move anywhere. Edinburgh can't do anything. So France is instead taking Norway while Germany takes Sweden, and Russia is kicked out of Scandinavia at long last. Pulls Sweden off the board while having a fleet trapped in Skagerrak, which is also... Does he get to rebuild that? He's plus Romania.
Yeah,
he does get to rebuild. Okay, so that does make sense then.
Yeah, seems almost like there is some sort of ART deal on the table right here. Maybe they think they have to defend against an FG, even though, well, I'm not sure if it will last forever. This ART seems like very good for Morgante, especially if he's the one taking Venice rather than Austria.
Morgante has said that self-bounce was actually meant to be a tap on Tuscany, and he entered Tyrrhenian Sea to Tunis instead. So that explains that. Morgante's moves make a lot more sense if those are the orders that are happening. So, okay, fair enough. Now I can understand that East a lot better.
Yeah. Would have also meant that the two fleets would have moved out, Ionian to Tunis, Aegean to Ionian.
Yeah.
Build yet another Turkish fleet. Austria gets rid of that fleet. So that's all pretty much in line with sort of an ART. Northern Army to defend for Russia and another fleet for Turkey. For France. So yeah, looks pretty much like FG against ART for the time being until somebody wants to change it up. And yeah, it doesn't really look like any big diplomatic change right here. Goodbye, Italy, unless Morgante walks out. That's your game. Thanks for playing. A little bit of fun in the north. Apart from that,
yeah, nothing looks.
Yeah, pretty much those lines.
Wouldn't expect from an ART versus FG, right?
Maybe we
pretty
just
good
move
tactics
forward.
by FG to piff Skagerrak there.
Yeah, there. Get rid of that fleet. Skagerrak is a fun place. It has quite a bit of influence, but it's also a dangerous place. Lots of fleets can die there. And in fall, yeah, more of that. Good for Morgante, getting another build, setting up a line, making sure that France will never be able to take anything off of him, probably.
Christian's done the right tactical moves to set up his own stalemate line, though, which is important.
Yeah.
Morgante's not breaching that unless Christian messes up now. Interesting that England didn't retreat to Liverpool there. So Justin's clearly said, I'm done with this game. I want to go to bed.
It was late, probably,
Yeah, it may even have been that Justin had already left, and that's why they felt confident in doing it in this way and not bothering to
maybe
worry about that retreat. Now that Germany has sent everything against Russia, France has a one center advantage over Turkey still. It's tough to see how Morgante breaks that. He's going to have to do a pretty big stab on one of his allies, and Serbia is there, so it is doable. But the problem is that Stephen has the position to be stabbed for absolutely everything by France if France feels the need to do it.
Yeah.
So Christian's in a really good position now.
Feels like conversations about a draw would probably, if they hadn't started before, would now be very real. We see a few more builds, no fleet by Russia, so that's good for Morgante. Just puts down an army down there. France has another defensive army in Paris. Well, defensive, it's not really needed for the defense, so it could do mischief against Germany. Well, maybe.
The thing is that a fleet in Brest was needed to defend mid-Atlantic once Turkey is in North Africa. That's what I expected to go down. And then you had all of that south up. Gascony defends Marseille, Portugal defends Spain.
You can move North Sea back to this.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want to do that as France, but in terms of pure tactics, you can. Let's see if they play on. There are moves indeed, and there is movement. There is something happening. Tell us about it, Chris.
Okay, so North Sea does come to the Channel and doesn't convoy Yorkshire back to Holland. That's a difficult decision. You really want to get that German army out of there, but at the same time, you really need that fleet in the English Channel.
Or actually, Yep, sorry.
I would hope we'll see the convoy in the fall for Christian's sake. But what are those German armies doing? Berlin came back.
I misread.
Russia's
to Kiel.
convoy to Kiel, which is nice.
That's I can see it, because Prussia was lost anyway, but you want to keep the army.
Exactly, that's
move
good
Berlin.
tactics.
Yeah, that's a good move. I'm impressed. Bounces in the north there.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that's the only significant thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, Comrade said in the chat that you don't need Brest to defend it, but that's not true because his set of moves, Burgundy can't support Marseille and Munich at the same time. Now that they've done this situation where Kiel was back there to help defend Munich, it is true, and this is a stalemate line. And unless Germany decides to stab France with Yorkshire, I would expect this game to draw.
Yeah.
It
feels like it's a draw at this point.
France and Germany probably, maybe could grind out St. Pete, but is it really worth it? There's this fun little convoy. Chris can be happy.
Ooh.
And Turkey making the move. What do you think about it, Michalis? Right move on Morgante's part?
Well, Morgante is going for the top, and if he wanted the top, he had to do it. So, sure. Okay. I do question whether it's going to work just because France is in a better position to stab for Sweden, Denmark, Holland, and can even say to Stephen, hey, look, you were happy with us drawing before. You'll be happy with us drawing me topping, right? But, yeah, it's quite good by Kevin, actually, to see this coming as well. And that also makes Morgante's job a lot harder. Just Kevin's got a safe disband in Silesia right now, and 3 armies still there to screw with Morgante.
But it's a 10-10 now, so they're both tied right now. Morgante puts down another army, and Silesia goes. That's a no-brainer. Let's move into spring.
And the question is whether Christian's willing to take the draw at this point. Obviously, Morgante, having tied the top, says that, or maybe doesn't, maybe keeps pushing, but could certainly say we could go for the draw here. And Christian saying, no, actually, I want the top, or saying, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Christian is definitely playing for the top.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like the FG alliance holds. They start to push forward a little bit. Munich coming down to Bohemia. Fleet going up to Barents. Let's secure St. Petersburg. Robert correctly saw that if Morgante is going for the top, then his dots were on the card there of what Morgante needs to get that top. So he pulls back from the line, loses Romania anyway, but there was not much to be done about that. So now this is Morgante against everyone, basically. It's all a question
of everyone, but Austria's not done a lot there.
Yeah. No, Austria did. I mean, he tried. The support to Tyrolia is not unreasonable.
Yeah, the Budapest hold is a bit of an odd one.
I agree.
The thing that's very interesting in the chat, Morgante said that he told Turkey when he was going into Serbia. So maybe a case of like, you cannot prevent it anyway, let's do it. But that's definitely interesting because it made it much harder, as you pointed out before. At least Austria's having their armies back. Now let's see if they will actually use it to defend. But it's always, I think, an interesting question. Do you actually lie to your ally to stab them, or do you feel like the diplomatic upside of you being honest when you take any of their centers is worth a sort of tactical downside?
If you have that one turn advantage, that could make a lot of difference in this case.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, Robert, you will probably remember a certain broadcaster brawl where we could perhaps characterize Kevin as quite a vengeful player. So maybe there's reasons why I don't want to make Kevin too angry. Maybe that was part of the reasoning behind it.
I suppose so. Yeah. Oh, Kevin keeps reminding me every single time we meet.
The question is whether Stephen is willing to help Christian out, because the only place they can take on the other side of the line is St. Peter. Well, I guess as the Austrian and Russian units pull back, there's going to be maybe Warsaw and Moscow as well, right?
Well,
and then we have we do have a draw. Interesting. What's the motivation for Morgante making the move and then actually taking the draw after all? What do you guys think? It's interesting. Trieste was there. Romania was there.
Well, as we said, it was everyone against Morgante last turn, though. Like, I completely understand why Morgante took this draw. I'm actually a lot more surprised that Christian took it.
Yeah, true. True.
I would be loath to take this as Christian. I would be
Mm.
probably insisting on topping this board.
Yeah.
True. Very true.
I mean, St. Petersburg's there, right?
Yeah, St. Petersburg is there. Holland is a walk. I mean,
yeah, you have a walk into Holland, so you have the board top right now if you want it. And there's very little Germany could do about it. And the fact that all those other units have come away from Germany just frees up more French units to walk in behind.
Yeah.
So let's bring Dan back, who has been waiting. Sorry, Dan, for not giving you a heads up behind the scenes. And let's have a look at the points that leaves us at after the round. Blah blah blah. I'm sorry. Let's say that again. After the end of round 2. That's proper sentence. This is the way it looks. So we still have Adam, Brandon in 1 and 2. Christian on 135, so that really makes you question what could have been if he had. Let's just quickly look back again at this map of the last game. He's at 73. Had he been on 11 centers, that would have been 110, which is 37 points more.
He wasn't even more than 11 because Mordante was on 11 as well.
So my view on that board before is it's about desire and it's about heart and it's about need. If you're it's 1910. Don't know what time that corresponds to in real time. They could have drawn before, but they didn't. Morgante wanted to press for more dots, and I think if you're Christian, it's about whether you've got the bit between your teeth on this, because if Christian stabs Germany, this is going 3-4 more hours because people get annoyed then.
Probably, yeah. I mean, that some allies will just give it to you, right? If you've been allied and you nicely ask as Christian, sometimes the player in Steven's position will say, yeah, whatever, take 1 or 2 off of me and let's draw this.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, I think that Christian was in a position where he could have negotiated the top from Steven, and Steven probably should have been all right with that, because as I said before, if you're not topping in this scoring system, the rest of your scores are just kind of much of a muchness. There's a big difference between an elimination and not elimination, but there's very little difference between a 6th place and a 2nd place and all of that. So
Steven is on 48 points, so he's even with keeping the dots he had, he's not in the running for the win unless he somehow gets maybe a solo or 16, 17 centers potentially, but seems very unlikely. Well, interesting games. That concludes round 3. We will move on to round 3, which has 2 boards. Let's see. We will go along with the flow a little bit and see if we first do one and then the other, or jump back and forth. I think it's Michalis' turn to take another short break for now. So thank you, Michalis. And we will move on. We actually have an interesting another thing. In round 3, there were not enough players to play 3 boards. And it was a tradition, as most tournaments have it, that the local players sit out before traveling players have to sit, which actually means that Brandon didn't play. So Brandon sat out, which of course means that he will not be the Weasel Moot champion. I'm sorry, Dan, your champion has been sort of robbed of his opportunity to fight for it. But it also means that Adam is really in the lead, with everybody else chasing by at least 45 points.
No? Didn't want one of these, Brandon?
I think he wanted one.
Another trophy for your captain? Just saying.
I'm sure he wanted it.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he wanted it, but I think he felt like it was the decent thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon is a gentleman. If they need someone to sit, he's the local. I totally understand him doing that.
What is
so he comes first, Daniel? To some
he's the real winner. Okay, let's remember that.
He's the winner in our hearts.
The heart and soul. Exactly.
So round 3. Game 1 has Ed Sullivan as the highest ranked players in Italy. Matched up with Ben Kalman on the same board, who is, not quite in striking distance, but maybe if he gets a good result. Ben Kalman, that's the wrong button. Ben Kalman. Yeah, 71 points. It's not completely impossible for Ben, but a long shot. So Kevin O'Kelly back in Austria once again. Stephen Hoke playing England. Justin Law in France. Ben Kellman in Germany. Then Ed Sullivan trying to make something happen in Italy if he gets a good score. And Adam doesn't really get much on the other board. There's definitely a possibility for him. David Harshberger in Russia. And Turkey is played by Cameron Higby. Probably a good thing for Ed that he has quite a few players around him who are not in contention. Might benefit of that. So the last time we had Chris in spring, so we're gonna move that around. Let me see if I can do that. Haha. And Dan Lester will be our man for the spring turns.
Okay, let's roll. Let's go.
Let's
See if
go.
we can get a big score here and put themselves as the man to beat. And
There we've got some spring turns.
Boys. Okay. Do. What have we got? We have got woo. Okay. Warsaw to Prussia is move of the day. On this board. Everything else, there's a DMZ in black and in Galicia. So happy days for Russia. So he has a spare unit, and rather than like mess around, he's going to make use of that unit. But Prussia's a crazy town, right? Because surely if you're going against Germany, Silesia is better. Really kind of spook him. So maybe he's not trying to spook him. Maybe he's trying to say, "Ooh, don't bounce me in Sweden, or you'll regret it. I've got this Prussia." Who knows? Germany, Ben Kellman. Yeah, that's a no good, very bad moment. Fortunately, nothing in Burgundy. So the only thing he has to worry about is the bounce in Holland. Yeah.
Fall turn.
Yeah,
Chris.
no bounce in Holland, bounce in Berlin, bounce in Sweden. Fine, you're going to bounce me in Sweden. I will go to Silesia. And from being a no good, very bad 90th spring for Ben, it has become a no good, very bad fall for David. Whatever it was that Prussia was trying to achieve, it has not achieved that. And his vulnerability in the south has been exploited. One thing that I don't understand very well is Italy's position. I think, there's obviously something fast developing between an AT, and suddenly he's managed to score himself a France with 3 builds who's moved to Spain South Coast. So, Chris Brand, over to you. What do you do as Italy in this situation? You're the world's foremost Italy expert. Tell us.
You've got 3 build France. The fleet in the south coast, I don't think is that big a deal. Yes, it would be nice if it was in the north coast. Yes, there is the danger that a build of a fleet in Marseille means you've got 2 fleets down there. You don't make peace with France by being able to throw more units in the Mediterranean than them. You make peace with France by convincing them that it's not a good idea to come into the Mediterranean while they've got possible problems in the north, right? You're not comfortable as Ed here, but at the same time, that move in itself is not a disaster. It kind of depends on what the builds are. I suspect you've got a lot of pressure on Justin here with Italy saying you should build just 1 fleet and it should be in Brest, and England saying you should build just 1 fleet and it should be in Marseille. Yeah.
So Germany's got. Yeah. So is it a Western triple now? Is that an obvious?
Well, Germany kind of has to build 2 armies, right? Which is interesting.
Probably. Let's see. No. Ben doesn't. Look at those 2 French waves. My, oh my.
There you go. I see. So both England and Italy putting pressure on France. France going, yeah, okay, I won't build any fleets.
That's delicious. Justin, wow.
Justin's a nice guy.
Very interesting.
Wow.
Also, Turkish builds, definitely anti-Russian, but also very pro-Italian, with Italy building the fleet in Rome rather than Naples. Is this maybe an AIT actually, rather than AT or IT or something like that? We'll see about it.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, Dan.
No, I mean, what an amazing, Tim Crosby, you're one wave. I raise you, Justin's two waves. Why take them if you're not going to build them? But
If you've got nothing
Amazing.
to do with them, then yeah, keep them in pocket, right?
Dan, the spring term.
Sorry, I ran through into full, then I got over enthusiastic.
It's okay, I think.
Yeah, so Russia. This tournament, I think we've only seen maybe 1.5 games where that Russian Southern Fleet lasts more than about 50 seconds. And here it goes again, another one gone down. Another Russia's going to be playing a northern game, or possibly not much game at all. Prussia and Silesia think better of it. They're coming back. That venture has not been successful. And the Western triplish. Western triplish.
Yeah, having not built that second fleet, we're going to go after Italy anyway, apparently. So.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of worked, right?
Yeah.
Italy, at least, well, okay, they didn't have a fleet to bounce it anyway, but Italy clearly didn't seem very worried with Venice going to Tyrolia. But it's going back again.
No, we're not going after Italy. That was a bad
No harm,
we'll
no foul.
Piedmont, though. We won't pull back from Piedmont. We'll just sit there. Yeah, Justin doesn't seem to have a plan here, which is maybe that's okay as France. Maybe you can wait a little bit and see how the board plays out. But I'm sure Ed has a plan. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm sure he has a plan.
So this is a very nervy board, right? Everyone's very nervous apart from Turkey. Cameron, great stuff, mate, right? He's had 2 rubbish rounds, and now he hopefully will have a chance to have some fun. I don't think he had much chance on either of the first 2 boards that he was on at this tournament. So I hope he's enjoying this, and I hope it continues to be an enjoyable experience.
I do like the English support. Is that England supporting Turkey up into Moscow in fall 1902?
Yes.
That's a move.
I mean, we've seen the Witches do well in this tournament.
Yeah.
It seems to be another of those games.
This seems to be a feeling that England and Turkey are going to do well together, so why not help each other do well?
Yeah.
Although often you find that comes down to a conflict over Warsaw and Moscow because they both want them, right? So,
yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Austria following up into Romania is interesting. That kind of fits the idea that this is an AIT.
Yeah, Ionian bouncing in Tunis isn't very AIT though, is it?
No. I think Ed's maybe not 100% on board.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, Ed, on the one hand, maybe he felt like AT was strong, so the best he could do is tell them, yeah, I'll let you do your stuff against Russia, just don't come for me. But on the other hand, you feel like in a timed round, the third round was timed somewhere between I think it was between like 5 and 6 hours or 6 and 7 hours. The game will draw by time, so he doesn't have forever, and he needs a pretty big score to surpass Adam. So you would think he might have to come up with a plan at some point. What would be his plan at this point? Hard to see, isn't it?
You can see 2 options. He's either going to follow West, with France having now pulled back a little bit, but that army Piedmont makes that difficult. Or you wait until the Austrian armies are advanced into Russia, and then you pile onto Austria.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really want to be waiting. I think you're right.
Maybe 1 or 2 years waiting is okay, but at some point you got to make a move. Austria is getting the build out of this AT cooperation. Russia down to 2 already. England with a build from St. Pete, and France, well, they still have 2 from before. Now they build Fleet Brest, which is interesting. Actually, we saw lots of English fleets built before. Now we see England building lots of armies, more like the style we've seen later in the tournament. I think it was Adam Silverman who built all those armies. Yeah. Bosnia stays on rather than keeping 2 armies for Russia. So they are also saying like, screw you, Western Triple. I don't care about those armies in the south.
So here's what's going to dictate this game, right? In a time-limited game, this Justin is going to now dictate this game. He's got two choices, as far as I can see. Do nothing. Big old nothing. Which, at the moment, he is doing a very strong simulation of do nothing. Or which is very common in France, and I've seen it become more common of late, actually, which is like, France is a good defensive country. I'm going to kind of stick around. I'm going to defend my borders. I'm going to play it safe. I'm not going to commit north or south. I'm not going to get into any trouble. And I can coast to a 5, 6, 7 finish and maybe even sneak into a board top with a late explosion once people have stopped noticing that I exist. Quite a lot of that France play I am seeing these days. Or he could do what I would do here, which is, England, it's boom, Irish, English. Let's party. Let's party. It's party time. Because Italy's got to be begging him to go away. Please, just let me have some game, right? And you could get lucky here as Italy, right? Turkey could do something or another which would leave Smyrna indefensible in the fall. And if you went like Eastern Med, Tyrrhenian Sea, without telling anybody. Tyrrhenian Sea, Ionian, Eastern Med, without telling anybody, just a big secret, right? You get nothing going in Austria, nothing going against France, nothing. Ed Sullivan, you're in 4th in the tournament. What could kickstart your game? Sneaking into a Turkish centre, and definitely not seeing any more French stuff in the south. So if France doesn't do anything, if he sits pat, then this is a yawn fest, right? Western triple against AIT.
Which of the two is it?
It looks like big load nothing to me. That bounce is arranged. England's alive to the danger, right? England knows what the risks are. And he's also trying to put an end to any suggestion of a Western triple by himself by popping the fleet into St. Pete. So no, it's not a Western triple. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested because Russia's decided to defend against him, not the South. So okay. So Russia's decided to cough up to the South, and that's it because he's so annoyed. Germany's pushed up to the line, but ain't not going to do nothing. Austria must be happy as Larry. Must be happy Austria. All right.
Great for AT so far. In the fall, Chris.
I thought we were going to see Germany try and take Sweden there, but no. I guess you've still got to worry about those 2 Russian units, which of course are supporting the Turk up north. But this is the end of Russia. Their last moves are to try and push that Turkish army forward up into St. Petersburg, which would have been fun if it worked. England does make a move on Germany, though. I don't see that bounce in Holland being arranged. That's got to be an attempt at a stab there. Bounce in the Western Med. This is not good for either of Italy or France, really. And that's about it. There's a whole lot of nothing from Austria there. He's got Warsaw. He's happy with Warsaw, apparently.
Yeah, so far Austria's position is nice. They're on 7. They get the build. Seems like Austria and Turkey are the only ones who've really had something going in this game so far.
Yeah.
Putting down another army is Southern Fleet. So it's well possible that now after they've finished Russia, they are saying, well, thank you, Ed Sullivan, for giving us space. Now we're coming for you. Thanks for playing David Harshberger. Let's see it in the spring. Dan.
Again, not a lot of conviction about AT is what we guessed was going to happen now. It's not been pursued with conviction by any means. I don't have any idea what on earth Greece supports Smyrna to the Aegean is all about. Smyrna to Eastern Med, Con to Aegean, Greece to Ionian, if you're working together.
It's Con to Aegean, but still.
He wanted to see Constantinople move rather than Smyrna move.
Right. Yeah. Okay, well, don't worry, because Constantinople's gone to Bulgaria's south coast. A superb port for any Turkish fleet. Is he lining up on Greece? Maybe, but with Serbia uncuttable at this time, meh. So ultimately, a very slow progress in the whole load of nothing. Ed's given up. He's going to try and hold what he's got. He's like, to hell with this. I'm going to tuck in. I'm going to see if an opportunity arises against Austria. This whole Tyrolia business is no damn good. He's done well there to get the French on side. I don't know how long that took him, but he has done well to get that done. France is one of those Frances I was talking about. Very happy to be on 5, or in this case 6, and then just sit. I can't recall Justin's tournament. I'm not sure I've commentated on his other games, but maybe the first one. But maybe he's had a rough tournament, Mike. I just want to score. I'm good, man.
Okay, England in Sweden, and they stay there. Apart from that, what do we see, Chris?
Silesia gets into Warsaw somehow. Oh, supported by Turkey. Well, there you go. That tells you that about the AT.
Yep.
Greece also does fall. Serbia could have supported it. Yeah, I guess Austria couldn't have defended all of that, maybe, but not
Yeah,
sure.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
That's it. And Kevin slept on this, and I was just saying Serbia's uncuttable. Just support Greece.
Yeah.
They need everything to take it, which they do throw at it anyway, I guess. But self-balancing Romania doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah.
And then probably Galicia supports Budapest to Romania and give up Warsaw, because Warsaw's you don't really need to defend Warsaw, right? If you're going to lose something, Warsaw's probably the one to lose.
Or just use Budapest and Serbia to defend Romania and say, like, well, if they work together, they can take Greece anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
So Germany's down Sweden, up Warsaw, down Holland, which England's given France Holland here.
And down Sweden. That's why they're pulling.
Yeah.
And that French fleet comes down to Western Med. So
it is indeed. That army is in Tyrolia, so lots of fun adventures for the French. Let's see what they're building. An army Paris, but still keeping one in pocket. Fleet London, though. That's interesting. Looked a bit like
a record number of waves in their game, right? For Justin in this game.
One shot the whole game, 2 short, and then 1 short the whole game. Game.
But then he's also been doing nothing. So why do you need the units if you're not doing anything?
Fleet London is interesting. It looked like an EF was brewing a little bit, but that's definitely. I mean, it still could be one, but not the most pro-French build.
Particularly with the French fleet going down into the Mediterranean, that's not what you want to see if you're France at this point.
Well, yeah, maybe. English is like you can just take it, right? There's nothing next to it. Yeah.
So let's see.
Yeah.
Dan.
Yeah. So there's the switcheroo, and but yeah, England's gone back the other way. I think I don't know what's motivated this, to be honest. Go one way and then the other way. Italy's again, I think, in my opinion, overreacted to France, to what France did by going to Western Med. France helped him last turn by going Piedmont Tyrolia. I think he just moved to Western Med for the sake of it. You know, this is I think Ed's made. I know you've thrown in with Turkey and your mates and all the rest of it, but I don't know how this helps you to move in this way. Everything's coming up. Cameron, good man, well done. Love that you're getting a good game, and are completely uncontested, right? Everywhere he wants to go.
Yeah.
If you're Ed, you really don't want to see that Turkish fleet in the Ionian. Right? That's not how many Italian games go well when you've got a Turkish fleet in the Ionian at any point. Right? It's pretty.
No, it really feels like Ed's chances of winning were slim before, but I feel like this turn really ended them. I think maybe he survives, but I don't think he has any chance of getting to a very good score here.
Hard to see a ball top in this position.
Well, that said, he gets a build, which is not the worst, but still Turkey in a dominating position. Sorry, Chris, taking over your job.
That's okay.
Take the ball.
Yeah, I was wondering. France had 2 PIFs in the spring, and I was wondering whether they've still got a build in hand. So I was wondering whether they're going to get to wave again, but it doesn't look like it. They've lost Holland. Here they lose Belgium as well. There's a convoy over to Picardy. This is like worst case scenario almost. Except Piedmont is helping,
And they get Munich.
I think Piedmont's helping. No, Piedmont's not really helping, is it? That was going to be a self bounce in Marseille, but it's like, no, I don't want you building in Marseille. So.
At least they get into Munich.
I don't understand what the English moves. I don't understand. I would love to know what's happening with Stephen diplomatically, because he's attacking Germany in Denmark in a way that doesn't insure him in any way, so it's not necessary. And then he's obviously attacking France. He just gave Germany Holland, so he's helping Germany there, and he's attacking France by going to Picardy. I don't get it. It's messy, real messy. I wonder if this business between Cameron and Ed is arranged, or if this is just another big old whoops-a-daisy. I suspect the latter. Well done, Cameron. Once again, no moves contested.
And still picks up a build.
All year, every move he wanted to make, he did.
Yeah.
Completely dominant so far. 9 centers, surrounded Italy. Let's see. He puts down 2 armies. Austria's disbanding towards him. Okay. Will not completely ruin his game, I'm pretty sure. France, 2 rebuilds here, or like a rebuild and sort of that wave thing from before. Let's move into the spring and see if there's something that is of note.
I feel like this could end soon almost.
If not on time, then definitely, like people could say. I mean, we can have a quick look at the standings, see where this would put Cameron if he's anywhere in striking distance.
He's had a couple of pretty rough games. Yeah.
Yeah, he's even with that, he's still 60 points from where Adam is right now. So probably, yeah, it's not possible for him. Unless he somehow finds a solo, which would mean that he would have to find people to throw to him. Yeah, so might very well be that they will draw sometime soon. Let's go through it quickly. England goes against Germany. Anything else that is...
Well, I mean, England's gone back the other way. So Picardy, so that's what that was all about. Picardy was never anti-France. It was always learning. They're learning. Oh, he's got that Holland convoy was completely out of the blue, right? Big surprise. Lovely stuff. Yeah, Germany's deep in the Stuch now. Deep.
Yeah.
And there's Turkey. So it is all arranged. It was all arranged all along. And Turkey's going through Italy. And
Italy getting a build.
Yeah, getting a build. Because Cameron's good, right? As far as Cameron's concerned, 9 is good. Get my top.
Just having fun.
Yeah.
Let's see. Still at 9. England going up 2. Italy going up 1. Good for Ed. Finding some growth here. Another army. 2 more fleets for England. So clearly Germany is the target.
It could draw here.
It could draw. Let's see.
Or you could go 1 more with Italy picking up the Austrian centres and England maybe getting 1 more out of Germany. Woo! Turks in the Mid-Atlantic.
I mean, now you got to start wondering. I mean, probably because of time not, but now you got to start wondering if this doesn't slowly turn into a position where Turkey could solo, or what do you think?
I mean, yeah, it's only happening because it's time limited.
I suppose so, yeah, but it's a glorious position.
There's a lot of English fleets.
Oh, yes. Setting up to take more German dots. And this is where they draw. Okay. Congratulations, Cameron, on a nice game that is surely, a good note to end the tournament on. Any other last thoughts on this game? Where did it go wrong for Ed Sullivan and his tournament hopes?
I think when you're Italy, the last thing you want to see is a France not doing well. The last thing you want to see is a France that goes to Spain's south coast in 0-1. That's exactly what happened. Then you would want to see France facing some pressure. He didn't. Then you want to see France committing. He didn't. Mm-hmm. And that kind of, it's on, it's off, it's on, it's off, it's on, it's off thing. I think Italy, that's death. You're dead. You're dead. Especially if you can't get any resolution in the East, which was, it was the perfect storm. Ed Sullivan, unlucky me.
With that France, probably your only choice as Italy is to hard commit West and say, well, if you're going to waffle, then I'm just going to have to fight you and we'll see what happens. It'll either go badly for me or it'll go well for me, but it's not going to be any worse than sitting here while you make your mind up.
Okay, let's bring Michalis back and have a quick look at the standings again. So, yeah, Cameron has moved up a little bit, is in 6th. And if we look at the board too, let's look at the players first. So we have Adam Silverman drawing France, which is, of course, a wonderful country. If you need to defend a little bit, if you need to make sure that you're just fending off people, get a decent score, nobody getting out to a very good score on your board. That's very nice to have France. You have David Graf in Austria, Nick Heibel in England. You have one of your big rivals in Germany, Christian Brown. So I'm sure Nick will be wooed a lot. That's at least what I would expect. Jeff in Italy, Jeff Shamborski. And then in Russia, Emmett Wainwright and Timothy Crosby in Turkey. So I think Emmett and Timothy also have some sort of a shot. If we look again at the scores.
Is this the only other board? Is this the final last one?
Yeah.
There are only played the one round. It's got
Yeah.
a good score and then retired on her laurels. Okay, fair play. No, why not? Okay.
So, yeah. So we have Christian and Cameron being, let's see, 49 points and 65 points behind. So that's definitely doable if Adam gets a bad game.
Yeah,
and actually,
Adam and one of Christian, Cameron, or Tim or Emmett needs top.
Yeah,
and that's
let me quickly check on Saren Kwok. I think Saren played the beginning of one position in round 3. It's probably not shown here. Saren actually, okay, interesting. Actually, that Austria we just saw was for the most part of the game Saren Kwok. So it was just Kevin O'Kelly from 1905 onwards. So just for the last few turns. Before that was actually Saren, but she substituted out. But that's not relevant for the standings, because it doesn't move her up.
Wow,
Anyway.
that would have changed everything in the commentary, right, Chris Brand?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. With Saren and Ed next to each other.
and also
a lot.
Also Kevin and Saren, quite different players.
You got to give a lot of credit to Cameron for topping that board out of that East. Then.
Yeah. So that's a bit of an interesting additional piece of information there. But now we have this board at hand. I suppose we'll just take turns. Michalis joined us last.
So let me just give you a little bit of preamble, if I can.
Go for it.
Emmett and Tim have played great alliance play, quite creatively done, a little bit cautious, right? But it's paid off. And in Tim's case, quite creative, right? Here they are as the juggernaut, potentially. Nice. They both get one of them tops. They can win the tournament as long as they eliminate. France. Totally the other side of the board, and the juggernaut, famously very good for France. Adam, it's not Christian, a contender, and England in Nick, who was a bit passive in a previous game, and we know that is catnip to Adam Silverman. Passivity. Jeff, unpredictable, right? We've seen he goes one way, he goes the other way. Quite dynamic player, but stabby, dare I say, on the evidence that I've seen today. So sorry, Michalis, you were going to say.
It's not just that Adam's in France and France is difficult to eliminate, but England and Italy are not really in contention. So 2 of the 3 neighbours that Adam does have are playing probably as a one-off game. Hey, Adam can just go to them, hey, I'm happy for you to top and me to come second and win the tournament.
Yeah.
Great. And both Jeff and Nick might be quite receptive to that because they don't really care who wins the tournament from this position. Short of a solo, they can't win. Christian, Emmett, Tim, they all have chances. But even if Adam's eliminated, Nick and Jeff aren't winning this tournament. So Adam has a lot of good options in terms of negotiating with those 2 at the very least.
Okay, let's go. Spring of 01, Michalis.
Well, spring of 01, Adam Bates, Gunboat's defensive moves. You're not getting into Burgundy. I'm just supporting it. Christian goes, I need to kill Adam Silverman. I'm going to move to Burgundy. doesn't succeed because Adam is definitely experienced enough to see that one coming. Nick, meanwhile, just goes, you know what? I don't care. I don't care about the tournament. I'm going to make standard opening moves, and I'll choose one of you later. But I'm going to get Belgium, probably. I'd be quite surprised if Adam didn't give England to Belgium here. The East, meanwhile, Turkey tries to pull the fleet out, and Russia goes straight into the Black Sea, which is maybe it's
a
not
way.
agreement.
Who knows?
Yeah.
In fall, Dan, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. So nothing to worry about with the Black Sea Fleet. Hey, everything is fine. We're copacetic. You feel free to slip yourself out to Aegean because of that traditional Aegean move, which is surely coming. But whoopsie, whoops-a-daisy, there comes Army Greece. This is what we call in the trade for Italy a fast start. So Trieste cuts Serbia, Bulgaria scores that Bulgaria support into Greece. What fun. Okay, so Turkey decides that he wants Italy to get 2 builds and have Tunis in pocket. Risky, but I'm done criticizing Tim Crosby. Like, I'm not doing it. I've made plenty. This is a genius move. You are absolutely correct, Michalis. England gets Belgium, as you predicted. France gets his nice 2 builds, nothing, hunky-dory, no problems. And he goes into Munich as well, just, to make it a bit difficult for Germany to build all those armies. Hey, presto. Sweden bounces. What do we think about that? Sweden bounce.
Well, Germany's playing for an EG because Germany needs to kill Adam. So Germany's doing everything they can to get an EG. So even though it's not necessarily in their interest to bounce Sweden there, that's why they've done it. I have to say, like, myself and Karthik have both made that Greece convoy a bit of a trademark for us and an early IT attack on Austria. I hate to see Turkey pulling into Aegean Sea when I'm doing that. That is not how you IT. That fleet is not needed for an IT, and that fleet makes me very, very scared as Italy when I'm doing an IT.
But on the other hand, if you have a Russian fleet in Black Sea, isn't Emmett maybe the person you go to and think like, hey, we have a wonderful position for wintergreen?
Yeah. Which is not great for Tim either. Like, I think Tim is, in a way, you're attacking Austria to make them not a factor. You're doing something that would scare even in Italy as aggressive as I am, and I'm pretty aggressive by Italian standards. And you've got Russia already sat in the Black Sea. Tim is juggling on a high wire, juggling flaming torches at this point. Maybe it will work. Maybe he can get through it, but those flaming torches might well come and burn him.
And he's building the army. And as payback, he gets 2 Italian fleets. Flexible army built by Ahmed. And Christian waves one. That's very interesting. While E and F build very friendly builds towards each other. Chris, pick out one of those. What's the most interesting to you? I feel like there are several talking points on this winter board.
Well, the army build for Turkey is a, as I think we said in an earlier game, is a big I want to be friends with Italy move. The 2 fleet builds for Italy is one of those anti-French. Are both those anti-French? Maybe. Tim has an interest in seeing Adam killed, so maybe that's the deal here. Maybe I'll build an army. I won't send anything else your way. You can send those 2 fleets over to take out France. And yeah, the wave for Germany. I don't know about that. That's what on earth does that mean? I don't know how to read that at all.
So if they're talking about if people are talking about a Western triple, if there's some general sense of a Western triple, and you don't want to do it if you're Germany, then this is how you don't do it, right? I suppose it's very EG, right? It's an incredibly EG signal.
Yeah.
The new fleets.
I can only think that they
signal, but it's also I don't want to build in Berlin, and it's probably so that you can go to Emmett. Like, I had to bounce Sweden to get England on side, but I'm not attacking you. Don't attack me.
Yeah, well, I don't think Nick is up for an EG, at least not for the time being. Let's look into the spring moves. Chris, take us away.
Yeah, that's not looking like an EG from Nick, is it? Heligoland is not what you want to see if you're a Christian at this point, for sure. Looks like it wasn't entirely unexpected. Holland to Ruhr with 2 supports to make sure that goes. But with that, rather than Kiel to Ruhr, I guess he still wants to be able to defend to support Denmark. Bouncing Baltic is a good guess as to what Emmett might do there, I guess. What else have we got? The French fleets go mid-Atlantic and Spain south coast. And the Italians go up into Adriatic. So Italy's absolutely committed to killing Austria and killing Austria quickly. Trade of Greece for Serbia, that's fine. Piffs that Austrian army, which is very nice in the spring. If you're Austria, if you're Italy, not so nice if you're Austria. Is Austria dead in the fall? If Russia and Italy cooperate, they are, aren't they? So, yeah. And the Black Sea Fleet moves back to Sevastopol, which you've got to appreciate if you're Tim as well.
Yeah, that's one of those flaming torches that's been extinguished now that fleet's moved out of there, because the Wintergreen is a lot less tempting if you're not already sat in Black Sea. Although, to be fair, there's nothing next to it, so you can just walk straight back in if you want.
Yeah, the Italian fleet move up to Adriatic looks a bit pointless at this point.
Well, it defends Trieste.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It makes it look like the wrong build, though, you know.
Yeah, probably an army would have been more useful, but maybe it was just in the negotiations with France or something. They first thought they would go west, and then Adam convinced them otherwise. Fall moves, I think it's on Michalis.
Yep, so Italy gains Vienna, does lose Serbia. This is turning very rapidly into a juggernaut, which is what I feared all along when you see a GNC there. Maybe Turkey was considering an IT and it didn't happen after the Italian builds. Maybe it was always the plan to do this. But either way, Budapest falls, Vienna falls, Serbia falls. Goodbye, David Graf. At least you get guarantee you'll catch your flight on time, I guess, if you're not a local. England gets Sweden with the support of both Germany and Russia. Cool. Okay. Everybody still really wants Nick on their side in the north, maybe to do something about Adam, but that's not what's really happening at the moment. Holland is left empty rather than being attacked. So maybe England's having some other thoughts. Maybe they were concerned by Adam moving those fleets back. Adam hasn't done anything aggressive with them, but he might have spooked England enough that England decided not to follow through with the attack on Germany.
Yeah, lots of trust by Christian. I mean, just imagine if England had walked forward, could have taken 2 off of Christian right here. But good call. It seems he has diplomatically sent England away for now. And in the fall, of course, we're in winter first. That was the fall turn already. I'll quickly read those out. Army Berlin for Germany, and Fleet Eddie is saying, like, yeah, we are going for Russia. Russia sort of knows it and is building Army Warsaw as a defensive thing, and lots of fleets for Turkey. They said, like, okay, I didn't build any in 01. I'm not going to do this again. I'm going to make for it and properly. While Italy sort of does the other thing around building 2 armies when they just build fleets in 01. Anything noteworthy?
That's not enough fleets for Turkey. You need 4 fleets if you're going to take Italy now. And you haven't got 4 fleets.
And the other thing is, Italy, the Army Rome is a awkward build. Like, you've probably got to cover Trieste, but you might lose Vienna already. I kind of would have preferred Army Naples if you're doing that. Maybe try a convoy to Albania or something. I don't know. Army Rome is... I struggle to imagine it getting anywhere productive.
So I'm just thinking about Adam Silverman right now. Like, you're a tournament leader, you're playing on a board where you've got 3 guys that can beat you if they top and you get eliminated. So he's got 2 priorities. Number 1, get your 5 or 6, right? Put a little bit more distance in. And number 2, try and stop one of these 3 guys getting big. And the 3 guys are Germany, Russia, and Turkey. Now, here's this juggernaut. I talked about maybe it's going to happen. And I talked about how Emmett and Tim have both displayed the ability to be excellent alliance players in this tournament. So Adam's going to be looking at this and thinking, my opportunity to prize these two guys apart is slim to none, right? Maybe they're having a good time together. Maybe they're going to talk about one of them or the other. Race, do a little race, whatever. You can do it in the juggernaut in lots of lovely ways. How can I exert pressure here? Okay, well, Jeff, I don't mind if Jeff tops this board. But one of the few ways that I can actually influence the South is by pressing up to Jeff. Oh, I don't know. So now Adam's probably starting to think maybe sitting still isn't good enough. It's been quite a passive game, not Adam's style to be like this, all set up like defensively again, like quite a few Frances we've seen. Keep talking about this passive France, right? Not taking their opportunities. I wouldn't be surprised to see Adam thinking, okay, maybe I have to do something in this game. So let's find out.
I think it will come down to what Nick will do as well. Like, if Nick will go off to Germany, I think Adam's fine. If Nick won't go off to Germany, I think Adam has a problem that he has to solve himself.
Okay, Chris, take us away. What do we see?
Well, we were talking about Adam. He's pushing that fleet into Western Med. It supported that one in. He had the option of going both to Western Med and Lyon with both unsupported. He didn't choose that option. This feels like it's designed to be. I have a fleet there to help Jeff if I need to, but I don't want to spook him too much. The Turkish units come rapidly west. He's got 3 on the Ionian for the fall. That's like textbook tactic moves, how you play this if you want to keep the pressure on Italy, I think. Russia does indeed take Vienna from Italy. Having to move Budapest to do that, that's could have done that the other way. That's Silesia. Interesting. I'm not sure. Leaving very open to Turkey, which like emphasizes how strong this RT alliance is at this point. And then in the north, not very much of anything interesting, actually. What's the North Sea supported Yorkshire to Ruhr, did it? And so
it supported Belgium to Holland. Yorkshire to Ruhr.
Belgium went to Holland.
Moving. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the interesting thing for me is Munich to Bohemia. That's a really weird move. Germany just sending everything east.
I think Germany thought they had a triple, but clearly EF didn't. I mean, this is a great turn for Adam, I think. Seeing that England is indeed, we were talking about it just now, is indeed attacking France, is attacking Germany. Probably even by agreement, you are allowed to walk into Belgium behind. That is the kind of like controlled game you probably need just to make sure you will get the points you need. The question is, what does RT do here? What is your guys' take on that? I mean, it seems that their plan is let's go quickly, let's try to get as far as we can, and then maybe we are big enough that in the end we will sort of joust it out and one of us might have enough points to surpass Adam. Do you think that is viable, or do you guys feel like they will have to look for a way to take the other slots rather earlier than later?
I mean, they've got a top, but they also need to contain Adam. And it's really hard, as we said at the start, for RT to balance those two things when Adam's in France. That turn went about as well as it possibly could for Adam. He's got England attacking Germany, and he's got Germany walking the other way to go and attack RT by the looks of it, or maybe get a share of Italy, but the fighting over Prussia doesn't suggest that's the plan.
So I think that people are short on order time here. And there can be lots of reasons to be short on order time, and one of them could be that Adam Silverman is taking up all of your diplomatic time. And there's lots of reasons to look at this, because people are making mistakes, right? There's 3 mistakes on this board that are obvious. Budapest should support Galicia to Vienna, right? Because now Trieste's on Budapest, right? So that's a mistake. Gulf of Bothnia needs to go to Baltic here. It clearly has been misordered, right? Because it's standing hold. I mean, unless he doubts England's intentions, and it could be Norway, Barents, Sweden on all this, the Sweden Gulf of Bothnia, right? And there's a third mistake here, which is Adriatic can bounce Albania with the support from Ionian if you want. But that's
I would argue that's not a mistake.
Yeah,
I would.
You don't want to end up with that succeeding.
Yeah, if Adriatic actually gets into Albania and Turkey does some like move the armies around and puts 3 on Ionian, that then costs you Ionian because Albania can be tapped. So I would say you, under no circumstance, want Adriatic to actually be able to get into Albania. To the point where I probably wouldn't have moved it at all.
He has ordered there, so
I guess he was confident at least one unit would move there, but he.
So hold on. Yeah, I see your point, but it can always tap Greece. I mean, the army of Greece has to get out of the way, right? And one of the only ways it can get out of the way is by going to Albania. I'm not sure there are. I mean, you can do Bulgaria to Con, Greece to Bulgaria, Aegean to Greece, but it's rubbish. Like.
No, I think like the moves that Turkey could have done is not move to Albania at all and put some sort of shuffle around where the fleet gets into Greece anyway. So
in that case, this is just as bad. You probably shouldn't have moved Adriatic to Albania at all, just in case it goes, right?
No, and you probably should have tried to bounce one of the fleets coming out of Turkey, probably the Smyrna one.
Yeah.
Although, again, these are all things that you don't want to succeed. So if you're going with a negative mindset, none of these moves actually going through are good for you. So if you're worried about them succeeding and you're worried Tim's going to try some 5D chess move to let you in somewhere that gets you out of position, maybe you should just do the sort of defensive sit here and wait moves. The problem is Trieste
Adriatic could have supported Venice to Trieste, which would be significantly better, I think.
I would have much preferred that.
There you go, yeah. Okay. Anyway, carry on. Sorry to delay you.
No, that's all right. This is the final board, and I think we can take a little more time on this one, as it will decide the tournament. In fall, I think we were at Chris last, so this would be Michaelis now.
All right. Well, that turn isn't what Adam Silverman wanted. England stabs Adam for Belgium. England takes Denmark as well. England is getting very big. Trieste falls, as a matter of fact, because Italy is spooked enough by France that they've actually turned everything around. So they lose Trieste, do take Vienna back with German support. So that's what Bohemia was there for. Germany also moves to Galicia. So this border has suddenly gone to complete chaos in the east from what had been a pretty set position of everyone doing everything you expected. Russia's got into Prussia and Silesia, but has that German unit possibly behind them, but it probably comes off the board. They've also got Livonia there as well. Yeah, that's what we call carnage or chaos.
I suppose so, yes. I mean, maybe Belgium wasn't agreed. I thought last turn it was probably, but this suggests that maybe Adam made the calculus that he could just go there and support hold it. Didn't think that EG would cooperate on it. But clearly, England didn't want it.
Yeah, maybe Christian said, all right, you can take Denmark. I don't care. I'll let you take those two. Now you can go and attack France.
Yep. So England up to 8 in 03. That is a pretty quick start for England. We've seen Russia be that fast in the tournament, but that's not that unusual. And then there are 2 fleet builds for England and 1 for France. So they are clearly locking horns here. Another non-committal Moscow build by Russia, and Italy keeps Vienna but doesn't keep Galicia and Venice. No, sorry, Galicia was a German unit actually. So yeah.
So Adam has a difficult quandary here because he doesn't actually care if Nick tops this board. Nick topping this board is good for Adam in 90% of circumstances, as long as Nick doesn't get some sort of like 17, 16 center board top going in like insanely close to a solo or of course soloing. I don't think Nick has any other way to overtake Adam. So you don't necessarily care that England's topping. What you would care is if Russia or Turkey topped out of this position and you got ground down by England first. So you have to, at a certain point, decide whether you're okay with yourself being eliminated if it helps England, or do you have to fight for everything and push for those extra points? And this is really hard for Adam to balance. He's the one on the high wire.
Yeah, Fleet Brest is not the build. I mean, don't forget this is an unnecessary rebuild because Belgium could have retreated to Picardy, right? So in the heat of the moment, having been stabbed for Belgium, and I think it is a stab, Adam has decided to disband and rebuild a fleet to fight. This is to fight England. Now, whether he reconsiders in the cool light of spring 1904, we shall have to wait and see. But you're absolutely right.
Tell us about it, Dan. Has he reconsidered?
No, he has not. He has not. And England's, England's got a friend in Germany who now has purpose, having said his piece in the East, having popped over to Bohemia and made his decision about who should be dominant there. Christian is now heading back over to the West, so he can have the say now. I think it's safe to say that Christian is not going to win this tournament, but my word, he's had his say. In the South, what was quite a kind of dynamic, and an active scene seems to be having some slightly peculiar turns of eventuality. Italy has found his way to swap Trieste for Vienna, while slipping a fleet into Venice, everyone's least favorite unit, Fleet Venice. Russia has sort of come back to put himself in a position to recapture Vienna, except he's already got it. There's
Big misorder by Turkey. Look at Albania.
Albania should have gone to Trieste. Like, that's definitely a misorder. But I would also question the lack of ambition of all the other Turkish moves there. Like,
yes.
You're in Ionian Sea. Go and do something with it. Why are you just holding Ionian Sea? I don't understand. You're in a race to win a tournament. You can't just stay there.
If you get dislodged, there's all sorts of fun places to retreat to, right?
Exactly. There's such a lack of ambition with that move, and now Italy can theoretically just keep bouncing themselves into Iranian Sea, and your position on them is so much slower as a result because you didn't try and do anything this turn. I hate it. I hate that move.
Mm-hmm.
Fall turn, Chris.
Well, that's more fun for the Ionian fleet.
Just imagine if you'd done that in spring, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a great advance for those fleets for Turkey, and he gets into Trieste as well with almost everyone's support there. Oh, I guess it's the 2 Russian units and his own, and not the Italians. That makes sense. Okay. So yeah, not good for Italy at this point. What have we got in the north? Russia gets into Berlin, so this is nice for Emmet as well. This is nice for the Juggernaut, basically. Fleets advance up into the English Channel, and the army in Burgundy doesn't do anything in the fall. That's an interesting choice.
Venice just walked straight into Paris.
Yeah.
So it tried to support Belgium into Picardy.
Yeah.
And it is an incredible holding of nerve by Adam there.
Yeah. I guess there was a guess there, but I don't know. I like Gascony in that situation, I think.
Well, try for Paris, and if you get dislodged, go to Gascony at least.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't see, but I don't think Adam actually supported Marseille to Burgundy, right? That was just a tap. Yeah, so he couldn't have dislodged Burgundy. That was deliberate on Adam's part.
Wow. You could support that move from Ruhr as it's an English unit.
I mean, England's had not a great year, really. Like, the only thing they've managed to get out of this so far is Baltic Sea, while Russia and Turkey grow huge. And Russia's going to be able to build in St. Pete if they want now as well.
8-8.
England had a nice dominating lead earlier, and that's evaporated.
Yep. Not a fleet, but an army in St. Pete. Germany disbanding Munich, and then another fleet for Turkey. Makes sense. Seems like they've made that deal. RT, let's go, and let's figure out later if we get far enough, who of us can maybe challenge Adam for the tournament victory by board topping. In spring, I think is it Michalis again? Yeah, I think it's Michalis.
All right. So England walks into Munich. Nice, cool, great. England tries to support Germany back into Berlin, which doesn't succeed. So England's now realised they have a war with Russia. That much is clear. They've gone Sweden to Norway to cover that. They're trying to fight this sort of two-front war with France and Russia at the same time, and they don't have enough units for that. They just don't. Whether they're going to realise that, whether Adam is going to be able to get them to realise that, because that's got to be like 90% of Adam's negotiating time at this point. That may well decide Adam's tournament. Russia is progressing everywhere and Turkey isn't, so that's just much better news for Emmett than it is for Tim. Russia gets into Bohemia and into Tyrolia, gets into Finland, which is okay. It's not the end of the world. But they're probably keeping Berlin because they've got the threat on Munich, and they may even get Munich as well. So great turn for Emmett, less good for Tim, who's outguessed by Italy. And this is the second time in 3 turns where Tim's basically gone nowhere in a turn. And in a race for the top and a race for a tournament win, you just can't afford to keep having turns like that. It's also notable Russia's there tapping stuff and trying to make sure that Turkey doesn't stab him. And so the trust isn't completely there. They both know they're playing to win the tournament.
Yeah.
So I don't think you need to take this 50-50 as Italy. I think you can slide Tyrrhenian Sea into Rome. That's automatic. And then you can slide Ionian into Tunis. So if Tunis decides to come out to Tyrrhenian Sea to retake Rome, which is the only way to do that, you keep Tunis forever. So you can guarantee an Italian centre just by doing those 2 moves: Tyrrhenian Sea to Rome, Ionian to Tunis.
Very true.
And yeah, so that would have been the move for me.
Great guesses on Adam's part, just like how he's outguessing EG so far is pretty masterfully. Let's see if he can do it another time in fall. Dan, it's on you.
Yeah, so by tapping Naples, by preventing Naples, he can take Rome now, which is fine. He's decided to go for Apulia, which is fine. So they decide to take Munich because you can't guarantee Venice, which is also fine. I think it's one each a turn at this point for Russia and Turkey, and I think they're very happy with that configuration if they are, which is going along just fine. Livonia to Moscow, I loathe. I think it's got to be St. Pete. Surely it's got to be St. Pete, especially because you're not on board with England because they've just busted Berlin. So yeah, I don't understand Livonia to Moscow.
I don't think it had to be St. Pete. I think it should have been Prussia.
Build something in St. Pete.
I was going to say, are they expecting a build?
Well,
Yeah.
they've got to rebuild anyway.
Right.
So,
I think they were probably expecting a build.
yeah.
Right. I mean, you can have a build. You can retreat. If you retreat Berlin, you don't get a build. Is that right? Yes, you want it one down. Okay. Fine. England. What happened there with England? He took Picardy with the fleet, and he's gone away from. He's given up on MAO because it's like, oh, there's 3.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Getting a build from Berlin. Yes, they didn't lose anything. They didn't own before. Yep.
Italy's in Marseille.
Adam has
huh?
lost Marseille to Italy.
Yeah, so maybe now they're wishing they would have stayed there with all the fleets England because, well, let's see what comes of what Adam is taking off the board.
There's still a Picardy in the channel. It's not terrible if you want to attack.
No,
France.
definitely not terrible. So
No,
the
if
standings
anything,
are...
I'd say if I'm Adam, I'm probably disbanding Brest here because Adam now doesn't care so much about England, and we're back to what I said earlier. England topping is good for Adam.
Yeah.
He does need to ensure his own survival in that case. So Iberia becomes really important for Adam here now. So my moves, if I'm Adam now, are just everything about making sure I survive to the end in Iberia and add those extra points on so that it's so much harder for anyone else to catch up.
Yeah, and
And you want Nick to finish ahead of Tim and Emmett, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
If we just take a quick look at the standings as they are right now, Adam with 5 centers still, 226, and Emmett and Tim both in the 170 ballpark. So Adam might lose 10, 20 points if he just survives in Iberia, as you said, Michalis, roundabout. So it's actually not that far for the 2 to go. Probably they still need a lone board top, even though it's not completely impossible to somehow get there with a shared one. I'm not quite sure. It depends on how much Adam loses, but this is a clear race. Like, this is on.
It's something like Donkey Kong, and it's only 1905.
This is a time round though, so
It is
we
time.
don't know what year did the other game end in. It ended in
I
1908.
think
Right?
1907.
It ended in 1907, but it also ended in a full turn. So it's not impossible that could have ended by time, which
Yes.
means that it may well be that this
possible.
only goes to 07. It's
only
probably
2
not going to go
years?
much longer. Yeah.
If it's only 2 years, I mean, then they don't know that. But in that case, probably they would have to start fighting each other now, right? Turkey stabbing Russia for Romania or something next year.
I don't think these two are going to stab each other. It's
Not
not how
at
they
all?
play this tournament. They don't seem to be that sort of player. I think they're having
Okay.
great fun. I don't think they're going to do it.
And
I
Tim's
think Tim will.
Tim's still got dots in Turkey, though, hasn't he? Not enough dots, but he's got some in Turkey.
But yeah, they, as we say, they won't know when it's going to end. So
Yeah.
I reckon they would stab if they knew when it ended. But if they don't,
I think if you're Tim, maybe you take the Italian dots and then use the builds to stab Emmett for the board top.
yeah.
That could be a path to winning the tournament. I'm not sure.
And in Adam's case, at that point, you probably have to consider throwing Brest and maybe even Paris if you can to England.
Yeah.
He builds Army Con, Tim. Fleet South Coast for Emmett.
That's panic stations for Russia, that build.
Chris's cat commenting as well.
The cat agrees. The cat agrees that Russia's in danger.
Russia is in danger. Yeah. That army. Okay. I think we've got a turn for Dan again with spring of 1906.
So Germany kept Burgundy and then went to Munich with it, which is certainly a move. Yeah, to allow England to go to Kiel when Russia took Berlin. I mean, woohoo. Finland's got Norway, and because Norway went to Sweden, but Moscow didn't go to St. Petersburg because it preferred to sit there doing nothing.
Because it's worried about Sevastopol.
They realized that there was still a southern Russian fleet, and that's not allowed at Weasel Moot, so they had to get rid of that because that's just not allowed. But other than that, everything still seems copacetic between Turkey and Russia. And yeah, it's the Italy stuff you'd expect. So Adam's done a wonder because he's got England to go away, just to completely and totally go away at the exact moment where Adam was hitting the crash mat. Right, he was done. He was toast. Right, if those orders are just used, NAO and Irish just sit there, and England supports Belgium to Picardy last season. Right, Adam's toast. Mid Atlantic falls, then Paris falls. It's over. Instead of which, diplomatic victory, which could be the tournament. Well done.
But I'm looking at that Turkish position, and let's say you walk into Vienna and force Budapest right now.
Mm-hmm.
You've already got Naples. You're on 11. I'm pretty sure that gives Tim the tournament. England, you can still throw Brest to, but given that they've lost Berlin, they will take Norway back. That's definitely keepable for them because they've got the two fleets next to it and can still defend Sweden, but they can't take Berlin back. So England at best is going to be on 10. So Tim has a clear path to the lone board top this year that I'm pretty sure would give Tim enough points to win the tournament.
Yeah, and Jeff doesn't seem that upset about it because he has not retreated to the Tyrrhenian Sea. He has picked up his fleet.
Okay, let's see. Is there a Turkish stab in the Balkan/Austrian home center region, or isn't there a stab? There is not. Chris, what's happening instead?
Yeah, pushing the Russian army forward into Venice, which is, and then Tyrolia, meanwhile, is trying to help Russia into Munich. This is like Tim's helping Emmett into all the dots, as far as I can see. He's picking up Naples himself, so that's okay. But still, helping or trying to help Russia into 2 when Russia's already in Berlin, that seems a little odd in this position.
Well, Tim's now in a position where he's got a 3-dot stab on Russia next year. We don't know if it gets to the end of 1907, and he may run out of time to make said stab, but the stab is going to be there. And Emmett no longer is going to have a stab on Tim.
You've got a lot of Russian builds to deal with now, though. I mean, if those go into Warsaw and Sevastopol, then the stab's not nearly as good.
They're not going to, though, are they? Because he now needs three to hold St. Pete. So he's going to put one there.
It may also come down to whether Adam takes Marseille back before the end of this game, which is kind of funny if that's what decides it. But those extra points from Marseille may actually end up really mattering.
Yeah.
Do we start seeing Russian and Turkish fleet builds for the Black Sea here? Will they get twitchy?
Fleet Con wouldn't shock me at all.
They both seem like very good. They both seem like very solid alliance players, and you could see this alliance going all the way to the end, even if one of them could get the tournament by stabbing the other. I don't know.
If you're Turkey, you'd have to be out of your mind to put down a fleet anchor, fleet con here. Your path forward here is just to order Trieste to Vienna, Serbia to Budapest, Bulgaria to Romania out of the blue. You know, any indication, even the batting an eyelid, even looking into the far corner of the room instead of looking a guy in the eye and saying, we copacetic. This is one of those where you want to write a whole set of orders and show it him and then have another one in your pocket, which you put in. That's the level of deception that you need to make this move to win this tournament right now if you're Turkey.
The flip side is that if you put a fleet down and Russia doesn't, your stab is guaranteed, and you've probably got the win locked up.
I don't know.
If you get to the
if you put down Army St. Petersburg, Army Warsaw, right, which is your ideal scenario, and you put down Fleet Ankara, suddenly every single Russian unit's coming back, isn't it?
You get Bud, you get Rum, you get Venice, you get Tunis. All 4 of them are guaranteed. Vienna, if Russia comes back, maybe not, but 4 centres, 130 points.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
It's exciting. Let's see. Let's see. Army, Fleet South Coast, St. Pete. Interesting. What do you make of the Fleet South Coast? I would have maybe leaned towards an army just to be defensive and have a bit more flexibility.
Yeah, I would too.
I mean, it's better than North Coast. I'll give it that because you can defend Finland. And you're really buying time in the north. Like, we all know that St. Petersburg isn't defensible from the south forever, but you're playing to keep it until the end of the game. So maybe this is, I'll try and do something. I'll try and block Bothnia up while supporting myself back to St. Pete from Finland, something like that. That could work. That could give you enough turns to hold St. Pete till the end.
Also, disband Marseille, not irrelevant at all. We were talking about that this might be the tipping point for the points for Adam, and this makes it so much easier for him to take it without being too worried about EG just coming back and taking everything if he has to sort of like move Burgundy down or something like that.
And it means that Adam's still got the ability to throw Brest quite easily if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Right, this is it. Now or never. Let's see.
Let's go into the spring. Chris, take it away.
There it is.
Yeah, Vienna, Budapest, Romania. That's what we were looking for.
Glorious.
And there's nothing next to Sebastopol. And this is why you don't put the fleet down. Don't do it. Because you can just walk into
Moscow
Sebastopol
went north. Yep.
Defend it. It can't be defended. It's the element of surprise. The only Russian unit that's next to any of the Turkish centres, including the new ones, and Sebastopol, is Venice.
And that falls. Venice and Sevastopol both go in the fall, right? It's a
Unless
five.
Adriatic could support Venice, but yeah.
It's a 5
And also Tyrolia can support Venice. Just Tyrolia is German now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Insane.
Adam moves to Marseille and follows up with the other 2 fleets. And the English fleets move away as well. So, England and France are solid now, as you would expect.
Adam's like, why is Burgundy going to Munich there?
Yeah,
he didn't defend Munich from Russia. I think Adams misplayed that turn. First of all, he should have been inviting England to Picardy to throw in Paris if he needed to. Second of all, Marseille was in pocket, so just go to Western Med first so that you can defend Tunis against Turkey. Instead, Tunis is now doomed.
Yeah.
And Adams made mistakes, and he's made multiple mistakes there, and it may well cost him this game and this tournament.
Yeah, bending into Munich doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
I could see supporting Ruhr into Munich.
Oh, sorry, I dropped the bomb.
Saved
my
by the bell.
Oh, and this must be grueling for Timothy Crosby. This is like he just made this move. Russia has completely moved away, and you think like, you've got it. And then Brian Pravel is walking and saying like, guys, that's it.
So is that a time draw? Or did
It's got to be a time draw. There's no way on earth Tim Crosby has taken a draw in that position.
There is, if he's calculated that this was going to, like, there was only going to be one more year and Adam was going to win the tournament anyway.
Sorry, I don't understand. Is this a time draw?
Yeah.
This is a time draw.
So there's no point playing this spring. It was a waste of time.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah. It seems that they just do it whenever the time is called. Now it's over.
Usually, the way they do it is if you're already starting to do the moves.
Adjudicating.
Somehow that word left my brain. Yeah, if you started adjudication, then you finish adjudicating. If you haven't got to adjudication, it's just game ends right there. And that's how they usually do it, I believe.
My oh my! I mean, I think it would have been almost certainly enough. Like he would have been at +4, +5, right? That would be 14 centers, and even with Adam,
Possibly.
maybe
Venice isn't guaranteed. So,
Tunis
okay.
is, right?
Tunis is though, yeah. So he's +4 minimum.
Five.
He's on 130 points. Oh yeah, no, Sebastopol is 5. Yeah,
it's 5 or 6.
well, actually, Trieste is.
So
No,
he's
you
on
just
14
defend
or
Trieste.
15 centers here.
So 140 would be, he is right now at 64, would be 76 points on top, even though Adam might get like 4 or 5 back by Marseille. That probably won't do much. And if we look at the final standings, that would have comfortably taken him ahead of Adam Silverman. As it is, big congratulations to Adam Silverman for winning another one. Also, congratulations to Michalis for making the right guess in our little prediction game. And yeah, you got to feel for Timothy Crosby in this position, right? I mean, he has won. I think he's won Tour of Britain before, but I don't think he has won a face-to-face tournament. And this is like, you can't get any closer to winning one than this. This is insane. Even though it doesn't look like that on the scoreboard, this is so grueling for him. You got to feel for him. Played a great tournament and now almost got robbed, you could say, of the victory, even though that's what the rules are.
A little bit, but it's time round and you know that's the risk. And if you hold off for a better stab, in the end, maybe that's what you don't have to hold off for a better stab. If you'd made the stab the year before, it wouldn't have been as many points. Yeah. But a 10 center board top would have got him an extra 30 points, which is already equal with Adam. An 11 center board top gets him, it would have got him across the line. You didn't need a 14, 15 center stab if you get the board top, and the board top is what's important in this scoring system.
Like, so, I mean, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say what I think. I think I don't think that you should have games which don't end after a full turn. I think you should play the year. I think if you're playing the year, you should play the year. I'm sorry, I'm going to say that. I think that's a mistake. I think that's probably you've got to find a way. If you're doing that tournament to make sure that happens, you've got to find a way. And I'm sure that you've got the leeway to do that. And ultimately, this is a 1906 game. And I think if people know it's a 1906 game, I mean, I played a lot of 1906 games in my time, and they play real different to this. Real different. And if you get a lot of points after 7 centers will top a game in a game that is this 1906 game. Right? This is they played this according to the way, I'm time unlimited, and you just go and you play your game, and then hey presto. I got to say, Tim Crosby, don't know you, never met you. Amazing. What an incredible couple of games I have commentated on that you have played. I've doubted you. I've criticised you. I've been negative. I've talked about how it's, and it's been your diplomacy that has made your positions work for you. And the killer instinct that you showed there was absolutely remarkable. What an incredible bit of play. His Russia, absolutely extraordinary. His Turkey, even better. So bravo, mate. Might not have a trophy in your cabinet, but my goodness, well done. Respect. It's been a pleasure.
Couldn't agree more. Chris, any last thoughts on the tournament, on the players, on the games we've seen?
I mean, let's not downplay Adam's success here. He went in here as the person who won last year. There's a big target on his back right from the start, and he played a very, very solid tournament here. Like, you can't fault his play in any of these games apart from the odd detail, right? Yeah, great play from Adam. Great play from all the people who were like in the running in that last round. I thought I've really enjoyed coming back for this one and seeing some of these games. There were some good games, some fun games. Thank you.
Yeah, this was very entertaining. Michalis, any last thoughts on your part?
Yeah, Tim played an excellent game. He played an excellent tournament and would have been a deserving winner. But whether your opinion is that this should be the way tournaments are run, this was known in advance that this is how this tournament is run. And Adam would have known that, and Tim probably would have known that as well. Like, this is pretty standard, not just at Weasel Moot, it's standard at quite a few North American events, I believe. So the way that Drop Debt works in this format, I believe, will also be the case for the World Championship in whipping next year. Don't quote me, but given Adam Silverman's running that and just won a tournament thanks to it, maybe he's got a reason to do it that way. Yeah, Adam played the clock brilliantly. He played the game brilliantly, and he played the tournament brilliantly. And in the end, all of them came together, and he got across the line. And Tim would have deserved to win it, but Adam deserves to win it as well. And Adam played 3 excellent games and juggled everything, stayed on that high rope, and made it across the line.
I want to shout out Ed Sullivan. It seems to me like he was embattled and never had like any clear opportunities to do well. I always seem to be saying, poor old Ed, no options. And yet there he is in second place. So that's good work as well, right?
Yes. So we can bring up the old joke Zach Moore once did, that the second fiddle article series in the Diplomacy Briefing is Ed's monthly column. Maybe he will write another article there to go along with hopefully an article by Adam Silverman about his victory.
If Briefing know what they're doing, they should be getting Tim Crosby to write that second fiddle article. Makes sense. Or do it like in a special category. Second fiddle almost sounds too like not respectful enough for Timothy's performance. Anyway, guys, I want to thank you a lot. It was a pleasure having this broadcast with you. Thank you for all of you out there who've been watching and being active in the chat. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet, so we will have you here for the next time as well. Have a good night, a good day, wherever you are, whatever time it is. And to say it with the words of Siobhan Nolan, stay safe and step well.